It's a really lovely interview.
I talked to him once about fox hunting. He's a really great advocate.
Big animal rights man.
Great conversations. Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's a lovely fella, a really lovely fella. It's a nice interview as well. 12:54 is the time. Ryan's on the wheel. Ryan, question or answer?
It's an answer.
Carry on.
It's an answer to the lady asking about the cuteness aggression.
Oh, yes.
My granddad's a psychiatric nurse, or was before he retired.
Okay.
And basically, it's 3 chemicals in the brain that we have a massive overload of. Some people have more than others,
right,
which is why husband doesn't get it so much. But it's dopamine, oxytocin off the top of my head, and I can't remember the name.
Don't worry about it.
Vasopressin, I think people think it's called.
And that is... It actually just provides a physical response to something because we're not processing the emotional reality.
Yes.
So we just sort of go... So cute.
The brain physically can't comprehend why we're finding it so cute because you've had a massive overload of the chemicals.
And that is all about how much chemicals you produce. So that would perfectly explain why some people have it and some people don't, and why people have different degrees of it. Some people probably spend their whole life going around squeezing cheeks, metaphorically speaking.
There's a minor link as well. I forget who did the study, but there's a study on it where they think that obviously everybody's got one singular trait of autism, and they think that could be one thing as well with other people.
Oh wow, that's absolutely fascinating. I know you told us, but I'll ask you again. Qualification?
My grandfather was a psychiatric nurse.
Not too nice. Thank you, Ryan. Round of applause.
No, pleasure, thank you.
Oh, I love that. Films, or been watching Sharp, or Flashman films, or whatever it might be. I mentioned Jeeves and Wooster, actually. That would fit, wouldn't it? So when Fry and Laurie made their version of Jeeves and Wooster, which is the only one I got immediate reference to in my own memory, I think, my memory may be playing tricks on me, but a few of the characters, and they were all posh, really, had speech impediments, and it was a way of conveying poshness because it was an affectation during the Georgian era.
Yes, and the charge of the Light Brigade. I think the guy there, the actual cone, when he goes on about the brown bottle, I think he has the R bit in his language. But it was, to my understanding from Fraser, it was more an affectation of the military, of officers with the military, because it was a sort of understated.
But the officer class, though, not the squaddies, would it? It'd be the officer class.
No, not the squaddies. The officer class. It was sort of understated masculinity. It's almost like I can afford to sound a bit feminine because I am so masculine.
Because I'm so tough. Because I'm so tough. I love that.
Yeah, so that's my understanding anyway. Did you ever read the
Yeah, I did. I think I've read all of them. What I like about those that kind is that you learn a lot of history even while you're basically reading a rollicking comedy thriller, aren't you? But you learn loads of history as well.
Yes, it was so good.
Qualifications? Read a lot of George MacDonald films?
I like reading a lot of social history. It's more than reading. I'm quite interested in literature history as well.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Paul. Have a round of applause on me. No, thank you very much. That is it from me for another day. If you missed any of today's show, hang on a minute. If you want to watch the interview that Andrew Marr did with Richard Taylor as a sort of counterpiece to my interview earlier with Steve Coogan, you can watch it on YouTube, apparently. You lucky people. If you missed any of today's show, then you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, where you can rewind live radio. As ditto, the LBC app. Stay on top of the top stories and opinions, put your news categories in the order you want, pause and rewind live radio, and listen to a range of podcasts, including James O'Brien Daily, the best bits from my LBC show every day. Can we give the game to Paul at the end there? If I was in a really childish mood, I'd give it to Roger. But I'm going to give it to Paul because he was so charming, and also because people tease him about his speech impediment. So, who's laughing now? He's got a free Mystery Hour board game. Download the official LBC app from your app store now. It's free. Tom Swarbrick will be with you at 4. Now it's time.
Can I just say about the lisping thing? Have you noticed, and I think it is a uniquely posh thing, I'm doing it as I speak to you, people who only speak with their lower lip.
You're right, they don't need their mouth at all.
Yes.
Did you know that when my father first sent me to private school, he was invited for tea by the headmaster's wife, and she offered him some toast.
Lovely.
And he didn't know what she was talking about. She said, "Would you like some toast?" And he said, very cleverly, being a journalist, he was quite used to being on doorsteps.
But this is a real story.
It's a real story. Would you like some toast? And he said, "Well, I'll have some if you're having some." And it was toast. Toast. Carry on,
Speaking of the lower lip, yes, lovely. Speaking of posh people, a group in favour of scrapping the monarchy is planning a private prosecution against Prince Andrew. And there are increasing reports that Prince William is putting most HRHs on notice when he becomes king, or for when he becomes king. I think he should do this, and I'll tell you why. At 3, it relates to his mother, Diana. At 2 are the attacks and murders committed by asylum seekers who arrived here by boat or lorry, changing what you think we should do about the whole issue, changing how you think about the whole issue. But I want to start with Rachel Reeves breaking housing rental rules at a risky time for her politically over tax increases. Are you, much like the Prime Minister, minded to gloss over it or not?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, Tory leader Kemi Badenoch has called for the Chancellor to resign if she's committed an offence over the rental of her family home. Rachel Reeves has apologised after she failed to obtain the correct rental licence for the property in South East London. After consulting his ethics advisor, though, the Prime Minister has decided an investigation isn't necessary. Policing and Crime Minister Sarah Jones has told LBC it was an innocent mistake.
Well, look, she moved into 11 Downing Street. We know her family home she rented out through a letting agent. In Southwark, they have a selective landlord licensing scheme. They don't have that in every borough. We used to have one in Croydon. We don't anymore. We might get another one. It changes. She didn't know. She needed it. Selective licensing schemes are really good things.
An Afghan national charged over a triple stabbing in West London has been remanded in custody after appearing in court. Safi Dawood is accused of murdering Wayne Broadhurst and trying to kill 2 others in Uxbridge on Monday. One of the UK's leading online pharmacies has been criticised for selling a weight loss jab to a severely anorexic woman. LBC has learnt the patient used an AI-generated image to bypass Newman's checks to buy Wegovy. Tom Quinn is from the eating disorder charity Beat.
We need much tighter regulation in place to ensure that no one with anorexia or any other eating disorder, or indeed any serious mental illness, is able to access these drugs without a thorough mental health assessment having taken place.
Newman's apologised directly to the woman's family and says it will bring in extra verification tools to avoid a repeat. The anti-monarchy group Republic is considering a private prosecution against Prince Andrew. Lawyers have been asked to consider the action over allegations of sexual assault, corruption and misconduct in a public office. He denies wrongdoing and has given up his titles over his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Graham Smith is from Republic.
The police have said they've looked into it, which is not quite the same as a criminal investigation. So what we're trying to do is ensure that it is properly investigated through specialist lawyers, and if there is evidence to a private prosecution.
And 5 more people have been arrested in the investigation into the theft of crown jewels from the Louvre. The jewels are still missing, though. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down at 60 points at 96.95. The pound buys $1.31 and €1.13. LBC weather turning increasingly cloudy and windy, largely dry with bright spells in the southeast. Showers moving into the west and then the north by this evening, a high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
Some companies try to reel people in by promising quick cash if you pay them to claim work expenses. But think twice before taking the bait, because they might just want to land a commission, and it turns out you aren't eligible to claim anything. You'll have to pay HMRC back, and it's unlikely the company will refund any fees. So don't get caught out. Check if you're eligible and make a claim with HMRC for free online. Just search Don't Get Caught Out.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello there, good afternoon to you. I was thinking this morning as I was listening to LBC on the radio and getting ready to come into work, what is it about government ministers and houses. And I don't just mean this government and these ministers, but we've seen it before, haven't we, with the expenses scandal and the Duck House and all that kind of stuff, and confusion over where you pay your council tax, what your main residence is. We've seen it all before. Angela Rayner lost her job over housing matters, didn't she? And the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, has told LBC that she believes Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, should resign if she has committed an offence. Now, the Chancellor has admitted that she failed to obtain the required so-called selective rental licence in order for her to rent out her family home when she and her family moved into Downing Street. So Keir Starmer says an investigation isn't necessary. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark got this reaction from the Conservative leader.
Well, if she has committed a criminal offence, then yes, she should resign. I mean, it's really shocking. And it's obvious why we don't want to have an investigation, because if an investigation will likely clear her, then they'd be very happy to have an investigation. This woman is not on top of the paperwork, and she's not able to focus on the growing economy, which is the job that she has. But Keir Starmer said that lawmakers shouldn't be law breakers. Those were his standards, his rules. He should apply them to his own front edge. It can't be one rule for them and then another rule for everyone else.
Do you worry that having these high standards will put others off going into politics?
I think that high standards need to be embedded in public office. People need to have faith in their politicians. And that is something that I abide by. The Conservative Party had lots of trouble previously around these issues. I want to make sure that people can see that we are applying high standards to ourselves, that we are a party of integrity. Of course, we've made mistakes before, but under my leadership, things are changing. It is important that the public have faith in those of us who are making the rules for them.
Kemi Badenoch should be on with Ian Dale this evening from 7 taking calls on no doubt this subject and many others as well. Lewis Goodall joins me in the studio. Presenter of Sundays is Lewis Goodall and co-host of Global's podcast, The News Agents. She's in a politically sensitive time without this matter. How much more sensitive have things got for her because of it?
Well, look, I mean, context is in politics. Obviously, this comes off the back of the Angela Rayner affair, where, of course, she had to resign because of a separate, but nonetheless related in a sense, question around property taxation. This is something a bit different in the sense that lots of people might not be aware of this. Everyone knows about stamp duty. They certainly might not be aware of these things. This is something that's become more and more common. Generally speaking, in Labour councils, it has to be said, different local authorities choosing to basically move to a kind of licensing system around buy-to-let properties. The idea behind this is to regulate them more and to crack down on the question of, or the problem of, slum landlords and make sure all the properties are sort of well rated out, and the council keep an eye on them, etc. Now, what it seems to be in this situation is that when the Chancellor obviously moved into number 11 after the election last year, she rented out her property in South London, unaware that this particular, her local authority in question, Southwark Council, had this license. So the question, I think, is something she herself, indeed, she, I mean, unfortunately, there was a tweet some 10 days ago where she was supporting a similar system in her own constituency patch in Leeds, in West Yorkshire. So this is obviously embarrassing. I think the question is it a resignation matter? And I think, as ever in politics, it's got to be about intent, isn't it? I think it's unlikely, I think most people would acknowledge that it is unlikely that Reeves, the Chancellor, would have known about this and then chose to ignore it, not least because of the potential political implications for it. It would be a relatively, it's not then with the matter we saw with Angela Rayner, for example, where you're thinking about potentially saving tens of thousands of pounds, then you have to register for, in this particular case, for £945, and then there is some bureaucracy associated with it. So I think it is unlikely. I think the most likely is that thing which we've heard from the Chancellor, and indeed Sir Laurie Magnus, the Standards Advisor, which is it was an oversight. Of course, she had just become Chancellor of the Exchequer, so you can imagine quite easily see how that might happen. All of that said, just because it's not a resignation, certainly is doing what leaders of the opposition do, which is come in hard, unsurprisingly, behind such a senior member of the government. It may not be a resignation, but of course it doesn't stop it being embarrassing, because the common theme in a sense here with what we saw Angela Rayner and what we've seen on a couple of other occasions is really basically the government, in this case local government, but perhaps national government as well, making the rules around this, that or the other more complicated, which of course everybody else has to observe and adhere to and live with, and they themselves being caught out by it. So in a way, what they're showing more than anything else is sometimes the more onerous these regimes become, they are self-evidently showing that they themselves don't always observe them, and that therefore they are rather onerous for everybody else.
And it's always, I suppose, just in terms of public opinion on it, it's always a risky moment, isn't it, when a Prime Minister, as Keir Starmer has done, says, yeah, unfortunate mistake, she's coughed for it, and that's the end of it, in my view. He wants us to move on from it. People will bunch it together with Angela Rayner's story, even though, as you point out, they're very different. They'll also look at the woman who's about to tell them whether they're going to be taxed more.
Well, indeed so. So, I mean, I think one thing we have to sort of say is that, there is now a system in place, which didn't exist, has to be said, under the Conservatives, where the independent advisor on ministerial interests, as I say, Sir Lauren Magnus, can, if he so chooses, launch an investigation himself. Right? He has said, he has said he doesn't see the need, there's no particular, because the apology has been forthcoming. That doesn't mean, by the way, that Southwark Council might not decide to launch their own action against it. Theoretically, she could be fined, she could be taken to court, and so on. I suspect that's quite unlikely.
We probably would be.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. So then there's a question around how the council is Labour controlled. I don't know, what the sort of procedure for that would be, but I mean, that is a possibility. But you're right. The other bit of context, which is crucial, is, of course, this is coming at a moment where something far more important is about to happen politically, for which I think that actually Westminster, and certainly the country at large, is still pretty ill-prepared, which is that November budget in just under a month's time. Really bad. We've got worsening economic forecasts in all sorts of different directions. We've got a global macroeconomy which is difficult and choppy and volatile. We see tariff policies chopping and changing all the time from the White House, to say the least, the ongoing war in Ukraine, ongoing energy, all sorts of different things. We know that the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, is cutting productivity forecasts over the long term by 0.3%. That don't sound like a lot. In a lot of ways, it's not a lot. But over time, it really adds up, basically, to about £20 billion worth of extra spending that she is going to have to find, or extra revenue that she's going to have to find to plug hole in the public finances.
And all the while, pressure on her to scrap things like the two-child.
Indeed so. Basically, the big picture economically, Sheila, is that this country has been losing the productivity race for about 15 years. Productivity, basically, the amount that we all produce per person per year. And in order for us, the country, to get richer, the idea is that our productivity goes up and increases, particularly relatively and absolutely, to our competitors. And what the OBR is saying is that they think that we will all, per worker, produce less over the long term than they thought. That will mean there will be less tax revenue, which means that Rachel Reeves has to find the money from elsewhere. So there are all of these rumours at the moment and suggestions, and some of it, maybe we can discuss whether it's going to happen or not. It may be sort of Treasury flying a kite, but nonetheless the papers are full of rumours that the Chancellor is considering going back on her manifesto pledges on income tax, national insurance and VAT, perhaps increasing income tax by as much as 2p in the pound, which will be the first time for about 50 years, by the way, that the headline basic rate of income tax has gone up. Not just after the Wilson government to find exactly going up. So this would be, obviously, to say the least, deeply politically contentious. Why? Well, of course, it was the Prime Minister
and exposing.
The Prime Minister, it may well be. You can make an argument, you can make a very rational argument in SW1 in Westminster that you can say the situation's changed. I'm not sure it's changed that much since last July, but you can sort of say, look, the situation's changed. We need to spend more on public services. Cost of our debt has gone up, all sorts of different things. Therefore, we're going to have to revisit those tax pledges. The thing is that, of course, it was the Prime Minister and the Chancellor who decided, in a way that they probably did not need to make those pledges on income tax, VAT and national insurance. They could have said before the election, they could have said, look, we don't want to increase those things, we don't have plans to increase those things, but the Conservatives have, screwed the economy so badly that we don't want to make promises we can't keep. But they did make them.
They made it the spine of their economic policy, didn't they?
They said that they could achieve what they wanted to achieve without increasing taxes. Now, I think if they had made an argument to the country before the election that they may have to increase taxes, they would clearly now have legitimacy to do that. I'm pretty sure they would have won the general election anyway. Maybe there was even a moment, Sheila, after the election, when they could have said, look, we've gone into number 11, we've looked at the books of the Treasury, and it's even worse than they thought. They did try and pull that trick off to some extent. But they didn't then do the next thing, which is to say, well, we need to increase income tax.
Do you think at that point, so 6 months say after they were elected, do you think that is a point in time at which they could have very early on changed course on that?
I think it's possible.
But is it not too late now, but is it more politically damaging?
I think it's more politically damaging now because they have not been telling a story to the country as to why they needed to do it. So if they had gone into the election and said, look, it's always a screw the economy, we might need to increase taxes for a short period to make up the shortfall. Maybe after the election, if they said, we're going to look to the books and the situation's bad, they've really screwed it, we're going to have to increase taxes. By leaving it till now, having said that it wasn't necessary for 16 months, it doesn't look like a consequence of Tory failure, even though it might be. It looks to the country, because they haven't been telling that story, that it's a consequence of Labour failure. Even as recent as the party conference, Sheila, that was an opportunity to start rolling the pitch for these potential tax rises and telling a story as to why they were necessary. Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer in their conference speech barely mentioned or referenced them at all. So all of a sudden what they're now trying to do is say that Brexit has been more damaging than thought, true by the way, and the Tories left their economy in a bad state, which in many ways is also true, and then trying to say that's why we need to increase taxes now. But it's late in the day. And also, there's a bigger thing as well, I think is important. Let's leave aside the fortunes of the Labour Party at the moment, which are important, but are not the be all and end all for the country by any means. Think about politics a little bit. Like, trust, as we both know, and we know, sat in that chair, people falling in there, but trust in politics in this country and politicians as a scarcity, right? There is not just, there's always been a skepticism about politics. Now there is deep cynicism, right? There's always been skepticism about individual politicians. Now there is cynicism, dare I say even a loathing to the system itself. And in a situation where there is such a lack of trust, for Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, who have emphasised probity and integrity and truth, for them to then turn around and say, yes, we made that manifesto pledge, but now we have to withdraw it without a compelling reason as to why.
Yeah,
I think it would be very damaging for politics itself. I really do.
And really briefly and damaging to them particularly because he committed to an improvement in standards and he's already lost one of his star ministers because of standards. Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, committed to no budget like the last one, and we're going to get a budget like the last one, or arguably worse than the last one. So it all starts to ring very hollow for them, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And if you, it talks Labour MPs, this is what they're worried about. You know, when they're on the doorstep, they are getting a visceral reaction about Keir Starmer. There was a poll, I think, that was out today which showed that, Keir Starmer personally is about as popular as Prince Andrew. Now, that is quite saying something, right? That is not a sort of polling territory that you want to be in. No. To then turn around from that and to add on to that a break in the manifesto promise, that the only one that perhaps people might have recognised and seen. I think for a lot of Labour MPs that is dicey stuff. Yes, it is risky not doing it in the sense that if you are struggling with the public finances and you don't think you're going to be able to turn around the shattered state of public realm, then fine. But in which case it was a strategic error from the begin with to make the promise. And all of this stuff about this licence or whatever, yes, it's politically embarrassing. It pales into insignificance in terms of the political problem that is to come, which is that budget where
on November the 26th. Thank you very much, Lewis Goodall, host of the News Agents podcast. Every drops at 5 o'clock today. You can listen or watch it, download it on our free global player app or the new LBC app. Your calls in a moment. It's 1:19.
This is LBC. Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m.
If you're in a position where another £1,000 to find is the difference between you going on holiday and you not going on holiday, I do actually think for a week, the one family holiday you get to take that year is actually a good reason for you to miss school with your child. Tom Swarbrick.
With cybersecurity from BT, security solutions built for businesses.
Staysure. What is Staysure? Staysure is not just the UK's favourite travel insurance. Staysure is the confidence that comes with knowing that you're covered by the company with more 5-star reviews on Trustpilot than any other provider. A company that welcomes people of all ages with pre-existing medical conditions for single or multiple trips. So stay sure with Staysure Travel Insurance. UK's favourite relates to number of 5-star Trustpilot reviews, T's and C's and verifications at stayshore.co.uk/reviews.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Catina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant No. 1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbly, like our Cave de Turquoise Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of beer lovers. Selected stores and lines, subject to availability, exclude Scotland, boxed wines and bottles priced £6 or under and £100 or over.
This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Call 0345 6060 973. Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Text 84850.
Two things really. The whole question of Rachel Reeves and her failure to get a licence to rent her home, a particular kind of licence to rent her home. What does that leave you thinking? What does that leave you feeling about the whole picture? And if she then goes on to announce that there will be an increase in taxation, in income tax particularly, where will that leave you when it comes to the Labour government? It is about trust, isn't it? And I think it's fascinating what Lewis was saying a moment ago about timing, because timing is everything in politics. And if very early on in their time in office was the time to do it, as in to do a U-turn on that policy of not increasing income tax, VAT, or national insurance on workers, then that time has gone. That very early moment has gone. They're now a year and a half essentially into being in power. We've got used to them. We've got used to them. They are the people we hold responsible. You can have context and understand that they inherited an awful lot of problems from the previous government. You can see that and still say, yes, but come on, you're it now, and you've been it for a year and a half. And I do think this is problematic for them. If, 3 weeks from now, there or thereabouts, there is an increase in taxation, where do you think that will leave Rachel Reeves in particular, let alone the wider Labour government? Where will it leave Rachel Reeves in particular, that she's turned, potentially, she will have turned her back on that story, on that promise, and this story today about the housing error? It's come at an incredibly bad time for her. Dave says, since when has ignorance been a defence if you break the law? I wouldn't be afforded an he didn't know if I break the law. I was conscious this morning, a story that Nick did on his programme, of the difference between the woman who was fined for not carrying doggy bags when she was out with her dog. She hadn't allowed the dog to foul the pavement or anything, and the dog hadn't done anything. Neither had she. She just hadn't brought any doggy bags and would have gone home with the dog. And she was fined for it. Insane, petty, awful stuff. When it comes to the various ways councils are trying to get money in, we're starting to see some patterns form here, aren't we? So on the one hand, you've got a woman like that being fined, and on the other hand, it's a little bit like the Royals. The whole, we'll talk more about them at 3. The whole question of different rules for those in power and those with privilege. And again, it's possible that the local council will fine her, who knows, and I'm sure if they do, she will pay that fine and make it known that she has. But I don't think we get second chances, do we? Not very often. And yet those in power seem to do so. Just a reminder that Kemi Badenoch will be taking your calls on Ian Dale's show tonight from 7. But let me get to your calls on this right now. Anthony in Ashford. Hello, Anthony.
Hello, Sheila. Yes. I'm afraid Rachel Reeves is undermined not just by this, by her own total incompetence on borrowing just sword, on the winter fuels. She simply must go. I mean, this will spiral with these stories now, and they can't just paper over the cracks. I know Sir Keir is trying to, but it's like that wallpaper that has all those bubbles in it. You just can't smooth it down.
But is she incompetent, or does she just have incredibly unpopular decisions to make that anybody else who took the job would also have to make?
Well, as a chancellor could make better decisions, as it were. We've seen people like again Clark, people like that. You might say some of the classic chancellors, and she had the chance to be so when she came in, but she didn't. She chose not to. These are decisions that she made her own free will, and those that they undermined her. That's the thought.
So, what in your mind would be the moment when her having to go would arrive? It's not today. Presumably, you don't think it's today because of the licensing. Is it if she does the U-turn on the tax?
Well, yes, I think she has no capability to respond to the budget now. She can't raise taxes. Her position is absolutely untenable. She's going to present a very difficult budget. A month before Christmas, I hope that we downgrade this budget to simply a statement and bring in a new chancellor. Give it till the spring. I don't know who he's going to choose, because so many have gone, haven't they, already? But the obvious choice is possibly Pat McFadden, and hope there's nothing in his closet. I think he would be pretty competent, and I hope that he does choose him.
Thank you, Anthony. Anthony in Ashford. Matt is called from Tamside.
Hi, good afternoon. Similar sort of comments to the last gentleman. If the licence issue doesn't topple her, she'll be gone in a few weeks anyway. So she's basically just playing for time at this moment. Other people are saying that Starmer is just using her as a patsy until after the budget, and then she'll be gone anyway. So Labour have walked themselves into a corner, made a rod for their own back, not only economically but on standards in public office as well. So if they had any sense whatsoever, they would have been honest with the public during the campaign. But they were that frightened that people didn't like them anyway. They had to sort of dupe the public into believing that they weren't going to tax them. Because you can't simultaneously have an atrocious economy and not tax people more.
Do you think her position is shaky more because of politics than because of this stuff that's emerged today?
I just think the entire cabinet is unfit to be in anywhere near office, including the Prime Minister. I think although the Conservatives had some appalling people in office in their term, in their time, they look like true professionals compared to some of these people, and it didn't take very long for the public to realise what they had voted for.
Is nobody impressing you? Or reassuring you that they know their brief? I mean, Wes Streeting comes to mind. He certainly knows his brief. Whether he impresses you is another question, but he knows his brief.
I liked Wes Streeting just personally before he was elected. Yeah, I like him just because, but I mean, we're really sort of scraping the barrel, aren't we? People liked him years ago anyway. So I just think time is limited for all of them. And the most shocking part is, if you look to the bench for replacements, I think the last gentleman said Pat McFadden or Darren Jones. What the alternatives are even
When the budget happens on the 26th of November, so not long now, would you set aside what you think will happen beyond it, would you be more impressed or more respectful of a decision that just says, listen, what we promised is not possible. Here is why. I've decided to change my mind. We've decided to increase income tax. I get that this will be painful for some of you, many of you, but this is why we've decided to do it. And here are some other positive moves we're making to stimulate the economy and stimulate growth and get people back into work. And of course, we all know that the health service getting back on its feet has a great deal to do with getting people back into work. Mental health services have a great deal to do with getting people back into work. And would you have some respect for that, even though it was the tough decision?
I think everybody sort of normal-minded will think that that is the best thing to do, not only for your reputation, but just to be frank with the public. But it's not in the mindset of these people. They're incapable of admitting that they get anything wrong. They're narcissistic, and they just literally won't give an inch to the public and say, listen, we did promise you one thing, but we were completely wrong and we're sorry, we're going to have to come back for more.
I don't think they even need to say we were wrong. They just need to say that was then, this is now.
But he did say in the Rose Garden that it's going to be painful and we won't be coming back for more. If he didn't have said that.
Yeah. So they're making themselves a hostage to fortune with the statements that they make.
rod for their own back.
Yeah. And you know, we've heard Rachel Reeves do exactly that at the end of the first budget, not the spending review, but the budget proper, and say, I know that was a shocker of a budget, but we won't be repeating it. It looks as though she might have to repeat it or something like it. Thank you very much, Matt in Tameside. More of your calls after the headlines. Which bit of her political position at the moment do you think is the most risky? This mistake that she's made over renting her house out at a time when housing issues are so sensitive for so many people? Or is it that big question over taxation? Which do you think is the bigger risk to her position? 0345 6060 973, the number to call. In a moment, I'll also hear from John Litchfield, a journalist, former Paris correspondent at The Independent. 5 new suspects arrested in connection with that robbery at the Louvre Museum. It's 1:31. Your calls as well in a few minutes. Amelia Cox has an update first.
Prime Minister says an investigation isn't necessary after Rachel Reeves failed to obtain the correct rental licence for her family home. The Chancellor has apologised, but the Conservatives say if she's committed an offence, she should resign. An Afghan national has appeared in court charged with murder following a triple stabbing in West London. Safi Dawood has been remanded in custody until he's due to appear at the Old Bailey. And the anti-monarchy campaign group Republic is seeking a private prosecution against Prince Andrew. It's seeking legal advice about possible proceedings over allegations related to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. He denies wrongdoing. LBC weather turning increasingly cloudy and windy, largely dry with bright spells in the southeast. Showers moving into the west and then the north by this evening, a high of 15 degrees.
This is LBC.
Next summer sorted. Book a Jet2 holiday now and take your pick of our best rooms, flights and hotels. You'll get 22 kilograms of baggage included, and right now there's £120 off per people with MyJet2. Book now with just £60 deposit per person and lock in the price for next summer. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Attraction protected, subject to availability and conditions.
When BP asked me to read the voiceover for their new Wild Bean Cafe ad, I thought I knew what to expect. But when they told me I'd be reading the script next to a mountain waterfall, on horseback, strumming a harp, in a hailstorm, well, that was wildly unexpected. Just like Wild Bean Cafe having a freshly ground signature espresso blend for everything from Americanos to flat whites in a fuel station. Wow, Wild Bean Cafe, only at BP, subject to availability at selected BP stores only.
I'm telling you, raise taxes. That's
Cut spending, less waste, more sense.
Move north, get more for your money until winter hits your easing bill. Fair.
Up to 9.13% annual return. We all agree that's strong.
Yeah, that's hard to ignore.
Cufflink, auto invest, property backed from £500. Visit cufflink.com. That's KUFLINK. Register your interest today. Your capital is at risk. Tax rules apply to IFISs and may be subject to change. Cufflink is authorised and regulated by the FCA.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on. Is that Scrabble time ringing call cheer? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour. Same speed this line next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. Cafe bars in coach G if you fancy a brew. Or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code of your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
Leading Britain's conversation, Sheila Fogarty. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
There has been a new development in the hunt for the Louvre robbers. 5 new suspects arrested in connection with the robbery of priceless jewels from the Parisian museum. John Litchfield joins me, freelance journalist and former Paris correspondent at The Independent, and we'll be joined by Julian Ratcliffe, as well, chair of the Art Loss Register. John, first of all, bring us the latest.
Yes, well, just, what is it, 7, 8, 9 days now after this heist at the Louvre, the investigation is making rapid progress. They already arrested 2 people last Sunday, arrested 2 people last Sunday. Today, or late last night, they said that they've arrested 5 more people, one of whom they think, again, maybe one of the 4 people who made the actual robbery itself. And two arrested over the weekend. I mean, the people that were arrested yesterday, some were from the multiracial suburb of Paris, and some were from the 16th arrondissement, which is probably one of the wealthiest parts of the city. So there's a strange mix there between the two. Those people not alleged to have been involved in the robbery itself, but thought to have information on the robbery and where the jewels would have gone.
Yeah, and of the two of the other alleged thieves who've already been arrested and have partially recognised, police are saying, isn't it, partially recognised their involvement in what's clearly been a brazen theft. This has captured imaginations over here. I presume the same is true with Belzon in Paris and in France more widely.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, except that I think most people were astonished to learn they had any crown jewels.
I was going to come on to that. Julian can tell us about that.
The crown jewels in London, of course, are well known, are sort of the prize exhibits at the entire London, but these are in the sort of dusty far end of the Louvre, and practically not rented as far as I can tell. So the first, most people knew them when part of them was stolen. But so absolutely, the sort of brazen, simple nature of the robbery, using a lifting ladder to get in through a window from the outside and out in 7 minutes, were quite extraordinary. But the robbers left behind an extraordinary amount of clues as well. Not only the ladder itself was then stolen, but also jackets and some tools and it's. I think I read the other day that 180 different traces of DNA the team collected at the scene, and it's through that DNA that the first two people that they arrested at the weekend were already due to appear in court for another much less spectacular robbery next month, and so they had the DNA there on file. Those two, as you say, have partially admitted, quite know what that means, their involvement and what their DNA on the scene, according to the investigators, means they had a good choice of that. And one of the people arrested last night also appears to have a DNA connection with the acquired.
And the time they did it was bizarre. Just after 9:30, as the museum opened to visitors.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, that Sheila. There is one of the lines of investigation, no one has particularly developed this yet, is that they had some help from the inside. Now, whether that meant they had help from people working for the Louvre, or it meant that some people involved in the robbery just came into the museum as members of the public as well, were present in the Apollo Gallery, which is where these jewels were, right now, the far end of the Louvre, the pyramid that everyone knows. That was one thing that was investigated, although only two people climbed up the rising, 2 or 3 accomplices already on the scene.
Thank you very much, John Litchfield, former Paris correspondent at The Independent, freelance journalist now. Julian Ratcliffe was listening to that and joins us too. Chair of the Art Loss Register. Good afternoon to you, Julian. Thank you for coming in.
Good afternoon to you.
They managed to cut through fairly easily with a disc cutter the display cases housing the jewellery. It does suggest that the Louvre was a bit lax when it came to protecting these items, doesn't it?
Perhaps, but remember that the Louvre has, I think, something over 10 million items, and even if these are some of the most highly regarded and in a way valued in terms of jewellery, they've got thousands of paintings and sculptures and everything else, and protecting a collection of that size is an extremely difficult and expensive exercise if you're going to have the maximum public access.
What's been lost, or let's hope temporarily, but what's been lost here? How would you characterise it?
Well, these 8 items that have been lost are not crown jewels in the same sense that we would think of them, i.e. they wouldn't be in the Tower of London if they were in the English royal family, because they are not the actual orb and sceptre which signify that the Queen is the Queen.
The authority is in there.
Yeah, exactly. They don't convey the religious and the state ceremonial gravitas which our own crown jewels do. Nevertheless, they were of great historical importance and very interesting. And that's where the value becomes a matter, because if they were sold as is, they might be worth $80 million or much more. But if they were sold without the provenance being declared, which is the way they'd have to be sold in the black market, then they would be sold at a much, much lower price. So if those items were sold without the provenance, they probably would get 10 or 12% of that value.
I'm just looking at them now. I mean, I'm not massively a jewellery person, but having said that, I mean, they're mostly they're women's items, aren't they, historically? But they are just beautiful to look at. I mean, the crowns in particular, the tiara worn by Empress Eugenie, wife of Napoleon III, absolutely stunning. You've got this really elaborate but pretty, and it's hard for things to be elaborate and pretty, I think, but a really elaborate and pretty bow, a jewel-encrusted bow, which belonged to the Empress as well. I mean, some of these things are just so eye-catching.
Indeed they are, and we very much hope they won't be broken up. Indeed, to break up anything which is mainly of pearls is difficult, because pearls are much more sensitive to bad handling and so on than, for example, diamonds are. In other cases that we're handling for other police forces, we know that they have not broken up all the items they stole, even though these other cases, items were of similar value to these and similarly well known. So we hope that these won't be broken up and eventually they can be recovered intact.
And a lot of us, when we hear the word heist and look at thefts like this, you know, our minds go to films that we've seen, you know, about heists, famous heists, or the Thomas Crown affair when it comes to art, that kind of thing. Just how much lost art is there on the market out there, or at least gone and hidden and potentially on the market?
Well, I regret to say that it's a very large figure. Nobody knows exactly what the figure is, because nobody connects all the statistics, but secondly, the recovery rate is very low. Even for high value pictures, we only get back about 20% of them after 50 years. So every year, I'm afraid, there is more stolen art out there in the community. But we do recover a significant number. We recover over 150 items a year, and we recover 4 or 5 stolen watches per day. So the operation of the database, which everybody checks before they buy or sell or insure, does make it very difficult for these items to be sold in the proper market.
Because people don't want to be accidentally in receipt of something like this, yeah.
Correct. And if they did get it, and it's on our database, they might not be able to resell it.
Julian, pleasure to talk to you. Thank you. Julian Ratcliffe, Chair of the Art Loss Register. You've been texting and calling as well about Rachel Reeves' situation, this business over her house rental. She didn't have the registration to rent her house, so it was an honest mistake. If Rachel Reeves was to be removed for this minor incident error, who would it serve? How would it serve the public? I'm a bit bored of this constant need to chase down a story off the back of a decent person making a minor error. It causes instability, says Chris. Andy says, good afternoon, Sheila. Good afternoon, Andy. The question isn't really whether the general public is tired of Labour, but whether Labour voters are. The people I'm talking to say they are, and hoping for a general election. That's the big difference, because so many who voted for Labour want them out now. For being do as I say government, not do as I do, which is how Andy sees it, or Andy's friends see it. Let's talk to Sonia in Guildford. Hello, Sonia.
Hello, Sheila, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, yes. Yeah. How do you see it?
Well, Rachel Reeves has put herself forward to be fit to govern this country. Unfortunately, ignorance is not an excuse. I've got a 19-year-old son who rented as a student, and his local council in London pursued him via bailiffs for making a mistake and not notifying and providing evidence about him being a student. Now, he can't go to them and say, I made a mistake, I'm only 19, I didn't realise. Rachel Reeves has got years of life experience. How she could do this is unbelievable.
Just seen a text here. How about this, Sonia, from Hershey in Haringey? He says, my friend is a landlord in Hackney. He was in exactly the same situation. He also wasn't aware about this licensing scheme, and he was fined £40,000.
The 40,000 figure brings us back to Angela Rayner as well, doesn't it? These numbers mean nothing to these people, and for some reason, instead of being a country where our politicians answer to a higher sense of integrity, we have the lowest common denominator. If you're a politician, you get away with that.
I don't think 40,000 means nothing to people like Angela Rayner and Rachel Reeves. They're not, they're not super wealthy people. I mean, they're comfortably off because they've got good jobs and they've got... Clearly, she was renting this house out for over $3,000 a month, so she was getting good money from it. I'm not suggesting she was struggling, but I think £40,000 fine for anybody is a big heft of money, isn't it? Unless you're like gazillions worth.
It is a big heft of money, but the point is, they think they can get away with that. They've only come out and said because they've been caught. And if it's members of the public, you're fined. You're treated very, very differently.
Where does it leave you? What does it leave you feeling about them?
It leaves me feeling that if they can't have their own house in order, how are they going to solve the issues that we're facing? She can vote the manifesto pledges and increase income tax. She does have a hole to fill, but she also needs to look at reforming welfare benefits. It's got to go hand in hand.
And the tax system. And the tax system. Thank you, Sonia. Sonia in Guildford is 1:46.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
News the Chancellor has been renting out her family home without a licence since entering Downing Street. Labour MP and Minister for Policing and Crime, Sarah Jones. Why this level of incompetence among your colleagues?
Well, look, she moved into 11 Downing Street. We know her family home she rented out through a letting agent. In Southwark, they have a selective landlord licensing scheme. She didn't know she needed it. Selective licensing schemes are really good things. They're there to make sure road landlords don't do anything.
Minister, there you are, collecting drugs in Croydon, rounding them up and taking them into police stations. Meanwhile, some of your senior colleagues are bending or breaking the laws, Minister.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
With cyber security from BT. Security solutions built for businesses.
Back tomorrow morning from 7, LBC.
Hey, it's me, your dishwasher. I'm sorry about the chaos last night. I think a fork got jammed in my racks. Whoops. Don't even check the bills. I've overdone it. Don't get mad, okay? But I used up lots of power yesterday. Sometimes you just have to blow off some steam.
It can feel like all your energy does is take. But the longer you're with OVO, the more rewards you get. OVO, do energy differently. Beyond customers only eligibility required redemption supply.
Staysure. What is Staysure? Staysure is not just the UK's favourite travel insurance. Staysure is the confidence that comes with knowing that you're covered by the company with more five-star reviews on Trustpilot than any other provider. A company that welcomes people of all ages with pre-existing medical conditions for single or multiple trips. So Staysure with Staysure Travel Insurance. UK's favourite relates to number of 5-star Trustpilot reviews. T's and C's and verifications at staysure.co.uk/reviews.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Catina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbly, like our Cab de Turckheim Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Excludes Scotland boxed wines and bottles priced £6 or under and £100 or over.
At TfL, we're helping make roads safer. We're continuing to roll out lower speed limits because 20 miles per hour roads have already seen 24% fewer collisions causing death or serious injury. We're also improving junctions to help keep you safe and improving visibility for our bus drivers with new wing mirror cameras. Search TfL Improvement Plan. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Comparison of collisions data before and after implementation of 20 miles per hour speed limit. Switching to Vodafone fibre broadband is now as easy as pie.
Oh, freshly baked. It's a walk in the park. Hello, little fella. It's like taking candy from a baby. Come on, as if I'd do that. With one touch switch, it's easy. We sort everything out for you. We even contact your current provider. Plus, we'll help towards feeding fees.
Switch today to full fibre broadband with Vodafone.
Up to £200 credit to cover leaving fees. More information and terms at vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. 0345 6060 973.
I wonder what you think of this text from John. Given that the right-wing media will never allow Labour to get on governing the country and will never stop digging for dirt on the cabinet, they needed to be purer than the driven snow since day one, possibly even before they entered public life. We know this, says John. They will never accept Labour, with Labour I'm impressed, will never accept Labour have any right to govern, so the fact they keep finding these obvious mistakes is Labour's fault. The media who covered 14 years of Tories we're always going to come after them. Naive to think otherwise, says John. Well, it's certainly naive to think that the press and journalism wouldn't generally be keeping a close eye on the behaviour and the standards of ministers in any government. And I don't think it's true. I understand what you're saying about the history of the right-wing press, in particular, newspapers and Labour, but the media is bigger than the press. And just a quick, when I read your text, John, in the break there, it didn't take me long to come up with 3 or 4 stories that in the last few years of the Conservative government, in the last sort of 5 years of the Conservative government, there was a great deal of pressure brought to bear on Nadine Zahawi for his tax arrangements. Boris Johnson, not least Partygate, nobody let that lie. Robert Jenrick, he was caught out, wasn't he, by a press persistence as well over a financial matter. Rishi Sunak's wife and her tax affairs and non-dom status. People didn't let that go. So it isn't just directed at Labour governments by any means. I understand what you're saying about the history of the right-wing press and the Labour Party and the Labour government, but I don't think it is only one. Veronica, let's call from Sutton. Hello, Veronica.
Yeah, and in some ways I feel that last message you read out, because we need to bring a sense of proportionality into this debate, because I've been listening to some of your callers, and anybody would think that Rachel Reeves has embezzled millions of pounds, and she's done, I mean, she did something which, I mean, as someone who had to move home and move to a different part of the country or even abroad, it's quite common that your primary family home, if you have to work, have to move to a different part of the country or overseas, then and you're paying a mortgage, then you'll rent it out while you're away for your work or something. And in a similar way that Rachel Reeves has done, and that $3,000 that she earns a month, I'm sure that she's having to pay off a mortgage, because like you said, I don't think she comes from very wealthy, so I'd be very surprised if she owned a London home without a mortgage. So, now there's two issues in this case, because as someone who's been in a similar situation, oh my God, I'm sure a lot of people today are thinking, God, if the house is unrented out house, is it in one of these restricted areas? You know, am I going to be in breach of contract? So I'm like many people, you check. And in Southwark, in the ward that she is in, this was a legislation that was brought in quite recently. Ironically, I know Rachel Reeves actually supported these kind of legislations in her own constituency. And the agent, the letting agent, is equally liable as she is as well. And I did sort of some digging, and yeah, if you find out where there was a breach, you admit to it very quickly, you sort it out and you rectify it, and there are and that it's there to protect tenants, and so making sure that your housing's not abusive, that making sure the house is in regulation, all the health and safety rules are in place, whatever. I'm assuming that would all be in place. So the media are making such a mountain out of a molehill out of this. What I'd rather be the media be doing on Rachel Reeves, because she's not without blame, is all this kite flying of all these ideas, which is sort of petrifying the economy at the moment. People are on tenterhooks thinking, what the hell's going to happen in a month's time? You know, how's it going to affect me? You know, with my income tax or different forms. And I think that's irresponsible. Well, the nitpicking on this little area, which I think is being blown out of proportion.
Sorry, my apologies, coughing away. We are focusing on that here, as you know, because we talk about it a lot, and you're kind of on notice that we're going to talk about it a great deal more between now and the budget. But you're quite right. The relationship between the public and Rachel Reeves at the moment is, oi, what are you going to do? Tell us what we're facing, you know, that people want to know what they're facing, because, you know, unless you're very well off indeed, pretty much everybody has been feeling the pain of our economic circumstances for years now. One way or another, and that matters a great deal more than her mistake.
Yeah, and I honestly think, and you know, this has been instrumentalised. I understand the comment you said before about, you know, team that has a high about the stables and Rishi Sunak and everybody else. But you have to have a sense of proportion.
Well, they were all much more serious things than anything we're describing here.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, sense of proportion needs to be brought into conversation. Because I think some of the callers, no disrespect to them, their opinion obviously politically motivated. And I'm not saying Rachel Reeves is faultless. Absolutely not.
Do you know what? I don't think every caller is politically motivated on this. I think some people are just frustrated that the high hopes they had once we got rid of the Conservative government that had so signally let us down for so long. But I think a lot of people are just frustrated and disappointed rather than being politically against Labour, you know?
Yes, no, but I just think in this particular thing, it's like, you know, please, there are many other, this is a dead cat, and there are so many other important things that should be discussing, because, you know, in the broad scheme of things, where there could be a proper scrutiny of this government, this is not, I mean, the other thing it's done is raise awareness to many of us, thinking, oh my God, we better go and check this. So I think everybody now knows, you know, to check if they're in an area of the country where the selective licence is applied or not, and rightly so, because I think it's a good thing. You know, I didn't have much awareness about it, but please, I think let's get some perspective into debate.
Thank you very much, Libra. Aidan in Royston, hello.
Hello, Sheila. Thank you very much for taking my call. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of point out my frustration with the current Chancellor. I can give you a researcher an example. Was last year she made a statement saying that she was going to conduct a line-by-line audit of all departments. And I thought to myself at the time, that's a big job, good luck on that one. But she made that statement, and to give you an example, it transpires that the Home Office were spending considerable amounts of money on, for example, taxi journeys for individuals to go to hospital appointments, and then when the Home Office were asked how much they had spent on taxi, they didn't know. And I think, okay, so you're telling the public that you're doing all this great work,
but you're spending our money and you don't know it fully.
And actually you're not doing it at all, really. It's not happening. That's my view. My view is, you know, if a department doesn't know it's spending sums of money like £600 a time on taxi fares,
or 15 billion on migrant hotels.
Well, they probably know. They can probably say, you know, yeah, we spent A, B and C on these hotels, but the Home Office openly admitted that they didn't know how much they were spending in taxis, for example. And so this so-called line-by-line audit has just not happened and is not going to happen yet. She, as the Chancellor, is quite happy to stand up and tell the public that she's doing all this great work, you know, to look after our money. It's complete and utter rubbish, and I just find it's not acceptable. I just find that sort of statement, and then not actually doing the work, thinking that we're all going to fall for it, is just not acceptable. That's just my personal view. You know, it's my money. It's not her money. It's not the Home Office's money. It's our money, and no one seems to know where it's being spent.
And do you also feel a sense of disappointment at what's happened since they got into power?
Absolutely.
You sense there's a lack of strategy there?
Yeah, I mean, if you take last year's budget, she did make it quite clear that it was once in a Parliament budget. And had they actually said, look, you know, we found this black hole and we are going to have to move on taxes, I think it would have been much more powerful, much more acceptable to the public.
Okay. Thank you very much. You must leave it there, Aidan. Thank you for your call. That's Aidan in Royston. Coming up after the news at 2, I want to turn to the question of whether we should really look seriously at changing how we respond to asylum seekers who come here through irregular routes. Many of you use the term illegal routes, but the term the government
continue from where we left. It's a long way, guys, but we get to the end, so why not? Kilometers zimebaki ni 15,000. Acha tuone itakuwaje. Sijui tuko wapi, let me see. Tuko place inaitwaje? Which country is this now? Which country is that? But wacha tusonge tujue sasa hizi sizioni vizuri. Wacha tusonge tu, but we may save on time. Safari ni refu. I have a few friends of mine wamesema they might join me on the run. Kwa 20 bado tunasonga. The journey is long na lazima comply. Into a world of tracks. You connect maps from all over Germany. Radio lazima because the journey is long.
I just think everything they do is calculated to appease the public and just keep themselves in the lifestyles they live. I don't think everything they do is genuinely done for the benefit of the public or anything else. It's done just to maintain themselves.
But I think they are sufficiently privately well off to maintain a perfectly lovely, privileged lifestyle, even if every bit of public money was taken away from them and they didn't have those jobs to do, those roles to fulfill. I don't think they're literally going to be, begging on the streets if they lose those roles. I suspect as a family they're deeply connected to it emotionally as much as anything else. But would you want to do it? I wouldn't want to do it.
No, I don't think I would, but I don't necessarily think that they want to do it either. It's just, like you say, they're there because of birth, etc. Like you just said, they're independently, extremely wealthy, and it's, I've got no objection to them as people.
So why do they do it? Why do they continue to do it and not just drop the ball and say, it must be because of family history, mustn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But if you genuinely look at like the diaries of, for example, William, and see how many engagements he actually attends when they take their busy working roles, it just doesn't stack up. It's all done for show. It's just very, very outdated, and like you say, they're independently wealthy. I just think it's not. It's just to me, this is just sort of finding a nail that really says that they're wealthy enough to stand on their own 2 feet financially, and this private public shouldn't have to be supportive of this. Is just that time is like that.
And would you mean all of them? It all?
I mean, well, obviously they are who they are in terms of they're born into royalty. They're not totally not to change because that's who they are as people. But in terms of how they're funded, how they pay for themselves, they are hugely independently wealthy. They just shouldn't receive money from the taxpayers. They just really shouldn't.
Yeah, and do you think that this will inevitably become, for the royal family, an issue that's about more than now?
Yes, I do, because I think the question now is, these allegations have been around for some time. There are other members of the royal family have been well aware of them, including the late Queen, and I think it just asks the question, are they more interested in preserving their own positions or are they actually genuinely interested in the fact that somebody potentially may have done something wrong? I just think it gives the impression to the general public that their own position is more important than anything else. And I just think, we live in democracy, justice should be equal to everybody. I just think there's a lot of stuff we need to know about immigration and crimes, etc. And everyone's expecting people to be punished. And I just think, where there is potential crime is being committed, it's not
investigated at least.
Expect absolutely for everybody to be treated exactly the same. I think it gives the feeling that's not the case.
I wonder whether one of his biggest fears is this moment when he doesn't have the protections of royal title, of being a prince, of people going soft on him because he's a prince, or being anxious about the process with the king, not wanting to bypass the king on things. Andrew's a private citizen now. He's still Charles's brother, and it looks as though the Sandringham estate is still going to be where he gets his home, and it won't be like scrabbling around for a house like the rest of us might have to. But he's less protected now, isn't he, from that scrutiny, Andrew?
He is, absolutely, yeah, and I think that's important in this case.
Okay, thank you very much, Simon. Simon in Gloucester. I'm conscious that as we talk about the royal elements and the constitutional elements, that this is, at heart, a story about victims of trafficking, for God's sake, trafficking and sexual abuse. If you've been a victim of any form of abuse, sexual abuse, whatever the context of it was, as you look at this, are you thinking this is starting to look like justice, or at least the road to justice and accountability? Or are you thinking that royal process and the royal punishments that Andrew is taking, punishments in inverted commas, that they are, as things stand, just a very poor substitute for actual accountability and investigation? Because as I was saying earlier, I do think that victims of abuse are well acquainted with crimes against them not being acknowledged. Thanks very much for your call. Just some breaking news. Warrant Officer Michael Webber has been sentenced to 6 months in prison at the Court-Martial Centre in Bulford for sexually assaulting Royal Artillery gunner Jaisley Beck. Sadly, Jaisley later took her own life, so something of a connection to both stories there. Just very, very sad indeed. That 6 month sentence might not satisfy a lot of people. It's 1:30. Let's get some headlines from Tim Humphreys.
Downing Street says it fully supports the King's decision to formally strip Andrew Mountbatten Windsor of his titles. His Majesty's younger brother will no longer be known as a prince and is being evicted from his home in Windsor. He has always denied sexual assault allegations. At least 49 people are now known to have died in the Caribbean as a result of Hurricane Melissa. That total across countries including Jamaica, Haiti and Cuba is still likely to rise. Health experts are warning of a spike in meningitis cases after a drop in vaccination rates among children and teenagers. The UK Health Security Agency says there were 378 cases in the last 12-month period. LBC weather, sunny spells and blustery showers this afternoon. A chance of thunder and hail in the west with coastal gales and a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC.
You're running a deli, and connectivity is vital. It helps you take payments, take bookings, keeps your customers connected and your staff up to date. But with all that sensitive data knocking about, you need to make sure your broadband is secure. Cyber attacks are on the rise, so what do? Just ask BT.
Mark's best friend Ben follows him around. Ben's there when he wakes up in the morning. He's there when he goes to the pub. He's there at dinner time. He never leaves him. Ben died in Iraq in 2004. The trauma of that day has never left Mark. For many, the battle continues. Combat Stress provides intensive mental health treatment to UK veterans with complex mental health problems. Combat Stress for veterans' mental health. Search Combat Stress to support our work.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 4.5% AER variable. That includes a 2% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents. Available to new current account customers for your first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.41% gross. Terms apply.
At Pets in a Pickle, we're here when it matters most. For fuss-free pet insurance policies as unique as they are. Visit petsinApickle.co.uk.
You asked, BT answered.
Knowing where to start with security can be daunting, but it's simpler than you think. From firewalls and data encryption to everyday essentials like strong passwords, we'll ensure your network stays secure.
Cybersecurity is everyone's business. Search BT Business Cybersecurity to find out more.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
We had one of our LBC reporters at that court-martial, and we'll get a report from her a little later in the programme. Thea Rickard will join us as soon as she can. I want to talk to Hera Hussain before I get back to your calls, founder of Chain, an international organisation that uses online tools to try to fight against gender-based violence. Hera, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you too.
There is some focus, and I'm very keen for a lot of that focus to stay on victims of sexual abuse of this nature. What are your thoughts today about the developments around the man that was Prince Andrew, and where things should go from here?
Lots of complicated feelings. I think first of all, it's recognizing that the stripping of the title is a very important step that has happened, and it should provide some sort of recognition, an acknowledgement for all those survivors, foremost, the family and friends of Regina Joffrey, who, really called for some sort of accountability for this, but also all those other survivors who were watching this all unfold and seeing, a man, formerly Prince Andrew, who enjoys such great honor and privilege as, being the face of the royal family of the United Kingdom, to have faced some consequence. I don't think it is, this consequence is not insignificant, but at the same time, it's important to recognize that it's not
it's not an investigation, it's not accountability,
exactly.
It's not justice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's why they're complex feelings.
And would you say that I'm on the right track when I say that a lot of victims of sexual abuse, whatever form it comes in, learn to live with unsatisfactory outcomes, legal outcomes?
Absolutely. Especially when it comes to legal justice. We have a tendency to think that justice means having legal recognition that you are a victim and that you hold your perpetrator or abuser to account and they go to prison. That is not what happens in most cases. Legal justice is just one form of justice because our whole system is so convoluted and hard and expensive, both mentally, physically, and financially, and very, very time consuming and re-traumatizing, that for many survivors, they think, they settle with other forms of justice, which may be as important to them. Things like healing for themselves, having some sort of recognition that other people know about what happened to them, and that there are questions around someone so that they are less likely to be abusing other people, though it's not the same thing as someone being removed from positions of privilege. So a lot of survivors have to rely on that, the friends and family supporting them, thriving in other forms of life. These are the things that survivors have to settle with as a form of justice.
Yeah. And do you think the removal of his titles does leave the way open potentially for that? Because we know that the Metropolitan Police looked at but didn't deeply investigate Virginia Giuffre's allegations about was it Tramp nightclub? I always remember forget which nightclub it was, but a London nightclub where she claims she spent time in with Andrew as a precursor to the first time he slept with her, how she would describe it. Does this leave the way open for that to be revisited?
I think we all want more investigation, but if the reason why the investigation did not take place is because he had the title for Prince, so what does that say about our justice system? What does it say about our legal and law enforcement? I think that
some people can side out of it. That some people can side out of it because of status. Yeah. Is your sense that it will also have wider implications for not for the individuals of the family, but for our relationship with the royal family more broadly?
I think it's not a new story that has gone out of people's minds. It's been ever since these allegations have been surfacing and the legal battle that happened and the settlement. This has not gone out of the news and it's not been out of people's minds. I do think that this action by the royal family does set some sort of tone and some sort of acknowledgement of the damage to the trust that the public has in the way that the institution represents the country. So I think there's definitely some acknowledgement there, and that's not insignificant.
It feels to me like it has to modernise, but from your perspective in the work that you do, this is about something much deeper than that, isn't it?
Yes, powerful men, often men, wealthy men, get away with very, very serious forms of abuse and violence. And these things are often open secrets, whether it's a musician, a politician, a famous business person, and nothing happens to them. So I think nothing happens to their careers, their wealth. They continue to live successful lives, even if there are some questions around their character.
And then it doesn't everybody act shocked.
Yes, and we know that from our just to the last 2 years, the amount of people in the media industry or the entertainment industry that have news about them surface. So I think that is the real thing: is how long does that need to be like the status quo, and how seriously do we protect the reputations of men over those who come out with very credible accounts of abuse and harassment?
Thank you very much for speaking to me today, Hera. Hera Hussain, founder, I should say, of Chain, an international organisation that uses online tools to fight against gender-based violence. I'm conscious that Virginia Giuffre's brother and sister-in-law they've spoken a lot in the last few weeks because of her book coming out, but they've spoken overnight about this. saying that they do hope it leaves room now for fuller investigation into Andrew's part in all of this. Is that a priority from your perspective? Is that something you think... I mean, it's not something the Royals will especially be driving for, I doubt. But should someone be driving for it, pushing for it, that kind of investigation? 0345 6060 973. Helen has called from Brentwood. Hello, Helen.
Hello, Sheila. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. Yeah.
Really, what I wanted to say was there's been a lot of talk today about the fact that Charles has kind of acted decisively, and this was his decision, and he's decided to take these titles from his brother. But the reality is, as we know, this has been rumbling on for years. They paid £12 million to that young woman to try and make this go away. They blithely drifted past her death by suicide at the beginning of this year. The reason why he's acted now is because of the book coming out and the momentum growing. They've delayed and delayed and delayed because they know by stripping him of his title, they are shining a light on the absurdity of so much of what we take as quote-unquote normal.
Well, this is what I was saying at the very beginning about the titles. The titles only have value as long as we say they do. I mean, that might sound a bit brutal, but it is true. It's like anything, isn't it? You know, you only get respect as long as somebody chooses to give you respect.
Absolutely. I think this is, I mean, as you were saying as well with the Dukes and all the rest of it, we take this as normal. You know, we have a picture of somebody that just happened to have a certain parent on our money, on our stamp, and this is considered normal. It's not.
Well, to be fair, historically...
Their parent was.
But to be fair, historically it is normal for nations' leaders to be on their coins and money.
Yes. I mean,
going way back to Roman times.
Yeah, of course. But it's this idea that hopefully we've moved on from there. And yes, you might say that Nelson Mandela is on the banknotes of South Africa.
And Jane Austen is finally on some of our banknotes, yeah.
Yeah.
Quite
but
right,
they're
too.
Because of some sort of an achievement and contribution. And at the end of the day, Charles might be a wonderful man. I don't know him. I've got nothing against him. But he's there for no other reason than the fact that he's vulnerable. And by taking that title from Andrew, and I think why they have delayed this, because in many ways, nothing new has come out in these last few weeks that we didn't kind of already know. What it is that he realises he had no choice. And by taking that title away, it starts to bring into question, well, actually, why...
What are they anyway? What are these titles anyway? Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that's why they've delayed and delayed and delayed. And so I think in some ways, this idea that, he's acted decisively and this was his decision, I think is part of that narrative.
Oh, I think we can absolutely throw out the idea that he acted decisively. Just because you eventually make a decision doesn't mean it was a decisive decision.
Exactly.
It means it was a decision.
Yeah, I mean, they paid, the Queen, the late Queen paid £12 million. How many years ago was that? You don't pay £12 million to somebody to make an accusation that is completely and utterly untrue. And so nothing actually has come out that is new that has warranted this sudden decision. They've been forced into it. And I think it's made him and the rest of them rather uncomfortable because suddenly, you know, you were talking about Princess Anne, and I'm sure she does amazing work.
She does.
Princess Royal. Well, why? Why is she Princess Royal?
The answer is it's an historic honour that's often bestowed on, but not always, on the daughter of the monarch.
Yeah, but I think the thing is that is this really necessary in 2025? I mean, you look at even at the House of Lords and the people that have bestowed these titles and honours and shoved in there to kind of comment on our legal processes. Michelle Mone, Baroness Mone. I'm supposed to be calling her a baroness. I mean, God help us.
No, I mean, I think it can easily be reduced to ridicule. I think you can, the flummery of it all. But I also think, you know, even the family element of it, you know, you wonder, again, you might still reject the system and think it's ridiculous, but I guess Charles's commitment to it and the care he's taken over the years to know his role and to be involved in the country, and by all accounts he really does know the country and, you know, all the rest of it, is probably because that's been imbued in him by his mother and father and the people around them, which is no different than you and me, is it, Helen? You know, I even as an adult now make choices because of what my parents expected of me. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean in a rigid, weird way. I still make my own choices, but I'm built by them, made in their image, kind of thing. And it's the same with the royal family, isn't it? That you get the idea is, I think, that you get continuity and you get care. You get somebody who cares about the role, who cares about the process. Whereas if it's just random change all the time, maybe you lose something there. I don't know, because it could just as easily have been Andrew who was the firstborn, and then our king would be in this pickle.
I mean, I think the thing is as well, is what is quite interesting is that in some ways that system, and I'm not suggesting for a second that, you know, anybody born into that situation that is like this, but in some ways that position that he was given, which in many ways he was, you know, kind of the second son, he doesn't actually serve a purpose in terms of our constitution unless something happens to the
an awful lot of people.
Yeah, and so what is he supposed to do with his life? It kind of allows this kind of sense of entitlement that just kind of feeds off of other people. And yeah, I mean, I think it was a long time coming, and I think importantly we need to kind of keep at the centre of this, like you said at the beginning of the programme, the young women that were affected by this. You know, that young woman that ended her own life after she finished writing that memoir.
And I really, you know, she never left a note, so we don't know. But I can only begin to imagine how exposing and cold a place it was when the entire world. She knew that when she went public, she was going to have the entire world seeing her, hearing her pain, hearing what she went through, hearing her own sorrow at what she ended up involved in, and that must have been an incredibly exposing place emotionally, wasn't it? Inevitably. Thank you, Helen, for your call. Helen in Brentwood, like me, rather fascinated by what the titles even mean when it comes to respect and status. I certainly don't treat somebody in a particular way because of their so-called status. 146.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Harush Gabatu, the epic migrant sex offender, has been apprehended. The political implications are significant. People like Nigel Farage, who are pointing at the British state and saying nothing works. That is a powerful political argument, and one which seems to have been encapsulated by this very sorry tale. Listen on our free global player app or the new LBC. Health Secretary Wes Streeting. I simply do not understand how something like this can happen. There does need to be accountability when such a kind of grotesque and spectacular failure takes place. I know one person's been suspended already.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Sunday morning from 10 on LBC. Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. If you're in a position where another £1,000 to find is the difference between you going on holiday and you not going on holiday, I do actually think for a week, the one family holiday you get to take that year is actually a good reason for you to miss school with your child. Tom Swarbrick.
With cybersecurity from BT. Security solutions built for businesses.
LBC.
Calling all young creatives. It's time to get prepped for the sports media industry. And where better than Global Academy? Here's Niam, a sports media student in Year 12.
During class, I've edited football videos for social, reported on games and even produced my own highlight packages. Working directly with the industry makes me excited for my future career in sports broadcasting.
Global Academy. Apply now and join us in Years 10 or 12. GlobalAcademy.com.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on Wine and Fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Catina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbly, like our Cab de Turpin Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines, subject to availability, excludes Scotland boxed wines, bottles price £6 to 1 with £100 or over.
At
TfL, we're making tube journeys faster in the future, with several improvements underway on the Circle, District, Hammersmith and City and Metropolitan lines. And there's also the Elizabeth line, already giving you fast journeys across central London. That is how we're making the greener way to travel brighter for everyone. Search TfL Improvement Plan. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Elizabeth line is fast compared to other TfL modes, greener than total estimated petrol and diesel car emissions. ITV.
There is a chemical weapon in the cab.
We are dealing with a serial killer.
The devices are designed to kill, but first he wants to suffocate them. I'm spending. I can't watch you give everything until you've got nothing left. I take risks. That's my job.
Available now on ITVX.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Text 84850.
Text here saying that you can feel William's fingerprints in all of this. It sets a precedent for him to potentially strip Harry and Meghan of their HRHs, of their titles, down the line when he's king, which we spoke about yesterday. One just left the family, one is an abuser. There's a big difference. If Harry's title goes, he would likely take the name Spencer, which would be hugely damaging to William, which I think is potentially the case. And of course, we hear that the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, is planning on writing a book, or certainly has her pen hovering over the page, as a kind of threat. But I think if titles start to be stripped willy-nilly from people, that has its risks as well, because what that says is, I'm the king or the queen. I will weaponise these. They're meant to be honest. They're meant to be about status and dignity. Remember, that arm of our constitution is the dignified, not the sort of functional of the executive. It's the dignified. And in theory, that's what it is. And this clearly is very undignified, this whole saga, isn't it? But I think that there are limits to the stripping of titles against others as well, because you are then saying, your title is a weapon I can disarm you of at a moment's notice, and that, I think that there are dangers lying in there as well. Before I get back to your calls, I was going to continue to take them after 2, because lots of you are very interested in carrying on the conversation. Let's talk to Theo Ricard, LBC Southwest reporter, who's at Bulford Military Court, where a really sensitive case has been heard and concluded.
Sheila, 19-year-old Royal Artillery gunner Jaisley Beck was found dead in her barracks at Larkhill here in Wiltshire in 2021. Months before, she had filed a complaint against Battery Sergeant Major Michael Webber. He was more than twice her age when he pinned her down and tried to kiss her. Jaisley's inquest heard she was so scared after this, she slept in her locked car. And Sheila, when she did put in a complaint, Webber was only given a minor administrative action interview over the sexual assault. Less than 6 months after the attack, he was promoted to the highest non-commissioned rank in the army. All the while, Jaisley's family claim she completely changed after the assault, with her dad detailing in a victim impact statement today that a light in her went out. After leaving the army and following an inquest earlier this year, Michael Webber was charged and pleaded guilty to 1 count of sexual assault. He's now been sentenced to 6 months in prison. Jaisley's mum, Leanne McCready, told LBC it's too little, too late.
Whatever sentence Michael Webber gets will never, ever match the sentence that I've got. And this will affect me for the rest of my life.
The inquest into Jaisley's death found that the Army's handling of the case had more than a minimal contributory part in her death. And just to add, Sheila, that in the time between the sexual assault and now, Michael Webber's become eligible for monthly payments of £1,200 from the Army because he completed more than 20 years of service. Emma Norton is a solicitor and director for the Centre for Military Justice.
I do have concerns that young women in particular are experiencing unacceptable behaviours and that they continue not to have sufficient faith in the systems for addressing those behaviours.
A spokesperson from the Ministry of Defence told LBC Jaisley's death was and still is a tragedy, and they say they're deeply sorry for the failure to protect her. They go on to tell us the army has introduced clear and unequivocal policies to state that there will be zero tolerance to unacceptable sexual behaviours. They say these changes are being embedded throughout the culture, policies and enduring practices across every part of the army.
Thank you very much indeed, Thea Ricardo, LBC's Southwest reporter. There's a statement on this case, so let's go live and hear that. This is the mother of Jaisley
for the sexual assault of our daughter, Jaisley Louise Beck. No sentence will ever be enough. While he serves his time, it's us who will live with a life sentence. What he did, and now the army failed to protect her afterwards, cost our daughter her life. Jaisley was just 19, beautiful, bright, confident girl with a whole life ahead of her. She did everything right, but was failed by the system that was meant to support and protect her. She followed the rules, but those responsible didn't follow theirs. They failed to act, failed to report, and failed to follow up. Those failures destroyed our daughter completely when another senior male started harassing her. She didn't want to be known as a female troublemaker. She didn't see the point of reporting him. They talk about lessons learned, but we're still waiting to see real change. I stand here as a bereaved mum, fighting for real change. Not hollow promises or recycled words that have already failed our daughter and continue to fail others. Real action means giving soldiers somewhere truly independent to report serious complaints without fear or favour. The army cannot keep them out in this homework. Until that's action, nothing will ever change. Our soldiers deserve a system they can trust, one that protects them and one that believes in them and values their lives and their own reputation.
Artillery Gunner Jaisley Beck, Leanne speaking there. Jaisley was just 19 when she took her own life. Now, we'll probably talk more about this later in the programme, the whole question of bullying, harassment, sexual abuse in the armed forces. There was a report just a few months ago that found the British Army to be very low down the list of employers dealing with these issues well, which is exactly what Leanne McCready was outlining there, that there were occasions, multiple occasions, missed to help her daughter, and then her daughter, as she, to use her words, didn't want to be seen as a female troublemaker. So maybe we'll talk in a bit more detail later about life in the army. Not just women, particularly for women, because women are open to particular types of abuse, aren't they? But I don't think it's necessarily only women who face behavioural bullying. Let's get back to your calls on Prince Andrew. What's coming through a lot this hour is how quizzical or even critical you are about the whole titles thing, and whether removing the titles, making him live somewhere else, actually amounts to much in your eyes. It probably feels like a lot in his eyes, and it is symbolically hugely important what's gone on here, hugely significant what's gone on here. But does it feel that way to you when the backdrop to this, not unlike the story we've just been hearing, is a young woman who took her own life after a lifetime of abuse, which began when her own father abused her as a child? I'm talking about Virginia Giuffre here, just to be clear. That's the story, isn't it? That's the human story here. The other element, of course, is the story of powerful men getting away with it. But there are parallels in both of those stories, I think. Michael's called from Winchester. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, yeah. You want to speak more?
Connor to talk to.
Pardon?
Connor to talk to.
Okay. Go on.
I take a different view about Prince Andrew. And as far as I can see, there is only circumstantial evidence against him and nothing more. I mean, if I went back, say, 20 years, I dare say I could find a picture of myself with an arm around a girl and a friend of mine. It adds up to nothing. It's not even a row of beans. Okay, he was tied up with that awful man who committed suicide. But that doesn't add up to a row of beans. And with Ghislaine, that doesn't add up to a row of beans as a matter of law. Now, what's happened here is the mob. It's mob rule. The press have behaved as they continue to behave, and I can't read them anymore, in the most despicable, awful way. Once they finished with Andrew, I wouldn't be surprised if he committed suicide.
Well, no, we won't get into speculation about people taking their lives, Michael. That's really not helpful, is it, to anybody? You clearly are more supportive of Prince Andrew than many people. All I would say to you about, you're right about legal proof, of course you are, but there's too much unexplained by the Prince, former Prince, that could be explained by him. I mean, his interview with Emily Maitlis was his version of an attempt to do that, but it left Emily and those of us watching with more questions than answers. He's left the police with more questions than answers. He's left the American authorities with more questions than answers. And the 12 million begs a question or two, all unanswered. So there is that side of things as well. Thank you, Michael, though, for your call. Michael calling from Winchester. It's 2:01.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, the man who heckled the King in Staffordshire earlier this week has told LBC he welcomes the decision to remove Andrew at Windsor's titles. Charles was shouted at by a man in the crowd outside Lichfield Cathedral on Monday who asked how long had he known about Andrew and Epstein. Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing over his friendship with the sex offender. The heckler, L, who doesn't want to use his real name, isn't taking credit for the King's decision, though.
While I think it may have been a catalyst, I don't think it is something which credit can be taken for causing this to happen. I think the full credit really should go to the victims who spoke up and to Virginia Giuffre and her posthumous biography.
A coroner's court has heard the man who carried out the Manchester synagogue terror attack died from multiple gunshot wounds. Jihad al-Shami was shot by armed police earlier this month. Two worshippers died in the attack. BBC's North West reporter Liam Dotton has more from Manchester Coroner's Court.
Court heard armed police officers discharged several rounds towards al-Shami after he came towards them aggressively wearing what appeared to be an explosive vest. Detective Chief Superintendent Hughes said the first shot was fired at around 9:38, but al-Shami wasn't pronounced dead until several hours later due to concerns around that possible explosive device that he was wearing.
A former Army Sergeant Major has been sentenced to 6 months in prison for the sexual assault of Royal Artillery gunner Jaisley Beck. 19-year-old Jaisley took her own life months after the attack by 43-year-old Michael Webber and was found dead in her barracks at Larkhill in Wiltshire. Foreign Office teams are in Jamaica preparing flights to bring British citizens home following Hurricane Melissa. The UK is giving an extra £5 million for the clean-up in the Caribbean. 3 Just Stop Oil activists have been found not guilty of damaging Stonehenge. The group accused of spraying the beach of monument with orange dye last June. They were causing a public nuisance after a 10-day trial. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 49 points at 97.11. The pound price $1.31 and €1.13. LBC weather, sunny spells and blasting showers this afternoon. Chance of thunder and hail in the west, coastal gales, and a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom at LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation.
Inshallah. Do you think Virginia Giuffre and many other women who have made allegations against not just Prince Andrew but many other men connected to Epstein, do you think what's happening here, you know, we can look at it through quite a parochial lens, can't we, in the UK? Do you think it will have an impact on momentum, create more momentum towards prosecutions in America or wherever it lands, wherever these people end up being? Do you think it will lead to better investigation and more prosecution? Or do you think the impact of this will remain strictly here in the UK? Worth saying that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, Mr. Mountbatten Windsor, won't leave Royal Lodge immediately, according to sources close to the palace. They announced yesterday that Andrew would lose all his royal titles and leave that 30-room mansion in Windsor. The process of giving notice, surrendering the lease, organising the move, of course, to Sandringham could stretch into the new year. But it is Sandringham where he's going to go. So they're still going to be dealing with housing that's very comfortable. It's where the royals go over Christmas, isn't it, Sandringham? We'll see what happens then. I doubt we'll see him. Who knows? Is that a public event or a family event when they go to church and sit in a building in Sandringham at Christmas, and then people come out to greet them and they come out to greet people? I doubt he'll do the walkabout with me, but I wonder whether he'll see them. But anyhow, that's neither here nor there. But the big question as to whether the impact of these moves by the King will just remain in the UK, I think is an important one, because there are plenty of survivors, victims, and their lawyers and their representatives and families, like Virginia Giuffre's brother and sister-in-law, wanting this to mean more than just the loss of titles. I'm joined by Jack Royston, Chief Royal Correspondent at Newsweek. Hello, Jack.
Thanks for having me on.
Pleasure. I'm guessing that the States will be alive with this story as much as we are.
Yes, it has certainly been big in America too. Obviously, the Epstein story generally is huge in America. It has other implications. There's a big backlash against the US Department of Justice at the moment and the FBI, and a lot of pressure on the Trump administration over Epstein, including from within Trump's own base. So a lot of the actual debate for over the past 6 months or so has been focused on that. That has been a huge kind of lightning rod for the Epstein story. But this has now, at this point, become massive in America too. I think perhaps some of the earlier stages were bigger in Britain than in America, but it has been covered hugely that he has now been reduced to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. That kind of humbling of Andrew has been much bigger in America than the initial story about him voluntarily giving up his title.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because they're supposed to be uninterested in royals, and yet they're probably more interested than we are in this stage. You mentioned the Trump and the Epstein files. There is that political pressure there. Is that starting to be felt now, or does Donald Trump have a firm grip on whether or not those files are released?
Well, obviously the current position in the DOJ and the Trump administration is that there's no Epstein client list and that there's no evidence of a blackmail operation by Epstein. They are sticking to their guns. But what it has done is it has kind of driven a bit of a wedge between the Trump administration and elements of the Trump base, the MAGA base, with really big name American kind of podcasters who sit outside of the mainstream media taking up this issue, like Megyn Kelly, for example. There was a moment when Megyn Kelly, I think it might have been a Turning Point event, said to the audience, because Trump had been saying at the time, oh, this is all nonsense, who's still talking about Epstein? They're going to end it years ago. And so she asked the audience, hands up, who cares about the Epstein scandal? And every hand in the room went up. So it is still massive over there. But the kind of US politics angle has been a really important lens in America. So, there have been records of Clinton flying on Epstein's plane, no formal allegation against him. He denies knowing about Epstein's federal crimes. So conservatives kind of sought to make it an issue for the Democrats. On the flip side, obviously Trump, a very close friend of Epstein for many years, says he broke off the friendship because Epstein was taking girls from Mar-a-Lago from the spa. So, he again also denies knowing about Epstein's federal sex trafficking operation. So it's hugely political, but that little tier that's about who's more implicated or who's more connected, the Republicans or the Democrats, is a major lens through which America views it.
And it was interesting to hear the co-author, Amy Wallace, the co-author of Virginia Giuffre's posthumous autobiography, when she was asked, why don't you name them? You know the names, and Virginia knew the names, and other survivors know the names. Why don't you name them? I thought her answer was very good, but also very interesting, because she said basically, yeah, I do, but why should it be me? Why should it be Virginia and other victims who placed themselves in the line of fire, literally in terms of threats to life, when the authorities also know, the President probably knows, Prince Andrew probably knows, the Duchess of York they've lost the title now, Andrew probably knows, Sarah Ferguson probably knows, or certainly some of them, and that's an important question, isn't it? The authorities need to start properly investigating, properly announcing, properly chasing this stuff, and there's still a sense that they're not, isn't there, both here and in the States?
Yes, exactly, in both countries, and I think actually in some ways the Metropolitan Police and the CPS have probably given a clearer indication of why they haven't brought the case against Andrew than the FBI and the DOJ have in America.
Remind me what they said.
So the Met say basically that any prosecution in Britain would be based predominantly on relationships that existed outside of Britain. Now, I personally don't consider that particularly compelling argument, and
because one of the allegations happens in London.
Yes, exactly. So the essence of sex trafficking is about moving people across borders, and they're not always going to be interstate borders. Sometimes they'll be national borders. And so to simply say, well, most of the operation was overseas, so it's up to them, is to me abdicating responsibility for prosecuting an offence alleged.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether the Met now come under increased pressure, perhaps even from inside Parliament, to look at that again.
Yes, indeed. They've looked at it several times, and they've always arrived at the same conclusion. And now, tragically, of course, Virginia is not there to testify, but also, did so for other Epstein victims who could have, in part corroborated Virginia's case. So there was a woman called Carolyn Andriano who said that Virginia showed her that famous photo of Andrew with his arm around Virginia's waist in Ghislaine Maxwell's house in Belgravia, taken by Epstein. She says she was shown that picture contemporaneously back in 2001, when at the time it was taken long before these allegations were ever known about publicly, and that Virginia had told her at that time that she had gone to London and had sex with the prince. And so not only that, but Carolyn Andriano was not actually in the pro-Virginia camp. There are, even among Epstein victims, there are some people who consider Virginia to be this kind of campaigning warrior for the cause, and then there are others who feel that she was a recruiter for Maxwell and Epstein. And in her book, Virginia does acknowledge that. Yeah, she acknowledges that, exactly. So Carolyn Andriano was somebody who fell into the camp that she didn't feel that Virginia should get compensation through the lawsuit she filed against Andrew, and she was kind of in the anti-Virginia camp, which lends in some ways more weight to her factual account, because she's not just a friend paraded to back up whatever Virginia was saying. She's actually said some things that are quite challenging.
That can corroborate events.
Corroborate that key detail, which is, from her point of view, the photo is real because she saw it at the time. The account of Virginia having sex with Andrew was a real, genuine account given at the time it happened. It's not something that's been concocted in modern times.
I hope your line can hold out. It's just gone a bit wobbly. Let's hope. I'll ask my question in the hope that it can steady itself. Just a final thought on. I understand why you're using the term, because it's the term that Virginia herself uses when she talks about having sex with the prince. That can confuse things for people, can't it, sometimes, because they think, well, hang on, was she having sex with this guy, or was she being abused by this guy, or whichever guy you happen to be talking about? Which is it? And that's in part some of the complexity around trafficking and abuse, isn't it? That he should, particularly now that he's lying about his relationship, his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Kate says, has Andrew ever been given a question? A lie detector test wouldn't be unreasonable. There may be far more to be revealed from the Epstein files. I don't think this has gone away. I believe the King will do whatever it takes to uphold the monarchy. I'm pretty sure King Charles III does not want to be remembered as King Charles the Last. Probably right, Kate. David says all families have moments. Thankfully, few like this, and now Andrew's titles have been removed. I think he's more accessible than any prosecution. That's the thing that's come through a lot in your messages. Mustafa on this call from St Albans. Hello, Mustafa.
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
I'm okay. Yes. What's on your mind?
I'm not really hard about dates and things like that, but I think the punishment that's been given to Prince Andrew is just a very light slap on the wrist, to be honest. If you're a representative of a royal family who has a massive, heritage, upbringing, lineage, been through wars and conquered and, has the biggest empire on the planet still today, and, you're a sort of national treasure hero and you're flying that flag. It doesn't matter if you thought you did it or you think you didn't or there's not enough evidence. Just merely rubbing shoulders with people like Epstein, knowing what he's about, what he's doing, it's just, there isn't really a punishment to this. He's coming out of a 30-bedroom mansion into another mansion. Like, I wouldn't mind a punishment like that if I broke some laws. Like, everybody sleeps under the same sky. The law of the land is the law of the land. You're an MP, someone in high power position. Otherwise, what is the point of having a law if they're immune to it? And it's this immunity that gets their ego so worked up that they feel like they're untouchable and that they can just go around. I say they, I mean people in high status positions who are meant to be running the country and setting an example for all of us to be like or follow.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't take a single moral or behavioural lead from the royal family, not because I've got anything against them personally, but because I don't need it. That's not where my moral compass lies.
No,
but having said that,
you represent the country.
Yeah, having said that, they are meant to be the nation's best foot forward, aren't they? They're meant to be the nation's example. So for that reason, they should try at least to be an example. And it was interesting in the clip I heard earlier on LBC, not on my show, earlier on, of part of the interview that Andrew gave to Emily Maitlis, where when she looked quite shocked, right, when he described the behaviour of Epstein as unbecoming, and Emily said, unbecoming, he's a sex offender. And he said, I'm just trying to be polite, and he talked about standards, he fell below the standards that the visiting fell below the standards that he upholds as a member of the royal family, and you just think, well, that's so much hogwash, because if you really had standards, you would, and were innocent, you would be opening yourself to conversations about these crimes.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I certainly would if I was accused of something this serious, or anything I hadn't done. I'd be furious that I was being accused of something I hadn't done.
Well, if it was any other ordinary person that had been amongst the midst of what was happened, they'd be tried and put in prison, because you can say all day long, I wasn't part of it, or I didn't do it, but you're there, like, being there is being part of it. Like, you'd be trialed, sentenced, and you'd serve your punishment. So why isn't that happening? Why is there a curveball when it comes to everybody else? And every normal person is trying to work hard in making the country better for ourselves now and the future. We're taking all these hits, inflation, interest rate, cost of living has doubled. We can't really buy houses as easy as we can now. They're all privileged with living off taxpayers' money, which is our money. We don't have a say on how that's spent, yet they can just go, 80 billion pounds went missing and no one knows where it is. Like, there's just no accountability on any level for anything, and if a normal person did that, you'd be hung, drawn, and quartered for it. And so for me, this is just like a slap on the wrist.
Hopefully not.
No, I'm just hopefully not. But if it was, this is just like a slap on the wrist to show the public, oh, we're doing something, you know, but the reality of it is, to simplify it, nothing's been done. Except he lives in a 30-bedroom mansion and going into another mansion. If I was King Charles, I would have thrown him in a council flat, stripped him of everything he had, and said, now live your life without the privileges that you were privileged to be born into and be part of. And let that be a lesson, and make him an example for anybody else thinking of stepping out of line.
You mean in the royal family stepping out of line?
Anyone in high power, like, this is what will happen. This is the punishment. Like, you're.
But I understand what you're saying, but you know, even he, whatever you think about him, deserves due process, and that's why I'm saying he should embrace due process if he's innocent. And he hasn't embraced due process, has he, in law? He has paid somebody off. So that's where the stink comes from. But I think you're right. I'm going to talk more about it after 3. This dogged phenomenon of powerful men in particular, but not only just men, but it's mostly men, powerful men getting away with things at the expense of other people, often women and girls. It's everywhere.
Yeah,
it's
just wrecking ball.
It's Harvey Weinstein. It's in some of the embarrassments we've had in this country, and you know, of people in high places in media and entertainment and everything. We just think, when are we going to realise that sacred cows are always a mistake? You know, we shouldn't have any sacred cows.
Yeah, this is it. So, yeah, I think there's not really a punishment that's been done. It's all been staged for the public to hear something. So it sounds like something's been done, but really, nothing's been done when you look at it and you look at the deeper picture of what he represents. If I was bad in my just on a simple level, if I was a bad employee, I'd be punished for it. I'd lose my job. If I was a bad citizen and I broke the law, I'd be in prison for doing something bad to somebody else, and that's it. That should just be it for everybody.
Yep, I think you're right, and it's we're not even close, are we? Even after the Me Too movement, so-called, we're not even close, I don't think, to removing those layers of impunity from powerful men. Thanks, Mustafa. Shane has called from Edinburgh. Hello, Shane.
Good afternoon, Sheila. Can I just say, picking up on something you said about banknotes and women being on it, Elizabeth Fry's been on one of our banknotes in the past.
Good.
I remember it because I was in a gay bar once and a bloke said who was slightly the worse for drink, didn't know who Elizabeth Fry was, and I had to explain.
Which note was she on? I can't remember.
I think she was on the fiver years ago. If it wasn't the fiver, it was the tenner, but I think it was a fiver years ago. The paper fivers I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, going back to the current topic, I think the whole thing is a sham, and I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. I think the straw that broke the camel's back for the king was being heckled at Lichfield Cathedral earlier this week. Yes. I think it showed that the monarchy, the institution that we're all supposed to respect, and like you, I don't respect anyone just because they've got a title or they've got a perceived status.
And let's remember,
they earn that respect.
Let's remember that heckle. In fact, we'll root out the audio to the heckle and play it again. But it was essentially directed very personally at the king, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. When I heard it, I thought, oh my God, this is going to rankle. And it was so personal, and it was very much, at one point he's addressing the question with sir, making it absolutely clear who he's talking to. So I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and Andrew being shafted yesterday, well, that was just, as quickly as it could be done, I'm sure. So I'm not impressed by this. I think it's a sham. The other thing there's two things that really concern me. The thing that you raised earlier, that this should be, all of this, about the victims of trafficking and sexual abuse, and it's not. And I think
it can be about the royal family, as in the news events of the last 18 hours. There's no problem in discussing that and talking about it. But the next sentence out of our mouths should be about the victims, and it should be, does any of this move those victims and those survivors closer to acknowledgement or closer to scrutiny of what happened to them? And we don't know.
I don't think
you don't think it does? It might. I mean, I do think his lack of protection now or his ostensible lack of
protection. This is the crux of it.
You think he's still got that protection, do you?
I think he has, and I'm sorry, but I was outraged when I heard the then Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Cressida Dick, stating that the occasion when Virginia was first trafficked to the home of Ghislaine Maxwell in Belgravia, the sexual intercourse certainly wasn't illegal in this country because she was of the age where, but the trafficking was most certainly extremely serious allegation.
Well,
and they blew it out of the water.
Yeah, but also if she'd been coerced and was unwilling,
absolutely,
then it's a crime. Yeah,
but that was the whole thing, and she has described in detail the behaviour of Ghislaine Maxwell during that period, and it is causing. Sorry, but perhaps I shouldn't say this. I think Ghislaine is a despicable woman for what she did, and quite honestly, I think this whole thing is a sham. I would be much happier if there were some proper sort of investigation, and there's not. I think Andrew should have been seen off by the royal family when his mother had to come up with that 12 million to pay a woman that he'd never met, with a no admission of liability clause built into it. And like you, if I'd been accused of something that I hadn't done, something absolutely outrageous, I would be chomping at the bit to go to America and to answer in a court and be judged there. But no, this is a sham, and I am getting a little. I know it has to be said for legal reasons. Mr. Mountbatten Windsor denies all knowledge denies these allegations. I'm getting a bit fed up with it. Well, I could deny the allegations, but I would still have to appear in court somewhere if I were being accused.
Yeah, and it's worth reiterating what Amy Wallace, the co-author of Virginia's posthumous book, said, which is that even if he's innocent, he spent so much time with this man and all those people, the two of them, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. He was on the planes, he was in the house, he was on the island.
Absolutely.
What did he see? What did he see?
Exactly. He was. I'm sorry, I know he denies the allegations, I'm saying that, but I think he's in it up to his neck, and I think it's about time we had an honest and proper investigation by those with the qualifications and skills to conduct it, i.e. the police, and that it's done without fear or favour, affection or ill will, and quite frankly, the institution of the monarchy, where I'm never a fan. I've got nothing against individuals, but I just think in the year 2025 we should have different constitutional arrangements, and that the head of state should not be an accident of birth. But that's my only thing about the monarchy. I just feel this is absolutely shocking, and I haven't heard anyone from the prosecution authority or the police stating that an investigation is going to be.
Well, we'll see what time tells us. A reminder of that heckle.
How long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
Oh dear, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? Have you asked the police to cover up? I think maybe Shane is right that was the moment. That was 2:31. Let's get some headlines from Tim Humphrey.
Downing Street says the Prime Minister fully supports the King's decision to formally strip Andrew Mountbatten Windsor of his titles. His Majesty's younger brother will no longer be known as a prince and is being evicted from the Royal Lodge at Windsor. A former Army Sergeant Major is being jailed for 6 months for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who later took her own life. Royal Artillery gunner Jaisley Beck was found dead at Larkhill Camp in Wiltshire in December 2021, 5 months after the attack by Michael Webber. 3 Just Stop Oil activists have been cleared of causing criminal damage to Stonehenge. All 3 defendants denied the charges but accepted taking part in the protest, which saw the ancient monument sprayed with orange powder. LBC weather, sunny spells and blustery showers this afternoon. A chance of thunder and hail in the west with coastal gales and a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC. Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m.
If you're in a position where another £1,000 to find is the difference between you going on holiday and you not going on holiday, I do actually think for a week, the one family holiday you get to take that year is actually a good reason for you to miss school with your child.
Tom Swarbrick.
With cybersecurity from BT. Security solutions built for businesses.
LBC.
Staysure. What is Staysure? Staysure is not just the UK's favourite travel insurance. Staysure is the confidence that comes with knowing that you're covered by the company with more 5-star reviews on Trustpilot than any other provider. A company that welcomes people of all ages with pre-existing medical conditions for single or multiple trips. So Staysure with Staysure Travel Insurance. UK's favourite relates to number of 5-star Trustpilot reviews. T's and C's and verifications at staysure.co.uk/reviews.
Hey, it's me, your dishwasher. I'm sorry about the chaos last night. I think a fork got jammed in my racks. Whoops. Don't even check the bills. I've overdone it. Don't get mad, okay? But I used up lots of power yesterday. Sometimes you just have to blow off some steam.
It can feel like all your energy does is take. But the longer you're with OVO, the more rewards you get. OVO, do energy differently. Beyond customers only, eligibility required, redemption limits apply.
You plan a holiday, you plan a commute. Meal plans, career plans, even workouts need a plan. So doesn't it stand to reason that your money has one too? Because the sad truth is, if it doesn't, it's just sitting there, barely growing, if at all. That's why you need a money plan. And Quilter can help. It's a lot easier to stick to than a workout plan. Money needs a plan. Quilter. Pensions, investments, advice. Find out more at quilter.com.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Text 84850.
Says here from Alan in this message, if, as Andrew claims, he's innocent of all the allegations against him, why has he been stripped of his status and titles? Clearly Charles believes he's guilty, so he should be subjected to a criminal investigation the same as any other human being, unless, of course, he's above the law. I don't think you can absolutely leap to the conclusion that Charles believes he's guilty. I think the best bet is to stay on this side of that statement, if you see what I mean. I don't think we can say that with certainty. What Charles is clearly aware of is, particularly since the book came out, but it should never have taken just the book. It shouldn't have taken as long as the publication of the book and all the publicity around it to reach this point. He's aware that, guilty or not guilty, this is having a terribly detrimental effect on the conversations around the royal family. And in a way, between you and me, who we don't typically meet them, we don't spend time with them, that's what they are. They're a notion, they're a conversation, they're a function of our democracy, of our constitutional monarchy, or parliamentary democracy and monarchy. They're a function of that. And that's what we should be talking about. And the positive stuff that they do with charities and with people and with communities. That's what we're supposed to talk about when it comes to the royals. So if we have something like this hanging over one of them, unresolved, getting worse and worse and worse, and that's the conversation around the royal family, that is a disaster for the royal family. Because when it comes to their connection, their constitutional role is what it is, unchanged at the moment, we'll see. But their relationship with us is very fluid, always has been very fluid, because we're not, leavers of state, are we? We're human beings who live here, and our relationship with them matters, and we have a say in that, of course. Claire has called from Wimbledon. Hello, Claire.
Hiya, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. I just think it was a long time coming. I mean, we even had the effect of it at the poor Queen's procession, didn't we? Where the guy shouted in the crowd, "Oh, Andrew, you're a dirty old man." And I think it was a long time. I think they were just being put under so much pressure to do something. But I think there's something happening here. I think there's going to be something, because it's all been done very, very quickly, all of a sudden. And I've actually started reading this poor girl's book, and oh my God, it's harrowing.
It is.
It's absolutely harrowing. And I think something is about to happen. I think they are absolutely trying to distance themselves as far away as possible from this person as they can, as quickly as they can. And I'm not sure if Charles did know. I think he did, a little bit, not being horrible. But Andrew definitely knew what the hell was going on. I think I'd just reiterate what everybody else has said in the comments before me. And I think something is about to happen. I think there is going to be an absolute minefield just open up.
Of what? Investigation?
investigation. I think a lot more is going to come out. I mean, it even got to the point where I watched the interview again the other day on YouTube, and it just absolutely smacks of total, well, why on earth am I doing this? It just seems so above of everything, doesn't it? And it just seems so...
Imperious is the word I would use.
If I was at Woking or the Pizza Express, absolutely not. And it's like, you've got a photograph of you with your arm around a woman.
I mean, and he said, didn't he? I mean, it's me, but is it my arm? Essentially, was his...
Yeah, no, was it my hand?
Yes, yeah.
You know, it's ridiculous. And he just smacks of absolute arrogance. And I think the thing that's been good here is that William and Kate have come in. I think they may have opened Charles's eyes up a bit and gone, do you understand? I mean, I think Charles is obviously a very intelligent man. He is obviously able to read the room and understand just how important it is. But I think they have also gone, we need to totally get on this very, very quickly. And I think this is why things are happening so rapidly. Because it is happening quite rapidly, in my opinion.
See, I don't think it's rapid. I don't think it's been rapid at all. I mean, since the book, it's become very precipitous. Yeah, but before that, I mean, I don't know. I think there have been a number of moments when he should have been tackled within the royal family more than he was.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. I mean, but we don't know what might happen. I mean, like, for goodness sake, how on earth do you go to your mum and go, sorry, mum, can you lend me 12 mil because I need to pay off a woman who I didn't meet, by the way, but she's accusing me of this, but I need to borrow 12 mil for you to get off my case. You can't do that, you know. You
can't do that and expect people to say, well, that's that then.
Well, hang on a minute. Well, why did you have to borrow 12 million to pay this lady off that you say you didn't know, but you have known? And then everybody says in the conversations before me, like, if you have nothing to hide, you wouldn't mind. I mean, if you're innocent and you're going to be proved innocent, go for it.
Do you think this all sits very squarely within the Me Too movement and powerful men still being endlessly protected from the crimes they either carry out themselves or the ones they are party to or witness or say nothing about even though it's happening near them, all of that stuff?
I think there are still very powerful men out there that are still getting away with very outrageous behaviour. Yes, I do. I think it's going to take a very, very long time if we completely eradicate it. I say that just because I was speaking to a friend of mine who works in the theatre industry, and she was telling me stories, and I was just like, that's shocking. I won't go into it, obviously. But yeah, I think it will take a long time, because unfortunately, it sounds really awful. It sounds like I don't mean it the way it sounds, and I'm sure lots of people will be shouting at me. It sounds like a bandwagon. Once something comes along, oh, me too, everybody jumps on the bandwagon. Be kind, everybody jumps on the bandwagon. Very soon it's forgotten, and then they go, oh, what was that about? What was that about? What was that about? And it becomes a little less, a little less, a little less, a little less.
And yet we've got here, I'm going to return to it at 3, the story of Jaisley Beck, the 19-year-old soldier who killed herself.
Oh, the soldier, oh my goodness, that's just awful.
And that was a powerful man, senior to her, in a very male organisation, making her feel she couldn't speak up.
As they say, the poor, not the little in her, sorry when I say the little, the poor girl slept in her car locked, I believe, and she felt so
afraid,
so worried about going to somebody because she just felt that she wasn't being believed. So it just shows that this power frenzy within men, do you feel they can do anything if they are like that willed, can get away with it? And it's just so scary. It's such a scary world for girls and women. It's just awful.
Well, and I think, the fact that at the end of the statement that the King and Queen put out, it was co-signed by both of them, wasn't it, that came from the palace and was signed by the King and Queen. At the end of it, they refer to victims of sexual abuse and, putting that front and centre almost. And I think that's a sign of where we're at with that. I think that's, in a way, do you remember when the Queen included a line that said recollections may vary, which was a very polite way of saying some people are lying here and some people aren't, I think the end of this statement about Andrew was about saying let's remember what this is fundamentally about, and that's a kind of progress. I think that's a kind of progress,
definitely.
because, like it or not, these are voices at the very top of our society saying this stuff, and we know that Camilla is involved in it as well, and is involved in domestic abuse charities and supporting them, and that can do no harm. I think that can do no harm, having that kind of focus.
No, I think it's brilliant. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think it shows complete empathy and showing understanding and going on. But you have to remember what position they're in. I mean, for goodness sake, it's just awful. If just a normal, not being horrible, a normal family having this kind of thrown upon them, to have it done to them, it's just horrendous. And so for them to have to do it, really being under constant scrutiny and everything, and I think they could have handled it a little bit better, possibly.
But they got there in the end.
Probably made a bit more, probably showed a bit more oomph about it all. But you can't, if you haven't been charged with anything.
There's a limit to how far you can go, I guess. Claire, thank you very much indeed. Claire in Wimbledon. I want to make time for Richard in Manchester. Hi, Richard.
Hi there. I hope you can hear my voice. I'd like to be put to the other side, and that is, first of all, let me be absolutely clear that what Prince Andrew, the erstwhile Andrew Prince, did was totally unacceptable, as would be any sexual crime committed by anyone.
He denies it. He denies any sexual crime, of course, but
he does deny any sexual crime, and we are talking about the allegations of that, which seem to be very persuasive. So what I want to say is, I don't want to defend him. That's what I want to say from the outset. I'm not here to defend him. I am, on the other hand, here to defend the royal family. I'm really, really angry at the constant conversations that are taking place, particularly earlier on today by one of your colleagues, James O'Brien, who seemed to be dancing on the grave of Prince Andrew with a glee and probably with a flower in his mouth. I found that really distasteful, the way he sort of dealt with it. And I also find that more and more people who are Republican are capitalising on this situation to put the whole royal family under the microscope. Let me be clear, the royal family is very much part and intrinsic to what is being British. Yes, there has been bad behaviour by one member of that family, and that person has been dealt with, and has been dealt with quite harshly, I think. This will never excuse his behaviour, but I'm sick to my back teeth of people criticising some very hard-working, some very respectable, high levels of integrity with these people within the royal family. And we are, I'm a royalist, as you probably sort of gathered from the conversation, but it's the Republicans' exploitation of Andrew and what's happened. So I just felt that I wanted to set the record straight, because I've listened to LBC the whole day today, and it's pretty much been a whole litany of criticism.
But shall I tell you? Well, I think you would agree, Richard, that I have also placed alongside this the work that people like Princess Anne do, the King, the Prince and Princess of Wales, the way people in this country, in their millions, react positively to the royals and react to the visits that they make to them and the work that they do with their charities and their individual events. I'm not anti-monarchy or anti-royalist, but what I would say in response to what you have said there about it's purely about Andrew, I'm afraid I don't think it is purely about Andrew. Even the best, most hardest working, nicest royal amongst them, certainly at the senior level, they've known for some time what this mess was, and they've probably known for a lot longer than you and I how bad this mess was. Made worse by a number of things recently, also made worse by the emails that have been trickling out, in which Andrew proves himself to have lied to Emily Maitlis, in which the Duchess, former Duchess of York, Fergie, is seen emailing Epstein and speaking sort of in fulsome terms about how loyal a friend he is and all of that. the family, the wider family knew this, and that's where I think they have made mistakes in not putting clear blue water between them and him sooner, I would argue.
Can I say something about that? Maybe that's pure supposition that the wider royal family knew something about that. That is just an opinion.
Well, they knew what we knew, is all I'm saying. We knew enough, and we knew what they knew. And I think the top notch, the woman who handed him 12 million wouldn't have handed him 12 million for reports in the Daily Mail saying ... Would she?
Well, would that be the first time there have been out-of-court settlements in your knowledge?
Of course not, no.
So it's not unprecedented to do an out-of-court settlement as a damage limitation, whether you view the man guilty or not. It's not unprecedented.
No, it isn't. But it begs questions, doesn't it? And I think at every junction here that we have been left with more and more questions rather than any answers, is all I would say to that. But you, Richard, you are in your rights to defend the institution of the monarchy. I would defend the institution of the monarchy in large part. But not least because millions of people in this country love it. And so that's got to be reflected. But I don't think we can shy away from the difficulties this has been causing them, and I think will continue to cause them for some time. Thank you, Richard. Your call, Richard in Manchester, 249.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Hanush Gabatu, the Epping migrant sex offender, has been apprehended. The political implications are significant. People like Nigel Farage, who are pointing at the British state and saying nothing works. That is a powerful political argument, and one which seems to have been encapsulated by this very sorry tale.
Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
I spoke to Health Secretary Wes Streeting. I simply do not understand how something like this can happen. There does need to be accountability when such a kind of grotesque and spectacular failure takes place. Do you think someone should be sanctioned? I know one person's been suspended already.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Sunday morning from 10 on LBC.
Being your own boss has plenty of benefits. Video calls from your home office and spreadsheet admin to the scent of roasting coffee in a cafe. But how secure is the connection you're using? And how can you ensure that your devices, data and digital assets are protected? Just ask BT.
Do you know your state pension age?
I did?
No. Maybe you're not sure. Or you don't know how to check. It's so quick and easy to check online. All you need is your date of birth. Knowing your state pension age helps you think about your future. So check yours today. Search state pension age on gov.uk and simply enter your date of birth. State pension age. It's good to know.
At Laithwaite's, we go to great lengths to bring you great wine. We go far and wide. Searching high, and we mean really high, and low, and we mean stored deep underground in a cave low. Off the shelf, we don't go there. Off the beaten track, we certainly go there. And the best bit is, we even come to you. Order now at laithwaites.co.uk. Laithwaite's. We stop at nothing to bring you great wine.
At Pets in a Pickle, we're here when it matters most. For free pet insurance policies as unique as they are. Visit petsinApickle.co.uk.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group Clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Catina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbly, like our Cave de Turckheim Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines subject to availability, exclude Scotland boxed wines and bottles priced £6 or under and £100 or over.
You asked, BT answered.
Many businesses rely on cloud apps and storage to keep things running smoothly. And whether you're working from home, on the move, or at a cafe, cloud security ensures your business stays connected and protected.
Cybersecurity is everyone's business. Search BT Business Cybersecurity to find out more.
Leading Britain's conversation. Sheila Fogarty. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
Just a reminder that we're going to continuing this theme really after 3, although focusing in on the death of a young soldier, Royal Artillery gunner Jaisley Beck. She took her own life in her barracks
in Nigeria.
at Larkhill Camp in Wiltshire back in 2021 after a Christmas party, after being sexually assaulted by a colleague, a more senior colleague in the army. And again, the kind of the connection to the two stories is about more senior, powerful men. And the way they can still so easily avoid exposure, avoid any investigation or acknowledgement or punishment for crimes that they may have committed. So we'll talk about that after 3 in a bit more detail. We'll hear from Jaisley's mum, who spoke outside of court today. Back to your calls though. Aidan in Newcastle on the line. Hello, Aidan.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Yes.
So I'm not here to defend Andrew at all, just like the previous caller, but I do think it's just about got it right in terms of what he can actually do to restore public confidence for somebody that actually hasn't been convicted of any crime at all. And it may have been that this could have happened sooner, but he's done what he could do with the information he's got at this particular time.
Yeah, and the king is the king. He's not the police, is he?
Yeah, exactly. But it may pave the way for something like that in the future. So I'd welcome the FBI and other law enforcement and the police and CPS get any information that is available to potentially investigate this whole thing further. But ultimately, he hasn't been convicted of a crime, and that's what we need to remember as part of this. And the king's done as much as he possibly can, I feel.
And would you welcome further inquiry now that Andrew doesn't have the protection, I suppose, and the veneer of status?
Indeed, I think there's too many unanswered questions with this whole thing. And we need to play that answer. And it's clear that he's trying to remove himself from that to a certain extent. However, I think there's too many unanswered questions, and the empty parts need to be released, and we need to see further investigation from the FBI, other law enforcement agencies, the police and the CPS to see what the truth of this is, and truth will outlive me in the future.
And do you think this is about power? Protecting?
Well, I think there is an element of that, isn't there? Because there seems to be too many of these stories, unfortunately, and I just feel so much for the victims in all these cases. And it seems that money talks. I mean, why would Andrew give money to a woman he's supposedly never met? This is the reality of it, unfortunately. So that sort of thing needs to be investigated further with the full force of the law.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Aidan, for your call. Aidan in Newcastle on the line. Chris has called from Whitney. Chris, hello.
Hi, Sheila. How are you? I'm not a fan of Andrew. I never have been. I've always thought he's a horrible man. But this is the royal family. He's been stripped of literally all his dignity. He's left with nothing. He's been humiliated in front of the whole world. There's nothing else for him to go apart from be prosecuted by the police. I know some people say like throw him in jail or this, but funnily enough, you've got to be taken to court. There's got to be due process. So I think the previous call example is like, the royal family's done as much as they can. At the end of the day, it's now in the short to think about it. A guy that's actually never faced prosecution, so is not necessarily guilty per se, although we understand what's gone on all the rest of it. So we think we do. But sorry.
We think we do, but the truth is we don't fully know.
Well, the thing is we don't, and everyone's done as much as they can, but what do we want to do? Do we want to say, like, you might go to America to face trial in America, but they haven't thought that's the case against him either. So I'm just wondering what everybody expects to happen, and what are we wishing for? The whole royal family to implode because of this? It's a dangerous, slippery slope.
Do you think, though, it's interesting you say he's lost all his dignity, he's been publicly humiliated. I can imagine there is a degree of humiliation in this from his perspective. I'm sure he feels rotten about all of it,
I mean, for absolutely. The trouble with Andrew is he's a stupid man. He's always been stupid.
Be careful.
And he's very arrogant. Well, I've known stupid people. He's really not brain of Britain. He's stupid, he's arrogant, and he's very privileged. Now, what's been taken away from him was a whopping big house, a She thought he was free for the rest of his life, and he struggled with money. All his titles, all his... I mean, imagine what it's like in front of his family, his children. The man is... I mean, frankly, what is he expecting more to do? I mean, if you go back to Game of Thrones, paraded naked through the streets with people throwing stuff at him.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
Next step is prosecution.
Of course it is, yeah. Or not.
Or not. And I think we just need to basically think, right, enough. People have got what they want. But I think that's enough, unless the police are going to bring a prosecution. And if they're not, we should leave and let everyone get on.
Hang on, you say people have got what they want. Is it... do you see it... Do you think everybody was just out for some blood? Haha, he's lost his titles. Because that's certainly not how I felt about it.
But there's no doubt people are out for his blood, whether they're right or not. It's up to them personally, I think. He's not what he did, his circumstances are really, really sad. I'm not condoning 1 second of it. But everyone has got what they want. And he's humiliated.
But don't you think it also begs questions if there is significance in the removal of these titles, then these titles give you something. They give you some status. They give you protection. Clearly, they give you privilege. Right? So we can see. No, well, okay. No, while you have them, they do.
Well, they don't.
Well, they do, because they can only be removed by the king.
Well, in terms of protection against what? Plenty of people with titles being thrown in jail over the years. Doesn't protect at the end of the day.
Well, there's titles and there's titles, aren't there?
Well, you can't help it. I mean, he was born into the royal family. So.
No, I know, but the reality is that when you are a member of the royal family, nobody in the establishment wants criminality to touch you in any way, or to
of course not, no.
Yeah. So, but that's privilege. That's what I'm saying. So
do away with the royal family just in case. Well,
no.
Okay, but it goes back to my original thing. Is we careful what we wish for.
Because if we're wishing for the end of the royal family, you think what comes next could be worse, different, awful? What do you think?
Well, no, I'm just saying that using your argument. So I'm not trying to have an argument with you, but using your argument that people with titles are protected and all the rest of it. Well, in which case, remove everyone's titles and no one's allowed.
Well, that's what I was coming to. The titles. Why do they mean anything? They mean things because we say they mean things. I honestly believe that. We either play nice or we don't. We either go along with them or we don't.
47.
They know that. That's why they are a very public faith. This is what George V, who instigated the modern version of the royal family that we see, he understood in a world that was getting rid of and even killing its royalty. Remember the Romanovs? His cousins that he didn't give shelter to when they asked for it, as it turned out. He understood that to survive was to be seen, to be loved, to be admired, and for you to be part of the society that you wanted to be leaders in, or leading figures in. He understood that. But that only happens with consent. He understood that too. Thank you, Chris, for your call. Chris and Whitney. It's 3:00.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3:00, the government has backed the King's decision to strip Andrew all his royal titles, with Downing Street saying it fully supports the announcement. Andrew's removal from the official role of the peerage means he will no longer be known as a prince. Sky Roberts is the brother of Virginia Giuffre, who accused Andrew Mountbatten Windsor of having sex with her and died earlier this year.
We've had kind of mixed emotions. I think a lot of celebratory moments, but also really sad moments because she's not here with us celebrating this, but also demanding more justice, right? So I think it's a mixed bag of emotions over the last 24 hours.
Hera Hussein, who campaigns against gender-based violence, told LBC the decision to remove all of Andrew's titles is simple.
The stripping of the title is a very important step that has happened, and it should provide some sort of recognition and acknowledgement for all those survivors, foremost the family and friends of Virginia Giuffre, who really called for some sort of accountability for this, but also all the other survivors who were watching this all unfold.
Andrew has consistently denied wrongdoing. A former army officer has been jailed for 6 months for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who went on to take her own life. Jay-Z's death was attacked by Michael Webber in July 2021. Yeah, is Jay-Z's mum.
Her last was like the
even to this day, they're failing us as a family.
The Ministry of Defence has promised to lasting and effective change. Resident doctors in Scotland will be balloted on industrial action next month in an ongoing dispute over pay. BMA Scotland has accused the Scottish Government of going back on the deal made in 2023 to make credible progress towards restoring pay to 2008 levels. 3 Just Stop Oil activists have been acquitted of causing criminal damage to Stonehenge following a protest which saw it sprayed with orange powder. All 3 defendants admitted taking part in the demonstration before last year's summer solstice but denied damaging an ancient protected monument. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 50 points, 97.10. The pound buys $1.31 and €1.30. LBC weather, sunny spells of blustery showers this afternoon, a chance of thunder and hail in the west with coastal gales, and a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello, good afternoon to you. I said at the very beginning of the programme that I wanted, even as we spoke at length about Prince Andrew and the royal family, or Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and the royal family, and the impact of Virginia Giuffre's claims against Andrew, even as we spoke about it, I wanted victims of sexual abuse, trafficking, whatever kind of abuse, to be at the front and centre of our conversation, reflecting, I guess, a little of what the King's statement said yesterday, which is it finished with that line that he and Queen Camilla were thinking of victims at all times in this. That's what they said in the statement. I mean, they would, wouldn't they, at the end of that statement? And for that reason, really, I want to focus this hour, or at least place in your mind this hour, not just the face and the story of Virginia Giuffre, which will continue to do so, obviously, but the face and the story of Jaisley Beck, Royal Artillery gunner Jaisley Beck, who was just 19 when she took her own life in an army barracks. Former Sergeant Major had sexually assaulted her, and you'll hear in a moment from her mother. And she didn't hide it. She sought help. She sought support, and she didn't want to be seen as you heard in the bulletin there, a female troublemaker. And how quickly Virginia Giuffre was framed as a female troublemaker. And so often we see it when women raise allegations. People who raise allegations against not Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein. People who raised allegations against him, it was like, oh, she was just an over-ambitious actress, she was this, she was that. There's always some reason where the arrow blade can be turned back onto the victim of the abuser, and it happens all the time. But today, some measure of justice was delivered.
Oh my goodness,
but some measure of justice was delivered for Jaisley Beck's family. Thea Rickard takes up the story for us here, LBC Southwest reporter at Bulford Military Court. Tell us the story, Thea, and what happened in court today.
Jaisley Beck's inquest earlier this year heard she complained to the army after she was pinned down by the then Battery Sergeant Major Michael Webber, who was more than twice her age when he tried to kiss her. But she was accused of making it up, and the former senior soldier was given just a minor administrative action interview. The sexual assault also, Sheila, crucially wasn't reported to the police until much later. Meanwhile, Michael Webber got a promotion to the highest non-commissioned rank in the army. And only months later, the 19-year-old was found hanged in her barracks at Lark Hill here in Wiltshire. After leaving the army and following an inquest earlier this year, Webber was charged and pleaded guilty to 1 count of sexual assault. He's now been sentenced to 6 months in prison. In the last hour, Major General John Smith has read a statement outside Bulford Military Court.
Since Jaisley's death, we have introduced a significant cultural reform programme alongside the Raising Our Standards programme. We are making improvements in how we train our people in appropriate behaviours, how we assess and select our leaders, and to build the trust our people place in us to address every complaint.
Jaisley's mum, Leanne McCready, believes the army let her daughter down. And after that statement we just heard from John Swift, she stood in a stunned silence before I asked her what she made of it.
Same old, same old. These policies that they're like rewording and trying to rebrand, these policies have always been in place. So they stand here and they say we are making these changes. It's 4 years on. How long does it take for changes to be made and real action to be taken? No, real change needs to be happening now. Real change needed to happen after my daughter's passing. But instead, you know, they keep him in employment, they let him see the way through the retirement, and here we are. I'm actually lost for words, but no, we'll continue in Jaisley's memory and we'll continue to fight for these much needed changes.
Did you hope he was going to announce something else then?
I've got little faith in anything. You know, they come out with their nice suits and deliver these words, and no doubt somebody will stand and say this same thing, but no, it's just empty words. We're real people, and you know, we've gone through this. We've lost our daughter, and for that we're going to continue fighting in Jaisley's memory and to help the soldiers, because again, this is still going on.
A victim impact statement read out on behalf of Jaisley's dad, Anthony Beck, today, claimed she completely changed after the sexual assault by Michael Webber. Anthony said it broke him to see the light go out in her. We heard in court today Michael Webber has apologised and admitted what he did was completely wrong and inexcusable. A reminder, Sheila, of that statement from the Ministry of Defence, saying since Jaisley's death they've introduced clear policies to state there will be zero tolerance to unacceptable sexual behaviours. They say their thoughts remain with Jaisley's family, but that may fall on deaf ears today, as they tell me yet again they feel let down by the armed forces.
Thank you very much, Thea. Thea Ricard, LBC Southwest reporter at Bulford Military Court. I'm just looking here at a quote from back in February of this year, after the coroner ruled that the death of Jaisley Beck was caused by suicide. Alistair Carnes, the Minister for Veterans, said that Gunnar Beck's death was and still is a tragedy.
Hello,
it happened 4 years ago now. We're deeply sorry for the failure to protect her. I acknowledge, he said, what has been said in this inquest. This is a statement from February, but I think it merits repeat. I acknowledge, he said, what has been said in this inquest, and the Army will now reflect on the evidence heard and the failings identified to learn lessons from the coroner's findings. Let's talk to Charlotte Proudland, founder of Right to Equality and human rights barrister specialising in violence against women and girls. Good afternoon to you, Charlotte.
Good afternoon, Sheila.
I very deliberately connect Jaisley's story to that of Virginia Giuffre and all the brouhaha around the royal family and now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but because there is a clear link, isn't there? These are stories of young, powerless women, girls and women, and powerful, privileged, protected men.
Yes, and they're also stories of institutions, powerful institutions, that in my view have for far too long failed to hold those perpetrators accountable, which as a consequence means that so many victims feel as if they don't trust the system, they lack confidence in the system, understandably. Some therefore refuse to report, others do report and express that they've suffered re-traumatisation and re-victimisation in the process. And I do wonder, at what point will we as a society realise that the scale of violence against women and girls is beyond a national scandal? It really is an epidemic across all institutions.
The term that Jaisley sadly used about herself is very revealing, isn't it? Not of her, just of how easy it is for these kinds of notions of what a girl or a woman is when she speaks up for her own protection. Female troublemaker. She didn't invent that. That was somehow, somewhere along the line in her 19 years on this earth, planted in her that if you speak up, if you protect yourself, it was probably something that was said to her in the army, I imagine, but it's out there in the world generally. The idea that if you insist on respect, you're somehow a bit uppity.
Yes, I mean, of course, what she has suffered has just been utterly harrowing, and of course for her family as well. Jaisley being described, or herself understanding that she'll be perceived as a troublemaker, others being called difficult women. Look at the lengths that Virginia Jeffrey had to go to in order to be listened to. Some still don't believe her, nevertheless.
And recent reports that then Prince Andrew sought his own Royal Protection Officer to do some dirt digging.
Exactly. So we talk about the name calling and branding women as difficult troublemakers, not to be believed, liars, manipulative, calculating, types of gendered language we see quite a lot in court, very unfortunately. But actually look at the consequences, as you say, potentially an allegation of Metropolitan Police officers trying to dig up dirt on behalf of Andrew to undermine the veracity and credibility of a sex trafficking victim, herself a child, a teenager, an adolescent at the time. And so for so many, they suffer their whole lives being ruined, not just their lives as well, the impact and knock-on consequence for their family members. And I think we have to realise and recognise just how hard it is for survivors to speak out, and when they do, the courage and bravery that it takes, because they lose so much in the process.
And are exposed to so much in the process, aren't they? When you look at a picture of Jaisley in her uniform, looking so proud on the day she finally was enrolled fully into the army, so proud, smiling, young, energetic, looked like a girl who was exactly where she wanted to be. And then you think of that same girl, not long afterwards actually, taking her own life in the barracks because of what had happened. You and I both know that good, kind leadership would almost certainly have prevented her death. And it was singly absent in the army in her case. And even after the coroner's case in February, or shortly afterwards in March, a defence minister said he is deeply concerned that women in the military are still being targeted with unacceptable and criminal behaviour. I mean, you could substitute the term the military for the workplace, because that is what's happening in lots and lots of workplaces. And I firmly believe that good leadership, compassionate leadership, mindful of the person who's accused as well, because that has to be handled properly too, can prevent all this.
Yes, of course it can, and we do have, that's the thing, institutions which are supposed to prevent these miscarriages of justice, because that's what they are in terms of the mishandling of allegations and the suffering of violence against women and girls. Those institutions exist. There is leadership, as you've mentioned. The problem is the failures, the catastrophic failures at a systemic level as well as individual. And until they are held accountable, by that I mean if criminal charges need to be brought, then so be it. There needs to be a reckoning, as you say, across the board, including all workplaces. I'm a barrister. Harriet Harman published a report recently, Baroness Harman, on sexual harassment and bullying within the bar amongst barristers that is sexually harassing and assaulting other barristers. We are supposed to be upholding the law, and yet those very individuals, perpetrators themselves, how can victims have confidence and trust in them? So it's across the board, Jaisley and Virginia Jeffrey and so many other victims of Epstein, Maxwell, Weinstein. I mean, you could just list a whole host of those high-profile and powerful individuals who have committed gross acts of violating women and girls. But they're not just them.
No, it's not. And powerful can be, just think of my own workplace, my own career. When I'm a 23, 24-year-old reporter, powerful is the 30-year-old senior producer, powerful is the news editor, powerful is the station manager. That's power. They might not be prince, they might not be well known outside of that building, but it's still power over younger people if it's exercised wrongly. And that is any workforce, any workplace that this can happen. Always good to talk to you, Charlotte. Thank you very much indeed. Charlotte Proudman, founder of Right to Equality and a human rights barrister specialising in violence against women and girls. I mean, feel free to continue talking about the situation regarding Andrew and Virginia Giuffre, but I do think there are very easy parallels between Epstein, Andrew, the girls and women that were abused by or around them, and cases like Jason's, cases potentially like things you've experienced in your own workplace. Why are we still in a position where people in positions of power so often wielded at the expense of the victim? Are we making any progress? Your own experiences of this, very welcome. 6060 973, the number to call. You can text 84850. I think Jaisley's mother right to be very underwhelmed by the Army's statements today on the MOD statements today on improving things 4 years on from her daughter's death. You would think they had acted. You would wish and hope they would act incredibly swiftly to fix those mistakes, or to fix systems that allowed those mistakes to happen in the first place. It's 3:18.
LBC.
Phishing. It's a wonderful way to spend an afternoon, but it could also be a huge threat to your business. Phishing emails are scams that trick you into giving away vital data, putting your company at risk. So how do you make sure you don't get caught? Hook, line and sinker. Just ask BT.
The £5 meal deal from McDonald's. Get a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries, 4 McNuggets and a medium soft drink for guess what? That's right, £5. It's not called the £5 meal deal for nothing. From 11 a.m, not available on delivery. Carbonated soft drink upgrade due to pay. Participating restaurants subject to availability.
Hi, it's me, your dishwasher. I'm sorry about the chaos last night. I think a fork got jammed in my racks. Oops. Don't even check those. They were done. Don't get mad, okay? But I used up lots of power yesterday. Sometimes you just have to blow off some steam.
It can feel like all your energy does is take. But the longer you're with OVO, the more rewards you get. OVO, do energy differently. Beyond customers only, eligibility required, redemption limits apply.
You asked, BT answered.
With phishing, awareness makes all the difference. Train your staff to spot suspicious emails and encourage them to slow down. Hackers rely on you being in a rush, so slowing down decreases your risk.
Cybersecurity is everyone's business. Search BT Business Cybersecurity to find out more.
This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Call 0345 6060 973. Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Text 84850.
Do you think the reason we are still so slow for things to improve situations like Jaisley Becks, like Virginia Giuffre's, where a person is being abused in the workplace, because it was her workplace, Virginia Giuffre. She was working as a towel girl, as they were called, in Mar-a-Lago to start with, and then as sort of, hospitality staff, and then on it went. Being abused by powerful men. And it doesn't have to be, as we were saying in our conversation with Charlotte there, it doesn't have to be the Epsteins, princes or kings or whoever involved in this. It can be just somebody who has some authority, power, seniority is better words, over you. And I'm sure many of you have got experience of somebody trying to abuse that one way or another, either through bullying or through sexual harassment or sexual abuse or worse things. When that happened to you, did you see the institution that you were up against? Did you see it, either because you worked there or the person who'd abused you worked there? Did you see that institution open up and assist you after those allegations were made, or did you see it close ranks? Because the truth is, the royal family, the institution that is the royal family, I'm not pointing at particular individuals in it, closed ranks for years around Andrew over these allegations. And again, to be as scrupulously fair as I can be, no doubt being in a position like Prince of Wales or King or Prince Andrew or Princess Anne, no doubt that you will get people making allegations against you that are vexatious. No doubt you will get terrible things written about you that aren't true. Of course that's the case. So I get that you would close ranks around your family in those circumstances to protect people, but this was always of a different order of magnitude, this situation with Epstein. And then when Prince Andrew did that interview Newsnight with Emily Maitlis, he did that without prior agreement. with the Queen, prior agreement with the now King, or no discussion. He did it off his own bat and thought it went well. So that gives you a sense of his judgment on all of this. But the royal family, the institution that is the royal family, closed ranks. And I'll bet if you worked in the NHS, something like this has happened to you. The Doctors Club closed ranks. And I bet if you work in law, the Boys Club in law closed ranks. In journalism, in you name it, all kinds of sectors, in a local supermarket, whatever it is. I wonder the degree to which we have moved significantly towards allegations made by women against men who are senior to them in some way. Really, because they weren't in the case of Jaisley Beck, they certainly were not in the case of Virginia Giuffre. 0345 6060 973, your own experiences. 84850. Frank has called from Wellingborough. Hello, Franco.
Good afternoon, Julia. Yes, my point about the Royals, first of all, I think they've run their race. I think they should step down because they're all a disgrace.
Why are they all a disgrace?
Well, look what's happened in the past. Harry's turned his back on the Royals. We won't go too much into the Diana thing with Charles, Camilla, blah, blah, blah. And also, Andrew, it should be taken to book. It should be in front of a jury, judge, the Old Bailey. I mean...
well, hang on, one step at a time. There should be a police investigation.
Absolutely.
And it may not prove anything that requires him to go to the Old Bailey.
What's all this hoo-ha then about Andrew if he's innocent?
I don't know. Well, no, I genuinely don't, Franco. It doesn't look good, does it? But I'm not a member of an internationally renowned royal family, and I don't know whether to maintain reputational security they would do big payouts like this. I doubt it. I'm not stupid, but I don't know for sure. You know.
Sheila, Jimmy Savile died, yeah? So we'll never get to know the truth about it. Andrew's still alive. Let's get him in front of a jury, a judge, prosecution, and let's get the whole fact out into the open.
Well, before we throw the man in front of a jury, there's an earlier stage of due process, isn't there?
I'm sure there is. Yeah, I'm sure there is.
But can I ask you, Franco, then, has this led you to believe that the royals themselves have let the country down, not just Andrew?
Well, facts are there, aren't they? Facts are there in the open.
Well, tell me how you see it.
Well, I think they're a disgrace to the country, to be honest with you. When visitors come to London, they don't come to see the royals, they come to see the beauty of Paris, Windsor. They're not interested in seeing the royals.
Well, they are, you know, Franco.
I don't think. Well, do they see any? No.
Yeah, what they do on the big days, weddings, you know, trip in the colour, coronations, and well, no, it really does. Honestly, it does. I've reported on it over the years. There is huge appetite for this. There might not be huge. Great name for this one. Generalissimo, Franco. You know, there really are millions of people fascinated by them, interested in the individuals and in the institution. Whether you like it or not, that is true. That is true. I mean, there may be fewer in this country than there used to be after this saga, but there still are globally. Thanks, Franco, for your call. Steve in Wandsworth, hello.
Hello. I think it's a little bit too late in stripping of his titles in the house.
Yeah.
Maggie. The lady's passed away. We can send him to court now, but we're only going to get his version of the truth. We're not going to get hers. Only as far as paying £12 million out of taxpayers' money goes some way of telling us really what the royals thought and knew about it. If it wasn't hush money, then what was it? That is taxpayers' money.
I don't think we know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think we know for certain it was taxpayers' money. But equally, we need transparency about whose money it was.
But where else does the Queen get the money from?
She's got huge personal wealth as well as she did when she was alive, which is now the King's.
Which came from where?
Some of it is from private money, their own money. The legal campaign ongoing, which it is still very much ongoing. Lots of lawyers and legal commentators in America commenting since last night's decision by the King on Prince Andrew's titles that this does, in their view, leave the way open for a deeper, a better investigation into Andrew. Brendan says, was that heckle that you played earlier more important than we realised at the time? This was the heckle at Lichfield Cathedral this week, directed very personally at the King. Did the person known only as I, who Ferrari spoke to the other day, change the course of royal history? I have, I suppose. More of your calls after the news headlines. And coming up, I'll talk to David Wooding, former Sunday Express editor and lover of opera. And I'll explain why we're talking to him in a minute. It's to do with opera. It's 3:30. Let's get the headlines from Tim Humphrey.
The government has backed the King's decision to strip Andrew of all his royal titles, with Downing Street saying it fully supports the decision. Andrew's removal from the official role of the peerage means he can no longer be known as a prince. He has always denied accusations of sexual assault. A former sergeant major has been jailed for 6 months for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who later took her own life. 43-year-old Michael Webber previously pleaded guilty to the attack on Royal Artillery gunner James D. Beck in July 2021. 3 Just Stop Oil activists have been cleared of causing criminal damage to Stonehenge. All 3 defendants denied the charges but accepted taking part in a protest which saw the ancient monument sprayed with orange powder. LBC weather, rain in the north tonight, which could be thundery, clear spells elsewhere, but still windy, and a low of 8 degrees.
This is LBC.
Hey, Mum, looks like someone's coming through the back gate. Oh, it's not Barbara from Jindal again, is it? I can't listen to any more about her new boiler. Or about the time she saw a ghost in her downstairs loo. No, it's okay, look. It's just a dodgy-looking bloke in a hoodie. Oh, thank God. Hey, you, clear off. We know Judo. Always known as at your door with Ring's new 4K security cameras. Available now at Ring.com and Amazon.
Switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is now as easy as pie. Ooh, fresh and baked. It's a walk in the park. Hello, little fella. It's like taking candy from a baby. Come on, as if I did. With One Touch Switch, it's easy. We sort everything out for you. We even contact your current provider. Plus, we'll help towards legal fees. Switch today to full fibre broadband with Vodafone.
Up to £200 credit to cover leaving fees. More information and terms at vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family, get there safely. Do your trip checks. Drop up on island fuel. Rest every 2 hours. Do I inspect tire pressure and tread? Prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins with
Think of the 4 trip checks before every long journey. National Highways. It's that time of year again, which can only mean one thing. Save a third off roasting joints at Waitrose. Choose from tender beef silverside, suck from whole brine seasoned chicken, or juicy beef smoked gammon. So, fire up your ovens and give winter a warm welcome with a third off roasting joints. Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected lines and stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and Partners and Concessions. Offer ends 11th of November.
This is LBC. Message Sheila Fogarty on WhatsApp now on 0345 60 60 973.
I'm very conscious that historically in this country, historically, where there is a crisis, whether it's the abdication or Charles and Diana or Andrew and Fergie or whatever the crisis is, where there is a crisis, we do latch onto it in a way, don't we? Because it's partly human gossip, isn't it? Let's face it, it's partly human gossip. It's partly, are they really divorced? Particularly Charles and Diana, because it was such a key relationship, wasn't it? The key relationship for the continuity of the monarchy. So let's not dress it up. Part of it is gossip, yes, of course it is. But there's more to it than that. we're interested because of the roles that they hold and the titles that they hold. And I think that's the reason, even though this is largely about whether or not Andrew is guilty of sexually abusing girls and women, and that's the central part of the story, and the survivors and the claims that they are making. And Virginia Giuffre's own story, over now, sadly, because she took her own life. It's about them, but it's inevitably, and I'm afraid I think will continue to be for some time, about the royal family as well, because it's that relationship. Caller Franco saying people aren't interested in them. People are interested in them. They're interested in them. They're fascinated by them. And that's partly the gossipy thing, the Hello Magazine thing, but it's also because they are a fundamental part of the fabric of this country and the fabric of how we present ourselves to the world and how we operate politically. They are a fundamental part of it. And is there daft stuff around the edges of it? Absolutely there is. But some people love daft stuff. But that's why it isn't just tittle-tattle. It isn't just going, look at that Prince Andrew, he's not Prince anymore. It's not just that. And I think finally the King reached the point where he understood that it wasn't just that. And he understood that some clear blue water had to be placed between him, his brother Andrew, the royal family, now that's happened. We'll see the degree to which he's seen again with them. I don't know. I mean, I have no doubt he'll be with them as a family member. Whether he'll be seen in public with them again, even in a private setting, a private event, we'll find out in time, I guess. But what do you think will flow from this for the Royals? 0345 6060 973. Time heals, I suppose, but we're not there yet, are we? 84850, the number to text. I'm joined by Dave Wooding, as I know him, former Sunday Express editor, and big grin on his face, and lover of opera. Hello, Dave.
Afternoon, Sheila.
Am I allowed to call you Dave?
Oh, call me Dave, call me Davey, call me our kid.
You can call me she, yeah. So listen, here we are, two Scousers talking about opera, two working class Scousers talking about opera. And the reason is that Baroness Thangyam Debonair wants people, she clearly loves it, and she wants people to look at opera differently and to consider opera, whoever they are, wherever they're from. I know you're an absolute classical music nut, if that's the right term, aficionado. And so you, I guess, are fully behind this move by her.
Yes, I must say, it was a great, all the election results that I got through in July last year. Thangyam Debonair is one of the ones that I felt most sorry about, because I think she would have made a fantastic culture secretary. She really is devoted to the arts and a good woman. So she'll do a grand job. But yes, opera is for everyone. And we talk about reclaiming the flag. I think it's time for working class lads and lasses to reclaim the arts for ourselves, because we pay our taxes towards the arts. Opera is heavily subsidised. If it weren't, it would never be put on show, because we wouldn't be able to afford the vast array of musicians, singers, and actors and costumes that you need.
And it's a global affair as well, isn't it, opera?
It is.
If we know nothing about opera, we know that. Was it 4 of them? 3 tenors? We know that from them, don't we?
Yeah, and that's only the start of it, you see. Maybe that's a gateway for a lot of people hearing the 3 tenors, hearing Nessun Dorma at the World Cup. I mean, I first heard Nessun Dorma when I was going to the Liverpool Lending Record Library as a teenager, and I said, what's this, Tosca? No, it was not Tosca, Touring that road, and then that was just part of the 2 or 3 LPs that made up that opera, and there's so much more to it, and if people enjoy that, then there is far more to get out of it. But of course you've got to put the effort in, because you've got to learn what the story is and understand the music. Sometimes at first hearing it's a little bit challenging, but if you stick with it, you get so much out of it.
And it's funny because you came to mind straight away when I knew I wanted to talk about this, because I think people are still either snooty about it from on high, or in a weird way snooty about it from down low, if you see what I mean. People think, well, that's not for me, or what are you doing listening to opera? As though you've got sort of fancy ideas about yourself. I mean, it happened to Angela Rayner, didn't it, when she was... It was like we can't associate her with opera. That can't happen, you know. And then when she's dancing at she was in Ibiza, I think, wasn't she? And that wasn't good enough either. Where does she fit? You know, that classist in our country. Do you think that's a big problem still for something like opera?
Yes, I mean, I quite find it amusing sometimes when I go to the opera and see a senior politician there. I won't name any names on the programme, Sheila, but you see them in the interval and say hi, and then you ask them a little bit about how they're enjoying the opera, and when you see them at the production, you realise they're just there to be seen and they're probably not enjoying it. But you get a lot of that, particularly at the Royal Opera, which is a highfalutin place. But, you know, there are cheaper operas. There's Opera North. I first started watching before Opera North, the Welsh National Opera when they toured in Liverpool, and English National Opera in London. Great prices. You can get good prices in the world. If you want to sit high up, if you're a student, I think the English National Opera does get people under the age of 20. Sadly, I'm just 1 or 2 years too old.
I'll send you a channel so you can get a really cheap. No, and it is. I think the interesting thing about it as well, because I definitely had. I didn't think I was worthy of it. I never felt like that, but I certainly felt opera was something over there that was of no import to me. And then there's always that breakthrough moment that you've described yours there. Mine was hearing Undi Felice Eteria from La Traviata. In Radio Merseyside all those years ago. I just happened to be in the record library, as we called it at the time, when it was playing, and it really got into my bones. Just, I'd never heard it in my life. I didn't even know the opera La Traviata. I didn't know anything about it. And it was sung by Pavarotti, so extra magic. But it just got into my bones as I was listening to it. And I borrowed the CD that had it on, and then listened to the whole opera subsequently, and then went, I'm going to see the opera soon. It's in London at the moment, it's about to be. And it's, you know, that was a bit of magic, really, because it found me.
Yes, I'm sure many listeners have got a magic moment like that they've heard themselves. What's that? I like that.
And why is it moving me?
But yes, but they never go to the next step. And I'm telling you, there are dozens and dozens of more magical moments, probably even greater magical moments than those. If you go out and try it, I mean, you just have to go and try it. People ask me all the time, what is the first opera to go and listen to? I would say don't push it too hard to start with. Maybe start with the Puccini operas. Now, the Puccini operas, Madame Butterfly, Tosca, Turandot, full of great music, great storylines, full of drama and tragedy. And he knits together the emotions of love, death, tragedy, with the music, and it just tears at your heart often, and it's so accessible. So they're good ones to start with. And also Mozart operas like The Marriage of Figaro, The Magic Flute, Don Giovanni. They're great stories. Lots of fun in them, good tunes, and they're a good start. And then once you've gone through all that, you can be like me, you can be a Wagner enthusiast.
Oh God, are you really?
Go and sit through the Ring Cycle. No, the Ring Cycle. I'm moving right forward to the end stuff now. The Ring is a cycle of 4 operas. It's the Bible or the Quran of music. And Wagner uses a thing called the leitmotif, which is a small theme, sometimes a few notes, sometimes a couple of bars. Yes, and there'll be a theme for Sheila Fogarty, a theme for David Wooding, there'll be a theme for LBC, there'll be a theme for emotions, love, death, a deal, a tragedy, a curse, all sorts of things. And there'll be a theme for inanimate objects like Valhalla, the heaven, a theme for the Valkyries. And these come in when the different events happen. So if he's singing about the curse, somebody dies, the curse will sound in the background. But he overlays them with the other things.
And does that, in a way, provide a kind of musical map as you listen?
It does. I mean, the piece I first heard of Wagner was Siegfried's Death and Funeral March, which is at the end of Götterdämmerung when Siegfried dies. It's a 15-20 minute piece. I probably first heard it at the Royal Liverpool Philharmonic Orchestra, and it was a standalone piece, and I heard it, I thought it was great. But it's only when I got into the opera many years later that I knew that it was made up of all these overlaid themes, which at the end of the opera had all come together, and it just hit me like a blinding light. It was such an amazing. It's like seeing the light in religion in a way. I fully understood what the whole thing was about. That piece of music wasn't just a great tune, it was made of so many different elements, and it told the whole story. It was his life flashing before him. And operas full of those discoveries. And there's so much, of course, the orchestras are so big, and the singers are so unbelievably great, all singing without microphones, of course. So you do get a great performance, and also great art at the same time.
If you were forced to choose one opera, one aria within an opera, what would it be?
Oh gosh. Well, I mean,
I've already named mine.
Well, I mean, you know, I think Brunhilde's immolation scene at the end of Gods of That is my favourite. Yes, you know,
Brunhilde.
I want to call my daughter Brunhilde.
Oh, no. Well done,
but yes, I would say a good access one is O Man Bid Me No Caro from Giano Sicily by Puccini. Of course,
people will remember from Room with a View if they've seen that.
That's right. Yes, that's a good one to start you off. And you know, Rigoletto, Madonna, Evo. There's all these great melodies in there. For me, some of the ones I pick are a little bit obscure. I mean, I like Benjamin Britten, but of course, once you get into it, it's a huge journey. It's a bit like getting into anything else. When you read a good book, and then suddenly you find who's the influence of that author, and then you find a new author.
It's a rich journey, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, it's been great to see you and to speak to you again, Dave. Thank you very much indeed. Dave Wooding, former Sunday Express editor. And clearly I don't need to describe him as an opera lover, do I? He's just told you. He's 346.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Tom Swarbrick.
Having previously said the welfare bill was unsustainable, Keir Starmer seems to have abandoned cuts to benefits by saying the review should not look at costs. Are you breathing a sigh of relief?
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Whether you're managing a business or a football club, your team are your biggest strength. But when it comes to cybersecurity, they could also be your biggest weakness. 88% of cybersecurity breaches are caused by normal human error. So how do you help your team form the ultimate impenetrable line of defense? Just ask BT.
At TfL, we're helping make roads safer. We're continuing to roll out lower speed limits because 20 miles per hour roads have already seen 24% fewer collisions causing death or serious injury. We're also improving junctions to help keep you safe and improving visibility for our bus drivers with new wing mirror cameras. Search TfL Improvement. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Comparison of collisions data before and after implementation of 20 miles per hour speed.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Catena Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbly, like our Cave de Turckheim Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Exclude Scotland boxed wines and bottles priced £6 or under and £100 or over.
Buying a home on a holiday park was the retreat you always wanted. But then came unexpected site fee increases, and that was before the dramatic loss in value. If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, you may have been missold. HolidayParkAdviceCentre.co.uk could help you receive thousands in compensation. Text ASSIST to 78900. That's ASSIST to 78900.
You asked, BT answered.
Keeping your team cyber aware is really important in the modern marketplace. Regular training on things like data handling, spotting threats, and securing their devices helps you keep them and your business safe.
Cybersecurity is everyone's business. Search BT Business Cybersecurity to find out more.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say LBC.
Quite a lot of of you are still sending text messages saying, is it really a punishment moving to a smaller mansion in Sandringham from a huge mansion in Windsor? I think the symbolism of the loss of titles is, in their world, deeply significant, particularly if you've been born into it. If you're married into it, probably less painful, but if you've been born into it and all your siblings have these titles and your mother conferred it on you and all of that, I imagine it's painful. But that's kind of beside the point when it comes to potential justice for the abuse, alleged abuse of another human being. Andy in Edinburgh says the Queen should have taken some responsibility. The royal family have history with their spares. Jess has called from Ashford. Hello, Jess.
Hello, Sheila. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, you want to bring it back to the wider population.
Yeah, I've been listening to your program on Andrew, and obviously this other young girl who died and the sergeant who now is in charge. Throughout history, men have been doing all these things, and especially if they're in positions of power, or if they're born into that, like the royal family, for example. But the way I see it is that if you're born into it and you've got that top position, call it that side of society, you have a responsibility with that, and people look up to you. People are supporting you. So whether you're the actual monarch or whether you're a spare, it really should make absolutely no difference whatsoever in terms of how you behave and what you do. We all know what is right and wrong, right? So they are in the limelight all the time. So for them to actually do these things, and even people who are elected into power, or even these people who have to pick immunity when they come to other countries, it's generally the same thing. That as soon as you get men into these powerful positions, they almost feel that they have to put a shield around them and that no one can touch them. And that's the thing that I just do not understand, and why they get away with the most minimum sort of sentences, or even Andrew, okay, can't do anything with him. All right, his titles have been taken away, but in his world, with the people he deals with, he's still the Queen's king. Right? So it's not really...
Because he is. Because he just is.
Yeah, because he is, exactly.
Well, it's worth saying, just to remind people, I did discover this morning, he's still also officially the Knight of the Throne, because that is a birthright, not a title.
Yeah. And the sad thing is, I wouldn't wish it on anyone, whatever Virginia's gone through, and poor lady took her life. And we're all discussing this and trying to bring forward whatever he's done. Now, if he actually came clean and said, yes, I made this mistake, not that they can be put to rights now, right? But the point is, it should be a lesson for others. And it doesn't matter who it is, whether we've elected someone into a position and they do these things. But it's the minimal sentences. If Joe Blogged on the street actually raped someone, we make such a big thing about it, and they go to prison, and this guy
we're right to make a big
No, we should, absolutely should, because women should not, and even boys get raped and stuff like that. No human being should actually be able to impose something like that on someone, and they have to live with it. And there should be a sort of severe punishment for that. It shouldn't be something that's that light, just because they happen to be in a position, that everybody looks up to. They've been given these positions, and we're paying for those positions.
That's true. That is true. And what do you think needs to change for in more ordinary circumstances and extraordinary circumstances to really get a hearing when they step forward and make the brave, it shouldn't be brave, but the brave decision to say what's happened?
But it seems that in most cases, it seems to be that it's men, the police, tends to be more men than women. Every time you hear it's the male making, they're reporting it to men. And I think there has to be something there where you've got some sort of committees or whatever, clear-cut guidelines. You're going to get, I think the sad thing is you're going to get a certain amount of women coming forward where they may not be genuine, right? So you've got to have people who are able to fish that out as well. But those that have suffered, there should be a fairness, there should be some sort of, I don't know, protocols or something that should be in place that you don't actually sort of immediately think that they're, you don't believe them. If they've gone through things, you've got to find out how, what they've gone through and whether it's a genuine case. So I do think women need to be protected. And I honestly, sometimes it just saddens me because it's all over the world. It's not just England, it's everywhere, right?
And worse in some places.
In some places, exactly. But how do we empower women? I know we don't have the same strength as men, but there's got to be something put in place that where, our voices have to be heard and girls and women have to be protected from these men who are bullies. And I think women need to take control as well, because there are many, many women out there who will put up with a lot. And they will put up with abuse for whatever reason,
It's complicated that way, isn't it?
It is.
It's not complicated if you are able to move out of your home and go somewhere safe, and the person isn't a psychopath who wants to kill you, and they accept that the relationship's over and on you go. Then that's easier than if the person is a psychopath who wants to kill you or stalk you or hurt your children, and that's often why people stay. Or they're homeless if they leave. It's incredibly complicated, this stuff. Or it can be. And do you think, it's clear, when I was talking to Charlotte Proudman earlier, it's clear that institutions in this country and around the world do protect themselves before they protect victims, don't they? They protect reputation before they protect victims.
They do. And I'm sure many actually pay well before they even get into the legal system. They probably pay people off, just as in a way her late Majesty did for Prince Andrew, because they probably thought, pay that money and it'll just go quiet, because that's all the woman wanted was money. But
I wonder how binding that payoff is, because it also bought, because that's what you're doing with payoffs, I guess, isn't it? It bought immunity from any future liability. So I wonder whether that means there can be no prosecution. I don't know.
I don't know, but the fact that they it was to keep things quiet, and maybe they thought the money would keep the lady quiet, because that's all people want in life, right? There's many cases where people will go to someone because they've got money and they get payoff. But sometimes the wounds are far deeper than somebody actually saying, well, here's the £12 million and you can keep quiet. So, and I think that's where, in this case, it was overlooked. Because obviously the wounds are far deeper and pain was there.
Totally. And let's not forget that in this instance, in the case of Ginny Giuffre, Jeffrey Epstein, there was a woman involved in the procuring of girls as well. Ghislaine Maxwell is currently serving many years in prison for her crimes. Thanks very much, Jess, for your call. Chris in Coventry, hi.
Hi, okay, cards on the table. I am an anti-royalist, but I have long been absolutely bemused as to why the royal family, monarch in particular, are not treated in the same way as normal human beings, such as politicians. And a recent example has been Peter Mandelson, who was sacked because of his association with Epstein. Now, at the time, the media, the press, were mostly all over Keir Starmer because, by all accounts, he had delayed several days after this email had come to light, and all the press were all over Starmer, saying, what did he know, why didn't he act quicker,
why did he still appoint him? Why did he still appoint him? Still appoint Mandelson.
Yeah, the question, why did he appoint him, but also why did he delay? There was a big question about why did he delay in getting rid of him, and the question was he seemed to apparently delay him for several days.
Why do you think he delayed?
Possibly because he was a friend, possibly because I don't know. But the questions were seriously asked. The press were all over Starmer, but they have not been all over the king. It's one bloke in a crowd has pointed the finger at the king and said, like, what did you know?
Oh, okay. Chris, very quickly, I'm not going to go back to you because my programme's over, but I do think the heckle was significant, without a doubt. But to say that people went all over the king in the lead up to the heckle is wrong. People were. I mean, he wasn't doing sit-down interviews the way you can ask the Prime Minister to. I'll grant you that. But they were not comfortable days for him, even before the heckle. Thank you very much, Chris, for your call. Chris in Coventry. That's it from me for the day, for the week. In fact, it's Friday. If you missed any of she sounds so happy. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back.
Let's be happy as
I am happy. You can listen back on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app, where you can stay up to date with all the latest news and opinion, put your news categories in the order you want to, pause and rewind live radio, and listen to a range of podcasts as well. Download the official LBC app for free on your app store. Coming up at 7 on LBC is Rachel Johnson. And here he is, Tom Swarbrick.
Judah, happy Friday. Thank you very much indeed. Afternoon, folks. Welcome to the show at 4 o'clock.
The late Queen always put duty before self. She would have hated that this story rolled on for 15 years.
A royal house of horrors, a Halloween expulsion for Andrew Windsor, stripped of all his titles by his furious brother. Why didn't this happen earlier? Also,
super spreading. It's protecting the immunocompromised and the elderly that we really want to do.
The flu season has started early, with cases now 3 times higher than this time last year. School-aged children driving the numbers, the NHS bracing for a long winter, we'll have the details, and
the welfare system is not working, it's not doing enough to protect the most vulnerable, it's not doing enough to help people that want to work into work, it's clearly not working for taxpayers.
Reports that Labour has now abandoned any cuts to the welfare bill, with a review of PIP told not to look at cost. Having said that rising welfare was unsustainable, has the Prime Minister just given in to his backbenchers and left you picking up the bill?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, the family of a woman who accused the now former Prince Andrew of sexual assault says she walked down Prince. Virginia Giuffre claims she was sexually assaulted by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, something he has always denied. The King has formally stripped his brother of his royal titles over his links to paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. PR expert Mark Borkowski says police are still investigating the businessman's crimes.
The idea that Andrew is going to, help the police, help inquirers around this, around the Epstein allegations, I doubt it very much. I think he's going to disappear, but whether he's going to be disappeared into oblivion, that's another matter.
LBC's been speaking to people in Windsor, close to where Andrew currently lives.
I think it's quite a shock, and it's a massive move to make.
I think this is trying to stop the story and put it to bed, so to speak.
It should happen, and I think it's taken a while to happen, but it's needed to happen.
I think it's proper justice.
Hospital officials in Gaza say Israel has handed over the bodies of 30 Palestinians, indicating the ceasefire deal is moving forward. Hamas handed over the remains of 2 hostages to Israel yesterday. A double murderer who stabbed his pregnant girlfriend 23 times after being released from prison on licence has been jailed for at least 42 years. 32-year-old Alana Adesios was in the early stages of pregnancy with her 3rd child when she was murdered by Shane March at her home in East London in July 2024. A former sergeant major has been jailed for 6 months for sexually assaulting Jaisley Beck in 2021. An inquest ruled the Army's failure to take action contributed to her death 5 months later. Major General John Swift is promising the lasting reforms.
Change that will give service personnel the confidence they need to report sexual offences and inappropriate behaviours, knowing that they will be listened to.
3 Just Stop Oil activists who took part in a protest in which Stonehenge was sprayed with orange powder have been cleared of criminal damage. All accepted taking part in a demonstration before the summer solstice in June of last year, but cited rights under the European Convention on Human Rights to protect freedom of speech and protest. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading down 56 points at 97.04. The pound buys $1.31, €1.13. LBC weather, rain in the north tonight, which could be thundery. Clear spells elsewhere, but it's going to remain windy. It's a low of 8 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Tom Swarbrick at Drive on LBC. Hope you're feeling very well indeed. Coming up. Just stop oil activists who sprayed Stonehenge with orange powder in a protest against big static rocks. I don't know. Found not guilty of criminal damage. We'll look at how. Plus,
it's Halloween, but in America, every day is now scary. I'm Simon Marks. My American week is at 10 to 6.
WhatsApp message now 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Very good afternoon to you. This hour,
the welfare system as it's set up, it can't be defended on economic terms or moral terms. Economically, the cost is going through the roof.
Throughout the election campaign, in the early months of his premiership and latterly, the Prime Minister has insisted that it is not economically nor morally right for welfare costs to be this expensive. Spending on working age disability and incapacity benefits increased by £20 billion since the pandemic and is forecast to rise to £70 billion a year by the end of the current Parliament. That is Treasury spending on working age benefits, they say, forecast to rise by £27 billion to £75.7 billion by 2030. Keir Starmer's government has repeatedly, indeed the Prime Minister himself has repeatedly said that is unsustainable. And he's right. However, ministers have now shelved attempts, they say in the papers, to rein in Britain's soaring disability benefits bill, telling a government-led review that it did not need to identify any savings. Sir Keir Starmer ordered the review by Sir Stephen Timms, the Welfare Minister, in part to appease some Labour backbenchers who were rebelling over the plan to try and save up to £5 billion a year by limiting access to personal independence payments. The government, as you will remember, was ultimately forced to abandon the plans because of that backbench revolt. It has since emerged that the review, which actually started this week, is not expected to find any savings from the ballooning costs of PIP, and instead it has been tasked to operate within the budget watchdog's existing projections for disability benefit spending, which the Prime Minister has previously described as unsustainable. PIP spending alone has gone up massively, 11 billion in 2019 to 22 billion in 2025. I'll give those numbers again. 11 billion in 2019 to 22 billion in 2025. Is it right that the government now turns away from cutting spending on disability benefits, or from cutting away the requirement to look at where cuts might fall in disability spending? At what stage did the apparently unsustainable become sustainable for Keir Starmer's government? Is it because the tax rises are coming? Is that why it's suddenly sustainable? Because actually a lot more money is going to be generated through the tax changes that might be happening at the budget, and that is what is going to make the unsustainable sustainable. You're going to pay for it. Is the Prime Minister giving in to his backbenchers, with you left picking up the tab for the rising costs of benefits? Or do you breathe a sigh of relief? Thank God. They're not going to come for the benefits that you are paid, despite the Prime Minister saying they're unsustainable. The review will look at how to help people back into work, maybe the incentives that drive people to go back into work and come off benefits long term. 0345 6060 973. How did the unsustainable suddenly become sustainable? And is it right that it does, given the costs involved, or given the reality that would befall you if any cuts were to happen? Jivan Sander is a Labour MP for Loughborough and former Treasury official. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. I wonder what you make of this move from apparent unsustainability to sustainability.
First, Tom, it's great to be here. It's Jivan. It's wonderful to be here. For me, what do I want to see? I want to see every single person have a good job, have a good healthcare enough to live on. If you look at some of the changes we've made, in terms of getting down waiting lists, for example, that makes people healthier, means they don't need PIP as much. And you spoke a lot about how much it's risen underneath the last government. Huge rise. Clearly that wasn't us. Now, clearly there are some factors that led to that, and I think amongst those, for example, the fact that we had the highest NHS waiting list in history, and on the other side, not enough good jobs for people, and also for those in the social security system, the ability to try work at the risk of losing those social security payments. Clearly the government's last attempt, we know the last government wasn't exactly soft and cuddly on this stuff. What we saw is costs go down in one area, go up in another. How do you ensure you get down social security payments to ensure that people have decent jobs, have decent healthcare, and are able to earn enough as well as have a decent life?
How does the government ensure that those decent jobs are there if unemployment as it is increasing?
So I think at the moment employment rates are rising, both because people are coming into the labour market and out of economic activity, right? That's the last LFS figures you've seen. So you've seen that side. You've seen the other side, the 400,000 jobs we're creating clean energy, for example, huge amount of home installation and construction. But there's another side to this as well, not just kind of the job demand side, the investment side, but also the side of, for those who are currently ill or risk of becoming ill, how do you ensure they could try work and stay in work? And that's where we are. I think about 200,000 people at the moment who would like to try work, but are scared of doing so because they're scared of losing their social security payments. And it does mean that people understandably don't want to lose the lifestyle that they can live on the other side.
But there's going to be a worry, isn't there, about what are the incentives for people to come off those social security payments to go into the world of work? And there has been talk of the government looking at ways of persuading people, indeed younger people in the main, to get into work, whether they like it or not, almost, or certainly after a certain period of time.
A decent life, Tom. People want to work. Right, a decent life is doing something with your day. You and I both know that, right? Like whenever you've been off work or had long periods out for whatever reason, it's not actually fun and joyful. It's a sense of a loss of dignity, loss of purpose. People want to have good jobs. People on PIP that I speak to, as you can imagine, quite a lot, want to have good work. So provide those good jobs for them, provide the training for them to get there, and the healthcare that they need to ensure they can work. Like we are the party of Labour, we are the party of work. I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of the work we're doing to get people into work.
So there's no need, as you see it, for cuts to be made to welfare spending?
My belief is that people should have decent jobs, good healthcare, as well as, on the other side of it, a place to go forward into. And I think the way you ensure you get down social security expenditure is by ensuring that those things happen. I think on the other side of it, for example, you see how it hasn't worked in the past. So I think the way you do this is ensure you create good jobs and getting people into those jobs.
The claim then that it is unsustainable as a way of spending government money, our money, that is what's still true, but only being made sustainable by getting people into work and getting those jobs rather than cutting the amount or the number of people who can access it.
I think the way in which you get people into those jobs, for example, Tom, you spoke a lot about young people.
Yeah.
Right, young people, there's huge rise who've gone onto PIP, for example. Now, why is that? There's a couple of different reasons, right? One of which is if you're growing up in a country that isn't doing well, as in under austerity, their material conditions just aren't as good. You grew up in the pandemic, it wasn't very good for you. Life at home was quite difficult, and you left. There wasn't the training available, the jobs to go into in the first place. What I'm saying to you is that when you create good lives, you naturally also need to lower social security payments on some of these particular payments. But it's neither here nor there's no virtuosity, if you like, in the amount. The question is, are you allowing people to live good lives? When you do that on that side, you also ensure that actually you see savings elsewhere in the system.
So the spending
on the last 40 years of cuts didn't lead to better outcomes.
So spending rising to £70 billion a year, if that is indeed where we get to, and that's what the forecast suggests, that is something that is going to have to be accommodated. We're going to have to find a way of spending that money in the hope that we can create the jobs, or you can create the jobs that people can go into.
I'm not going to write future budget in terms of what's going to happen. You appreciate that's a matter for the Chancellor, right? So
it's tonight and already very busy on the M25 this Friday afternoon. One lane is closed anti-clockwise at junction 2 for the A2 because of an accident. That's adding to those usual delays towards the tunnels. It's also slow anti-clockwise from 17 at Maple Cross to 16 for the M40, where a car broke down earlier, and an earlier accident has left anti-clockwise delays towards junction 9 for the ahead. There's an accident partly blocking the southbound M3 after the M25. That's blocking one lane. Roadworks in Streatham are causing delays both ways on the high road to Prentice Road and on the Tube. There's currently no Piccadilly line from Rayners Lane to Uxbridge. The Metropolitan line is completely suspended from Baker Street to Aldgate. Severe delays on the Hammersmith and City and Circle lines.
LBC.
Hello, love. Good day.
Right. Thanks for joining this all-staff meeting.
It's just you and me.
So, I think that we need to revisit tonight's dinner plans. Busy day, a lot of KPIs, Gonna need you to order some spaghetti, tomatoes, a bottle of white, and 2 sticky toffee puddings. Let's circle back after you've ordered an Uber Eats.
Sure.
When you've office enough, Uber Eats and get all your groceries delivered. Check out for terms and restrictions.
This is LBC. Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app. Download it now from your app store.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Catina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chardonnay, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbly, like our Cave de Turckheim Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines, subject to availability, excludes Scotland, boxed wines and bottles priced £6 or under and £100 or over.
I'm telling you, raise taxes, that's how.
Cut spending, less waste, more sense.
Get more for your money until winter hits you easy. Fair.
Up to 9.13% annual return. We all agree that's strong.
Yeah, that's hard to ignore.
Cufflink. Auto invest property backed from £500. Visit cufflink.com. That's KUFLINK. Register your interest today. Your capital is at risk. Tax rules apply to IFISAs and may be subject to change. Cufflink is authorised and regulated by the FCA.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
Our Pets in a Pickle. We're here when it matters most. For fuss-free pet insurance policies as unique as they are, visit petsinApickle.co.uk. Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With cyber security from BT. Protect your small business and understand cyber security.
Afternoon to you, 4:17 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. I suspect among those of you listening who are in receipt of PIP, a payment that is not means tested, you can get it if you're in work. Ideally it helps you stay in work depending on the need that you have. You will be breathing a massive sigh of relief that the government seems to have ditched any attempt to reform the amount that is being spent on PIP by looking at cuts. The Prime Minister's, or at least the Minister's telling a government-ordered review by a welfare minister called Sir Stephen Timms actually not to bother looking at costs or to find any savings. Instead, it's been tasked to operate within the budget watchdog's existing projections for disability benefit spending, which, I remind you again, are ballooning. Increased by £20 billion a year since the pandemic, and forecast to rise to £70 billion a year by the end of the current Parliament, something that the Prime Minister himself described as unsustainable. So what changed? Maybe a genuine belief in the policies around getting more people into work, getting better jobs available for people, more jobs that are more likely to attract people who have struggled to get into work because of the need that they have or the disability that they have, and an NHS that can see you quite quickly rather than waiting forever to get the knee operation or the hip replacement, which leaves you finding it harder to get out of the house and get to work in the first place. So you deal with that and you start... All of that will inevitably bring the welfare spending down because the systems work. Is that... I mean, I'm trying. Tom's in Glasgow. Tom.
I spoke to Rachel Reeves last year, and she said I'm being affected by the benefits. Pat McFadden announced last night if he's going to put through, instead of the scrap the white paper on disability news service, and he's put through each one he's going to do with my contribution to ESA. I can't work. I've got physical disabilities and I'm going to lose £7,000 a year. Now, how is that fair? Because Rachel Reeves, the Labour said they had a £20 million backlog. That was a trap, a political trap left by the Tories. Rachel Reeves had a choice to reverse national insurance cut, and she didn't do that. She's shouldering the cut on the disabled.
So PSA is employment support allowance, right?
That's right. I'm sorry to speak over you. I've got autism, and I'm pretty scared because it's unfair. Because Pat McFadden, instead of putting a white paper, he's now going to put it all the folk up there that they choose university, either primary or secondary legislation. Because it was opposed by the disability service.
So if the cuts aren't coming to HIP specifically, you're saying, Tom, that they're going to fall elsewhere?
It's on the disability. You look at the job training and disability news service.
I'm glad you brought that to our attention. Is it
because it's totally I'm going to lose £140 a week, and they want to make an unemployment benefit. They brought out a consultation which was a total farcical. And just basically, 21% said they don't want to touch, but Pat McFadden, who comes from Glasgow, is basically trying to force through and put it on the table. Why not put? Can you pay to smoke, you pay for everything. I know, no, but dog owners will get to their pet, you have a child.
As I understand it, sir, employment support allowance is given to people who can't work. And is therefore an out-of-work benefit that is means tested on the basis of your ability to earn money.
No, I'm not means tested. I work for he wants to cut contribution-based benefits. It was announced last night, and it's totally a total sham. And basically, that's why he's trying to do it this way. He's trying to force it. He says he won't do it. He's going to make major. That's totally wrong to put it on the backs of the disabled.
All right, Tom, I'll take a look at that. We'll go away and have a look at it. I appreciate you directing us in that way. Thank you very much indeed. I can see why you would be worried if you had read that, because that is going to affect you. I personally, I think that the time is fast approaching, if not already, for benefits that are paid to people in work, that there is some means testing done. That particularly on personal independence payments, which are not means tested and are available to people who are in work, that's part of the point of it, nevertheless should be means tested depending on how much you earn. Because there are some situations where there are people earning quite a lot of money, certainly above the national average, who are in receipt of quite a lot of personal independence payments. Now, I'm not sure how wise that is, or indeed how affordable that is. Sally's a first-time caller in Taunton. Hi, Sally.
Hi, I'm calling because I'm a GP and we see a lot of people who are doing PIP applications, and we get requests from DWP to fill in their details and support or otherwise their PIP application. And I feel that the system currently is completely flawed, and we probably are paying a lot more in PIP than we ought to be. I feel that there are people out there getting PIP who are probably better able to work than people out there who are working and not getting PIP. Currently the issue is that GPs, patients get their medical certificates from GPs. If you imagine that an average GP appointment is 10 minutes, during which a patient comes up with 2 or 3 issues usually, and at the end of the appointment, they'll often say, oh, by the way, doctor, can I have a certificate, please? Now, at this moment in time, to be absolutely honest, the GP does not have time to sit there and say, well, actually, how long do you want it for? Do you think that maybe you could work, but maybe, we do lesser hours or whatever? There just is not that time and space for the GP with everything else that they do to do that. Plus, the GP is not an occupational health doctor. So what I think should happen is that medical certificates should be taken away from GPs, that a service of occupational health doctors should assess patients. And I think that once patients have had PIP for a period of time, they should really be reassessed properly. I just feel like
as a GP, you are seeing quite a few people who are able to acquire PIP, who in your view do not need it on any medical grounds.
Absolutely. And I would also say that there is a real... I work in a fairly deprived area, but I would say that there is a real tranche of society who just do not want to work. There are generations, like the parents don't work, they don't work.
I'm not sure what proportion of all PIP would fall into that category. It might be quite small. I guess part of the difficulty with this is that PIP is not determined by a specific medical condition. It's determined by your ability to do a certain thing. So you actually don't need to have a medical condition in order to be able to apply for PIP. You can get it based on, it probably would involve some medical condition, but you could get it based on your inability to do whatever the task is that you can't do.
Yes, that's true, but I think that what is happening is that really the like the parameters are just like too wide. I think that I truly believe that there are people out there, disabled people who really need help, and we should be helping them. There's absolutely no question. But there are a lot of people out there who do know how to play the system.
Well, can I put something to you, Sally, as a GP? It might be quite helpful to get your input on this, because I was listening to a radio programme that was going through some of the numbers around PIP, because the Conservatives at their conference, one Conservative shadow minister had made the erroneous claim that there are millions of people getting a car with ADHD on PIP. Now, that is obviously not the case. There are not millions, but 88,000 people are currently in receipt of PIP for ADHD. 43,000 of whom get the enhanced Motability rate. So they get some form of vehicle. 43,000 people because of their ADHD. And quite incredibly, I think, 21,000 of those, so half, basically half, of those people who get a motorised vehicle because of their ADHD are between the ages of 16 and 19. That's... what's going on there?
I honestly, I think that currently the kind of diagnosis, and I think potentially overdiagnosis of ADHD is a real issue in this country, and I think that because almost, a lot of ADHD assessments
in a decade, according to health officials. Why is it so bad this year? We'll bring the details. 5:31 headlines now. Tim Humphrey.
The brother of Virginia Giuffre, who accused former Prince Andrew of sexual assault, is calling for an investigation. He's been stripped of his royal titles, although he denies wrongdoing. A former Army Sergeant Major has been jailed for 6 months for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who went on to take his own life. Michael Webber attacked 19-year-old Jay-Z Beck at a work social event in July 2021. Activists from Just Stop Oil who sprayed Stonehenge with orange powder have been cleared of criminal damage after a trial. The trio took part in a protest the day before last year's summer solstice. The LBC weather, rain in the north tonight. That could be thundery. Clear spells elsewhere, but still windy. And a low of 8 degrees.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall.
Hadush Kabatu, the Epping migrant sex offender, has been apprehended. The political implications are significant. People like Nigel Farage, who are pointing at the British state and saying nothing works. That is a powerful political argument, and one which seems to have been encapsulated by this very sorry tale.
Listen on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
I spoke to Health Secretary Wes Streeting. I simply do not understand how something like this can happen. There does need to be accountability when such a kind of grotesque and spectacular failure takes place. I know one person's been suspended already.
Sunday with Lewis Goodall. Sunday morning from 10 on LBC.
Octopus Energy. Great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by which? 8 years running. Octopus Energy.
Switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is now as easy as pie. Ooh, freshly baked. It's a walk in the park. Hello, little fella. It's like taking candy from a baby. Come on, as if I'd do that. With One Touch Switch, it's easy. We sort everything out for you. We even contact your current provider. Plus, we'll help towards leaving fees. Switch today to full fibre broadband with Vodafone.
Up to £200 credit to cover leaving fees. More information in terms at vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Do you know your state pension age? No. Maybe you're not sure, or you don't know how to check. It's so quick and easy to check online. All you need is your date of birth. Knowing your state pension age helps you think about your future. So check yours today. Search state pension age on gov.uk and simply enter your date of birth. State pension age. It's good to know.
I like my private details on a need-to-know basis. In other words, I need to know them and you don't. That's why I use Bitdefender whenever I'm connected, working tirelessly in the background to protect me across all my devices, keeping my digital identity confidential, on the down low, on the hush-hush, trusted by the experts, used by the pros.
Bitdefender, a global leader in cybersecurity. Trusted, always.
Verify now at bitdefender.com.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With cybersecurity from BT. Protect your small business and understand cybersecurity.
Thank you for the time. Simon Marks here with his American Week in 10 minutes or so. After the news at 6, I think we're going to do an hour that really radio was built for. You won't get this anywhere. I mean, it could be so spectacular. Haunting, you could say. In the power of it after 6. I'm looking forward to it. I do want to come, Suze, to your call about what should happen, the fate of Prince Andrew, and actually perhaps, Prince Andrew, the fate of Andrew, and perhaps the fate of the monarchy more broadly. Here's Jan. Tom, I'm not a great royalist, but would happily listen to the merits of an alternative system. So far, though, none have held any appeal. I have to say, King Charles has impressed thus far, and I have liked his handling of the Trump and Zelensky issues. And I think that he has handled Andrew, whatever his name is now, I think he's handled that issue quite well. It may have taken him a time to get there, but as the awfulness of his brother's behaviour has mounted, the King, says Jan, has come to the right decisions. It did take a while. There we go. Suze, I'll come to your call in just a few moments. First... What? Is that what we've got? Is that all we've got? Just someone coughing? Yeah, I've heard it. Britain could be hit by one of the worst flu epidemics in a decade, according to data. Health officials warning that flu has arrived a month earlier than usual, as you heard in the coughing, with hospital admissions for this time of the year the highest they have been in nearly 10 years. Japan is actually having a similar problem. Schools have shut there. 6,000 people are actually in hospital. Rory Dayton is Acute and Community Care Director at the NHS Confederation. Thanks for coming on the programme, Rory. We've heard it's about up three times from where it was last year. What do you think the reasons for that are?
It's really difficult to tell, Tom. You've mentioned the Japanese epidemic and Australia as well. Reported just over 400,000 confirmed flu cases as well. And NHS leaders tend to look at Japan and Australia especially during the summer just to see how they're doing, and we tend to have an experience that mirrors their experiences as well. So flu changes every year, the vaccines change every year, the viruses change every year, the variants change every year. This one looks to be particularly a bad one, and it looks as though we're in for a long, hard winter.
Do we know why this variant is particularly bad, and what is it changing that makes it even worse?
It's really, really difficult to tell, Tom. I think if you're an emergency department consultant sitting in your emergency department tonight, you might be looking at uptake amongst certain populations is down a little bit. So amongst the over 65s, the vaccine is down about 3%. Vaccine uptake is down about 3%. Amongst children, about 2%. And for those with long-term health conditions, down again just a little bit. So just a general tendency to reduce vaccination, and again, that emergency department consultant will be knowing that the most effective way to tackle flu this winter, to stay out of hospital, to protect your families and your loved ones, is to get vaccinated. So there's a frustration there.
Why do you think that might be, Rory, that vaccination rates are down for flu jabs this year?
Really difficult to tell. Really difficult to tell. I think the two things that are important within a vaccination programme are trust, public trust. I think is really, really important, but also the way that we need to target particular communities, and not everybody thinks in exactly the same way. So the ability to go to different places and target people in different ways, that's what will get vaccination levels up, I think.
It does seem like the NHS is in for a tough one already this winter. Rory, thanks for coming on. Rory Dyson is the Acute and Community Care Director at the NHS Confederation. I mean, you know that it's rolling in. It's worth trying to get yourself as much protection as possible. We're told that it is most, or at least rolling around the most in school kids. I know it's been half term for a lot of people recently, and of course when the schools go back, then the mix. You know what can happen. 03456060973 is the number. Here's Ian, back to the question about Andrew. Tom, I'm disappointed with you. Please don't fetch the Queen into this situation. The late Queen, I guess. She's the only royal without skeletons in her closet, excuse the pun on Halloween. She sat on her own at her own husband's funeral while her government was at a party. Yes, the rest are hanger-honorers and can go for me, but the late Queen was one of a kind. Ian, I'm not disputing that. Absolutely not disputing that. But I wonder whether Prince Andrew, as he was then, was given a level of protection that he is not receiving from his brother because mums and their boys, embarrassment to the institution, he was reportedly her favourite. Does that play a part? Suz is in Manchester. Suz, hi.
Hi there. Thanks for taking the call. Just a couple of points, really. I think firstly, we shouldn't really think of the Queen. She's not here to defend herself. And during the fact that she passed away and people think she's involved somehow, it's ridiculous. Secondly, it seems to be that the whole family is guilty by association with Epstein. I don't think Andrew, even though he's done some stupid things and speculation, allegation, and he succumbed to that because of the amount of controversy it's causing for the institution of the royal family, which is not good. And I think that's the reason why he decided to leave his old. And it seems to me
he didn't decide to leave. He was in his in the press release the other week. He was desperately keen to
press release, as you know, they can be made up to make everybody else look good. Don't know what's been happening really. They've been carefully crafted before they go after anybody, so I would have said to the press release. Secondly, I also believe that it's convenient that members of the British establishment need to be exposed, and really the controversy happening in America where they're trying to avoid naming names there, and for some reason names have been reached out, and all the controversy seems to come over onto our side, like somehow they're the main culprits to it. People being friends with paedophiles who are history, Jimmy Savile, Ghislaine Maxwell, famous celebrities, famous MPs, very well. Just because they knew them, does it mean they implied anything?
No, I agree with you. You're not guilty by association. You're not guilty by association. You're certainly not guilty of that crime by association. But if you tell, as questions swirl about your relationship with a convicted paedophile billionaire,
the last thing you're going to tell everybody is
let me get the point out. If you ask what was your relationship with this person once they were convicted, and you say, I didn't have one, I cut it off, and it later emerges that you did have one because you were in email contact with them and actually you met up with them and you went to their flat, that's another.
Why
are you trying to defend this guy?
Maybe because I'm the royalist, maybe. At the same time, don't get me wrong, I'm not the reason why I'm trying to defend it, it seems like you're bringing the Queen into it, like she passed away.
I agree with you, but I don't think it's not unreasonable to say, could something have been done before? Why wasn't something done before? All this stuff was known, the damage was being done all the time. Arguably, it's taken the late Virginia Giuffre's book to be published for action to come. And the damage has been done to the institution that you love. Thank you very much, Steve, for coming on. Phoebe's in Bishop's Stortford. Phoebe.
So, was it Suz that you were just talking to? Did I get that one right?
Suz.
Grimari.
Yes. What does he mean that the Queen wasn't involved in something to do with her and that Andrew's done a few bad things? Is he the guy that you just spoke to?
Yes.
What he said?
Yes. You're astounded by it. Why?
But it had nothing to do with the Queen. She paid the settlement to Virginia Giuffre after her son sexually abused her.
Well, hang on, whoa, Phoebe, whoa. We can't say that. That hasn't been proven in a court of law. People are innocent until they're proven guilty. But there was an out-of-court settlement for multiple millions. Yeah, absolutely. And the Queen helped pay.
Yeah. If he was so innocent, I don't think all the things that have happened and continue to happen.
But this is where we get into the speculation about, well, come on, it all adds up and it all points one way. And he's convicted in the court of opinion, if not in an actual court. And I think,
but hasn't he got judicial immunity?
No, he hasn't got judicial immunity. Certainly not in the United States.
What they give it, then he's got. They'd have to get him there, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
but he should
have to go. I mean, if you want to defend yourself, you want to defend. Maybe he did, and his late mother said no. Don't know.
No, we don't know, but I do think it had something to do with. And I think it's been sort of made to seem like it is all right. She could just throw money at it.
Phoebe, appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Here's Giles. Tom, your question about the late Queen is spot on. I would go one further. As more comes out, and it will, the question will be how much did she and the current king know and protect? Maybe this is a no. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Still to come.
Trick or treat, whatever you choose. American Week is next.
34. News headlines, Tim Humphrey.
The family of Virginia Giuffre, who accused the former Prince Andrew of sexual assault, said they're feeling a mixed bag of emotions after he was stripped of his royal titles. A man who stabbed his pregnant girlfriend 23 times after being released from prison has been jailed for at least 42 years. A former sergeant major has been jailed for 6 months for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who later took her own life. LBC weather, rain in the north tonight, that will be thundery. Clear spells elsewhere, but remaining windy and a low of 8 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Jane Louise Knight, and the anti-clockwise M25 is very busy this evening from junction 26 towards Mabbey through to a police investigation. It's blocking 2 lanes between junction 25, that's the A10 and Enfield, and Potters Bar at 24. It is open clockwise. Seen to Southlands at 23. Elsewhere, the M25 is heavy anti-clockwise from Orpington 4 up to Dartford Tunnels. That's causing delays of half an hour out of town on the A2. In Wandsworth, a police investigation has just shut Swandon Weybers ways near the A3s. There are long delays, and on the tube there's no Piccadilly line from Rayners Lane to Uxbridge. The Metropolitan line can't run from Baker Street to Aldgate, and there are 3 delays on the Circle.
This is LBC.
Build your own package with TUI. Let's go. City break or a beach escape. Lovely. Fly from your local airport. Handy. Any day of the week. Ideal. On a TUI flight or a partner airline. Says your captain speaking. Nice. How many nights? 3, 5, 14? Perfect. More options, more choice. All wrapped up with a TUI smile. TUI. Live happy. At or without you protected. Booking T's and C's apply.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 LBC.
Switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is now as easy as pie. All fresh and baked. It's a walk in the park. Hello, little fella. It's like taking candy from a baby. Come on, as if I'd do that. With One Touch Switch, it's easy. We sort everything out for you. We even contact your current provider. Plus, we'll help towards leaving fees. Switch today to full fibre broadband.
Up to £200 credit to cover leaving fees. More information in terms of vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Bring your pensions together with PensionBee and take control of your retirement. Because when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. When investing your capital is at risk.
The world is vast, offering endless possibilities. But Claire's world has only been getting smaller. She doesn't leave the country. She barely leaves the house. Still traumatised by that roadside bomb in Iraq. More than 20 years ago. For many, the battle continues. Combat Stress provides intensive mental health treatment to UK veterans with complex mental health problems, helping them rediscover the world they once knew. Combat Stress for veterans' mental health. Search Combat Stress to support our work.
For anyone needing assistance when travelling with TfL, such as people with visual or mobility impairments, our Turn Up and Go service has staff on hand to help. It's available at all London Underground, London Overground and Elizabeth Line stations, and there's no need to book. Just turn up and go. That is how we're making the greener way to travel more accessible to all. Search TfL Improvement Plan. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Greener than total estimated petrol and diesel car emissions.
Experience. It's knowing the difference between a good deal and, well, a great deal. Right now, get 3 months free when you take out Saga Health Insurance. You get 24/7 GP access whenever you want it, and the freedom to choose your preferred private hospital with your own room. Search Saga Health Insurance for a quote today. New customers starting a policy before the 27th of November pay by monthly direct debit for the first year. Terms and conditions apply.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With cyber security from BT. Security solutions built for businesses.
10 to 6 Friday evening, Tom Swarbrick here on LBC means one thing. Dressed in his Mario Kart outfit, holding out a bucket in hopeful anticipation, It's a horror show for Simon Marks, American Week.
Tom, can you believe it? It is already Halloween, and the big scary monster flew back to America just in time to celebrate.
It was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful and very strong country, China.
President Trump aboard Air Force One last night, enthusing about yesterday's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping, their first face-to-face encounter since 2019. Just how successful was it? Stratospheric, according to the US leader.
I guess on the scale of from 0 to 10, being the best, I would say the meeting was a 12.
A 12 out of 10? Who would have seen that coming? Well, not many people, given that Trump has accused China of conspiring against the United States with Russia and India, has led a global trade war designed to cause severe disruption to the Chinese economy, has imposed average tariffs of 58% on China's exports to the United States, and only 3 weeks ago said on social media that the bilateral relationship with Beijing was so tattered that there was no point in the two men even meeting.
Mr. President, the President of the People's Republic of China.
When they did meet yesterday in South Korea, the photo op spoke volumes. President Trump was like a new puppy, nervously talking and backslapping President Xi, while the Chinese leader looked inscrutable and said nothing.
We're going to have a very successful meeting, I have no doubt. But he's a very tough negotiator. That's not good.
By the time their meeting was over, compromise was the order of the day. Both sides agreed to a trade war truce. The Chinese said they will start buying lots of American soybeans again. The Americans welcomed President Xi's decision to delay controls on the export of hugely valuable rare earths. In return, President Trump did a lot. He lowered tariffs on China by 10% and agreed to travel to China next April, which, if it happens, will be a very big deal. As for Taiwan and the possibility of China invading the island and taking it over, the Americans say the topic never came up for discussion, which seems like a bit of a miss. But the president claims his 3 days in Asia yielded lots of other breakthroughs. And luckily, his own trade representative, Jameson Greer, was aboard Air Force One to prompt him.
I think it was really good.
Especially coming on the heels of a successful trip. We're in Malaysia, signed a peace deal for Cambodia and Thailand, critical mineral deals with all our allies.
So many successful meetings. And so many meetings made for our country with literally hundreds of millions, trillions of dollars have come into our country in the last 4 days.
Millions, billions, trillions. After a while, it's just hard to keep track. But let's drill down on just one of those claims that the president has voiced like a mantra since Tuesday.
Yesterday I was with Mr. Toyota in Japan. They're going to spend $10 billion and they're going to build new car plants, and they're going to build them in more states, about 6 or 7 different states. Toyota is going to be putting auto plants all over the United States to the tune of over $10 billion.
Well, maybe not just yet. Those claims presented to members of the US military at a base in South Korea do not stand up to scrutiny. Toyota says no such agreement was struck. They say they never explicitly promised to spend $10 billion building car plants in the United States, nor agreed to ship Toyota cars manufactured in America to Japan for sale there, as the president also announced. So that's at least $10 billion claimed dollars of investment that are overstated. Who knows how much of the remaining billions or trillions also prove to be fictional. Now, as you all prepare to trick or treat tonight, separating fact from fiction has become a bit of a spectator sport here over the past week. Let's fall back to last weekend, the release by The Economist newspaper of an interview with Steve Bannon, the convicted fraudster, a fact The Economist never bothered to point out to its subscribers, who serves as the president's on-again, off-again political advisor.
Well, he's going to get a third. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president 28. And people just ought to get accountable with that.
But what pondered The Economist's editors of the 22nd Amendment to the American Constitution, which says, and I quote, "No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice." Doesn't that put the mockers on it?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plans, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. The country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence.
A vehicle of divine providence, you say? To which Monty Python would have responded, he's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy.
You know, the sad thing is I have my highest numbers that I've ever had.
In fact, this week he notched up the lowest approval ratings that he's ever had, but he was still lamenting the third-term conundrum that he says he faces.
I have my highest poll numbers that I've ever had. And, you know, based on what I read, I guess I'm not allowed to.
We'll see what happens, not only to him, but to Kamala Harris, the former vice president, also trolling the country by suggesting this week that she might have another presidential run in her. She, as you know, is out there flogging her book about her failed presidential bid last year, and had a couple of very rough interviews this week, including one on Australia's ABC.
Wasn't Joe Biden meant to put it on him? Wasn't his refusal to recognise his own frailties the reason that you faced a nearly impossible task?
I ran against Donald Trump for president, and Donald Trump ran on a platform that was, in large part, I believe, misrepresenting his intentions to the American people.
But ABC's Sarah Ferguson had asked a question about Joe Biden, and unlike so many American TV interviewers these days, she was not going to stand for the former vice president's evasion.
I want to interrupt you because that is a world-class pivot, but it is not the question that I asked you, which is about Joe Biden's failure to recognise his own frailties and what that did to you. The question is about Joe Biden. Are you still reluctant to criticise the president?
In what regard, please?
Well, just in terms of that question. So you went on...
Why don't be more specific, if you don't mind?
Was it Joe Biden's decision, his failure to recognise his own frailties in that position?
He was not frail as president of the United States.
A mountain of a man. It is astonishing that basic questions for which she should be fully prepared continue to trigger exactly as they did on the campaign trail last year. At a time when America desperately needs some alternative leadership, there isn't much of it around, although by this time next week, Democrat Zoran Mamdani will have become the next mayor of New York City, despite the fact that the self-described democratic socialist has not yet secured the endorsement of some key grandees within his own party. His big anticipated win is going to send one heck of a populist message next Tuesday night. Democratic Party leaders in Congress face mounting challenges this weekend as the government shutdown continues into its second month. Money for vital food assistance programs is running out because the White House won't release emergency funds to keep the hungry fed. At some point, both parties are going to have to blink to get the government reopened, but if that doesn't happen by next Wednesday, this will become the longest shutdown in history, causing untold angst to the families of hundreds of thousands of furloughed civil servants nationwide. Not furloughed, of course, Donald Trump's masked thugs dragging people away whom they consider candidates for mass deportation. And this week saw one of the most chilling examples we have yet seen at Salt Lake City Airport in Utah. The screams of 39-year-old Marta Banderas Leiva as Trump's plainclothes thugs pounced near the baggage claim area. The witness filming that arrest begs the agents to show mercy. She's a human being, she shouts at them. But what is so extraordinary is that no one else in the terminal gets involved. Everyone else just going about their business as if it's all normal, which increasingly it is becoming here. The mayor of Salt Lake City described herself as aching from the fear and pain shown in that video, but also conceded that she never expects to receive any answers from ICE about their operations in her city, because that, of course, is how authoritarian governments behave. At the White House last night, scary music as Donald Trump, back from Asia, joined the First Lady, handing out Halloween candy to trick-or-treaters. It was all very Joseph Stalin. The Soviet dictator was often depicted surrounded by youngsters hugging him. Donald Trump last night went as himself, suggesting, Tom, that either he couldn't be bothered to dress up or thinks he's scary enough on his own.
From Washington, D.C., Simon Marks, American Week. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. In the next 60 minutes...
Some custard powder thrown at some stones to preserve civilization.
Just Stop Oil activists who sprayed orange powder in protest against big static rocks or something have been found not guilty of criminal damage. Look at how. Also,
began on Tuesday, continued into Wednesday morning, and they were then signed off on Wednesday morning.
MPs are pressuring Keir Starmer to remove Andrew as eighth in line to the throne. We'll bring you the latest rows in Parliament. And
Jeremiah Ingram, we know you were the first keeper. Are you still here with us?
Just over a third of Brits say they believe in ghosts, with younger people most likely to be convinced by the paranormal. After 6, do you believe?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, Virginia Giuffre's brother has praised the King for stripping his brother of his royal titles. He'll no longer be known as a prince, although he's always denied any wrongdoing in his links to convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Anna Whitlock is a professor of the history of modern monarchy at City University of London. She told BBC you have to go back more than 100 years to see a prince lose his title.
17 triggered the Title Declaration Act at the time of war with Germany. German princes who had married their titles at that point. Because really the only precedents we have. And for a modern monarch and for King Charles, this is about as fatal and as decisive and deliberate as he can be.
A man who stabbed his pregnant girlfriend 23 times after being released from prison has been jailed for at least 42 years. Shane March, who's 47, admitted the murder of Alana Odysseus at a home in Walthamstow in East London last year. Previously served time in jail for stabbing a teenager to death in 2000. The former Sergeant Major has been jailed for 6 months for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who later took her own life. The military says programs have been introduced to reform the culture and to raise standards. There's been a rise in cases of meningitis, with doctors urging children and young adults to get vaccinated. The UK Health Security Agency says there were 378 reports last year, up from 340 the year before. The infection can be deadly or cause life-changing complications if it's not treated quickly. Dr. Tom Nutt is Chief Executive of Meningitis Now.
It is a truly devastating disease and can kill within 24 hours or less. This isn't something for you to be complacent about. It's really important that people are aware, treat it as a medical emergency, because that's what it is.
The UK is going to provide £5 million in additional aid for the Caribbean after Hurricane Melissa. Funding will provide shelter kits and solar panels to support affected communities. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed down 43 points at 97.17. The pound price $1.31, €1.30. The LBC weather: rain in the north tonight. That could be thundery. Clear spells elsewhere, but still windy. A low of 8 degrees. Then heavy rain in the north to begin tomorrow, but clearing north-eastwards during the morning. Otherwise, sunshine and blustery showers, and a high of 14 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Tim Humphrey.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Very good evening to you. 3 minutes past 6 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. This hour.
Just happened again. So, did you see that? It's coming from upstairs. Jeremiah Ingram, we know you were the first keeper. Are you still here with us? What was that? That was like a...
The scary noise, ladies and gentlemen, there, of a ghost.
That was like a...
Terrifying. Let me tell you a story. I used to work as a student at a pub in Cambridge called The Elm. It's a really old pub. It's a lovely old pub, tucked away down a side street. And I was working there as a student on the weekends. One night, we just finished doing last orders, and we were cleaning the bar down and changing the pump and all that kind of stuff. And the owner of the bar said, "Right, come on, guys, come and have a quick pint before you go." That was one of the benefits of working. You could have a quick pint before you left. As part of closing the pub down, we obviously turned the lights off in parts of the pubs where people were sitting. But in the main bit by the bar, it was all lit up as we were having a few pints at the end of our shift. And the landlord told us this story, that the pub had changed hands quite a few times recently, but before the change of owners began, it had actually been owned by a single family for a very, very long time. This family, though, ended up letting go of the pub in, I think it was something like the early 1900s, something like that, after a fire, which burned down a large chunk of the pub, and in which, very tragically, their 9-year-old daughter died. The landlord and his wife managed to escape, but their 9-year-old daughter did not escape. She died in that fire. And he said to us, this landlord, that as he was locking up the back in the kitchen at various points at the end of the night, he said, "I still hear some odd noises." He says, "I still hear a noise like a child singing." He says it's only a few seconds, but it genuinely, it sounds like a child singing. And he said, the feeling is that this child, this young girl, still haunts this pub. And as he said that, bang, the lights just went out. Everything fused. Everything went off. Whole place in complete dark. And I mean, absolutely everything goes. The lights on the bar and the beer pubs stop working. Everything is out. And I tell you, this is 100% true. Because as we sat there in stunned silence, the lights go out, everything's gone. The second after he said this place is haunted by this 9-year-old girl, the lights all go out. As we sat there in silence, the only sound we heard was the sound of a child singing. I've got loads like that. There's a time I floated down the stairs, but I might get to that later. There's new research from the National Folklore Survey that has found across England more than a third of people believe in ghosts and supernatural beings, but belief in the paranormal varies according to age and geography. This is academics from Sheffield Hallam, the University of Hertfordshire, and Chapman University in the US, who have nothing better to do, who did a survey, being the first of its kind since the last survey of English language and folklore more than 60 years ago. Just over 1 in 3 people in England said they believed in ghosts or the spirits of the deceased, with younger people, that is aged 34 to 25, most likely to believe in the paranormal, which also includes, they say, magical beings, possession, spells, psychics, angels, and demons. Dr. Ian Lightfoot is a paranormal investigator with Paranormal Hunters UK. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the program. Could you give, please, your best example, the example you give to people of proof that ghosts exist? Just like that, the line cut, and we couldn't reach the other side with Dr. Ian Lightfoot, the paranormal investigator with Paranormal. I mean, tell me that that's just an unfortunate happening rather than something else. I like this idea, I have to say, that people are still clinging on to the belief that there is something else, that there is an energy, a force, I don't know, an accidental coming together with a parallel universe that means that something happens to them that they just cannot explain. And I think that's the thing, isn't it? You can't explain it. And where people used to fill that void with notions of God or a deity, you fill that void with the notions of the paranormal or the extraterrestrial perhaps, or life after death or something. The thing that I find almost, not convincing, but the thing I find genuinely odd is that these are not experiences outside of people's normal existence. Lots of people have these stories where they genuinely see or are spoken to people who are no longer with us. And unless you're saying they're lying or they didn't really see that,
Let's
see if we can make contact with Ian Lightfoot. Ian, you were about to explain to us the story you tell that gives people credibility in the notion of ghosts.
Yeah, absolutely. What unfortunate timing, just a bit like all the lights going out in the tunnel. So imagine you're underground, and I was in one of the old Palmerston forts over in Portsmouth, and we're about 10 metres underground. There's me and my colleague Barry that goes we investigate together. There's two people about 150 metres away down one of the tunnels, and there's a group of 3 people 150 metres away down the next tunnel. Nobody else in that entire complex. Barry turns around and says, "Oh, I'm feeling like I'm getting shivers and goosebumps." That somebody's with us, and you don't say this a feeling. There's someone with you just on a feeling. But then there was a light on the wall, and we heard footsteps, and then there was a bit of a murmured voice. And I looked at Barry and said, "Oh, the other group's coming up from down the tunnel." And he said, "Oh, I think you'll find that's the Lantern Man." And of course we both burst out laughing, thinking how it would be fantastic for this apparition to show themselves to us. But then the footsteps stopped, the light disappeared, and there was absolutely nobody there. Now, it wasn't in our imagination. We heard it, we joked about it, we caught it on camera, we explored everywhere. There was nobody there. The footsteps were as real as somebody pacing right next to you. The light was flickering on the wall. There was somebody there, or something there with us. Yeah, that's my story, actually.
But you didn't see the person, the apparition themselves. You heard them and saw a light.
In the case that you do see, you do hear things, and you maybe see orbs, or you maybe see something move. I personally believe that for a spirit to manifest, it takes an awful lot of energy. So it's very unusual.
But you believe it is a thing?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I've been touched on the head, I've had my coat pulled, I've been thumped in the leg, I've seen orbs, I've seen things move, I've seen things levitate, we've made contact via dowsing rods and spirit rods, we've had conversations, we made contact in a place called Wimmering Manor in Portsmouth, one of Hampshire's most haunted locations. I asked them whereabouts was the kitchen, because we know where the kitchen was in the latest iteration of the manor house. And the dowsing rods had pointed somewhere else, and we said, tell us again, where was it in the building? No, it wasn't in the building, it was external to the building. Well, luckily we had the historian, Jonathan, there, and he explained that they were very nervous of having fires inside the building in case they caught a light in those days. So the kitchen in this particular manor house was indeed outside, and it's where the dowsing rods had pointed. There was a pub we were investigating recently for a book on
how did you make contact?
It's as simple as effectively going into the space and saying, are there any spirits present? If there are spirits present, can you make a noise? Can you light the light? Can you make the dowsing rods move? You ask them to make contact with you.
Who's holding the dowsing rod at the moment at which you're asking the spirits to move it?
Yeah, that was me. Absolutely me, yeah.
Right, so you didn't move the dowsing rod when you said move the dowsing rod?
Well, sometimes you get, was that me? Because my new movements and those rods move, which is why you try and triangulate the result. So, for example, you say, okay, please point these rods to the location of the kitchen, and they both move around. Move location, and then ask them the same question again, and then the rods move to the other place. I've had it where I've held one of the rods and almost flipped out of my hand. There was so much energy.
And that's contact, you say?
I believe it's contact, and we triangulate that again with the spirit ball. So there's a little ball that cats often pad around and they light with the movement. Well, if you have that stationary, then the light, the spirits can manipulate the light and light it. So if you're asking a question, the dowsing rod moves, and then this cat ball lights. You're reducing the probability that you actually are talking to a different entity.
I mean, it's not sort of wizard-like technology, is it, using a cat toy? Given that we can see, light years back into the solar system. But if it works, it works. Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on. Dr. Ian Lightfoot is a paranormal investigator with Paranormal Hunters. I was born cynical, so the idea of dowsing rods and cats. I just doesn't sit with me. But I do think there are quite a lot of people who have had these kinds of experiences that they cannot explain through accident or coincidence. And I would very much like to hear from you this evening if you have had one of those experiences that you genuinely cannot explain and that has left a real mark on you. You will never forget it. You can't explain it, you will never forget it. It may even have changed. And so you are more likely and inclined to think that there is maybe something more than just the material. There is something beyond that. And you can evidence it through the thing that happened to you, which we're going to come on the radio to talk about, and do so in a way that isn't boring. That's a very key. 03456060997. Calls after this. Tom Swarbrick on LBC 615.
This is LBC.
Get Book a Jet2 holiday now and take your pick of our best rooms, flights and hotels. You'll get 22 kilograms of baggage included, and right now there's £120 off per couple with MyJet2. Book now with just a £60 deposit per person. Lock in the price for next summer. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Up to protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
Get that Euro Millions feeling with Friday's £65 million jackpot. Plus, 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires. That's 10 more reasons to dance. 10 more robots. 10 more limbos. 10 more salsas. Friday's Euro Millions jackpot is £65 million. And 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on air. Estimated jackpot. Account terms from players must be 18 or over.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With cybersecurity from BT, protecting businesses of all sizes against cyber threats.
6:16 the time. I reserve this. It's a ghostly machine. I reserve the right. Thank you. I reserve the right to do two things. One is I reserve the right during the course of this hour to pivot to stuff that is happening in the world that is really important. I realise there isn't much important that's happening in the world. So if important stuff happens, I reserve the right to pivot to it. And secondly, I also reserve the right to pull the lever on this show's version of Graham Norton's Red Chair. Okay? So if your story is dull and you're waffling and you're pinging off like a moth on a light bulb from the main point of it, and you're not giving me chills in the telling of your story, I will pull the red lever, your chair will go back and you're off. Okay? That's how we're going to operate. Alright? James is in Cheltenham. James.
Hi. Yes, I just went up to tell you about when I lived in a haunted house. So this is back in 01. We moved into a house, which is an old house built in 1763. And my son was just born within a few weeks. What happened is, above the kitchen, where my sons are in, there was a corridor. And what started to happen was we started to hear like really heavy footsteps walking down the corridor. And we had the baby monitor in the kitchen as well, and the lights used to go with the noise. So it wasn't just like we could hear it, we could actually see it. And this happened quite often. We had footsteps in other parts of the house, but it was mainly in that corridor. And what seemed to happen was that we had visitors. They used to get more like one of them was in a room once and had a sort of weight on their chest, they couldn't breathe. So we had quite a lot of incidents. And a couple of other times. I remember once we'd actually, when our daughter was born, we'd gone to bed in the day because we're very tired. She kept us up all night. We were in bed, and whatever it was actually ran through our room and down the stairs towards the other part of the house where the issues mainly happened.
How do you know when you say it ran through the room?
So it seemed like a fairly big adult ran through our room. There was a staircase and it ran down the staircase as well.
When you say it seemed like a fairly big adult, is that because you saw an outline?
No, we didn't see anything. We never saw it. It was just always noises. And some people had some issues, like I said. And what was interesting was, there was another time when I woke up, and again, the baby monitor was in the room, and I thought, you know when you sort of wake up half awake?
Yeah.
I could hear this breathing right in my ear, and I initially thought, it's my wife, you know, and then I thought, it's the baby monitor, and then I realised they were actually not there, they were in London, so I was by myself, and I jumped out of the bed then, because I realised something very strange was happening. It was right in my ear, like a breathing.
And it wasn't, it's an old house, so there are, floorboards creak, and there are cracks in the walls, and air rushes in, and it was breathing.
No, I mean, it was like the foot, and I'll give you another piece, which relates to it. So, after we'd been there maybe a year, across the road, and they said, how's your drink? And they said, have you noticed anything funny in your house? And we said, what do you mean? And they said, there was a family that lived there before you, about 5 years before us. And we said, what sort of thing? And they said, there's people walking along the corridor upstairs. They also said about a wheel being wheeled across the corridor, but we never heard that. And then they also said that in one of the rooms, which was my daughter's room, their parents had a sort of an issue where something was on their chest and they refused to ever come back and stay in the house. So that kind of gave us a real shiver, because we kind of, we just kept quiet about it because I don't believe in ghosts, so I don't go around telling people. But when they told us that's when we thought, wow, this is actually a thing, and it's obviously been happening for a long time before we lived there. And what was strange was, I think it gradually died down over a period of about 2 years. But whenever we had strangers in the house, they would get the issues. Whereas anyway, I'm sort of trying to rationalise it now, but almost as if it was more sort of agitated by people who didn't know.
I'm just trying to imagine you explaining it to your guests as they say right now. Okay, so the bathroom's on the left-hand side, but don't worry, the towels are there as well. If you might feel some pressure on your chest, just breathe normally through it.
Yeah, well, it was quite. And we used to have babysitters, and we'd always come home. And they'd say, I think I heard someone upstairs, and we'd just say, like you did, no, it's an old house. It's the road. So we always, no, we left about 10 years ago. What was interesting was we rented it out for a couple of years, and I wondered if it would kick off again. And I asked the people, and they hadn't had anything at all. So as far as I know, it just stopped.
And James, you're an entirely rational human being. You're sceptical about these things as most people, but this was your experience.
Yeah, it's just what happened, and lots of people, our friends, sort of experienced it, and as I say, the babysitters, and when once I heard about the other family, they had all the same sort of issues as us.
James, appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Michelle's in Boston.
Hi, Tom. So, I haven't had an encounter with a ghost, but...
Thanks very much. No, we'll talk, Michelle. Go carry on.
15 years ago, I was dragged to see a clairvoyant against my will, because I do not believe in any of this stuff at all. She's really famous and used to do readings for Madonna and Michael Jackson, but she didn't speak to them. She drew pictures, she saw them, and so she started sketching people and talking to people in the room, and I was like, oh, just kill me now. And
fun night,
she drew this old woman, and she held the picture up, and I thought, oh my god, she looks just like my evil grandmother, who I could not stand. And all of my friends said, that's your grandmother? And I was like, no, let's not drag me into this. I'm not the target audience. But in the end, All the clues that she kept coming up with, including how my grandmother had died, all tied in. My friend said, it's her. She said, oh, I've got some messages from you. And I said, okay, go on then, look it up. She described a super creepy house. I don't know, but my friend was making notes. She described the step glass dome, and a table she had with crinoline labels on. Don't even know what they are. And a big red curtain over the door. So she mentioned that, and I went, no, nothing about that. She said, keep it, because that's a memory tag for someone. I went, okay, fair enough. She went, I've got Harry here. Well, that's my grandfather's name. He and I were very, very close. And he went, he's got a message, you have to tell your dad and Peter, who is my dad's brother, that David is in trouble. Now David is their other brother. And I was like, oh, that's creepy. But I don't believe you because you're a charlatan. I didn't think much more. I didn't say that. But she said all of this, and then she said to me, you've got a vitamin B6 deficiency, and your aunt is really worried about it. I went home, didn't think much about it. Turns out that my friend bought the picture she drew. And she took it home, she gave it to my mum, and said to my mum, oh look at this, this happened in his note. And my mum showed it to my other grandmother, who's cute, right? The memory tags of the glass dome and the dead bird and all that weird stuff was where my grandmother was billeted during the war as a refugee. It was my Aunt Lily's house, and she was my godmother. So that was creepy. So then I started to think, what if Uncle David really is in trouble? But I didn't dare tell my dad because you'd laugh at me. So I told my Uncle Peter, and I went, look, I'm not insane, but this has happened, and if I don't say something, I'll feel bad. I told him the story, and he went, look, I'll ring your Uncle David, but there's nothing wrong with it. Trust me. Anyway, it turns out that my Uncle David had a complete breakdown 4 days before I went to see this psychic, and had been sectioned in an island, and nobody knew how to get hold of the family. So, I know, how creepy is all of that?
So what, I mean, that is weird.
Yeah. It's super, and I went to the doctor, vitamin B6 deficiency.
And you've got a vitamin B6 deficiency?
Yes, well, I haven't anymore, but I did have it.
So what do you think? What do you think?
To this day, I can't figure out how she did it, but I'm sure she's It sounds really bonkers, but there must be some way she knows.
It's the same thing as a magician. You don't know how they do it, but it's obviously a trick of the eye.
Yeah,
slip the hand or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know how these people are trying to
Those are some low odds, though. Your Uncle David is in trouble and needs your help, and has just been sectioned. It's probably, that's a tough one to better. She's going to get a lot of disappointed if that's the story she wants out.
But it's really weird. And anyway, my mother, at Christmas the following year, my mother gives one random present. She gives one random present that nobody ever expects. And I have a big picture frame. So I opened it up, and it was this bloody drawing that the crazy lady had done. And behind the she has put the notes that my friend had written. I'm reading it like twice. I still can't.
Karibu niangushe gari.
It just sort of sits there staring at me with evil grandmother that I never liked.
Hizo kona ziko hapo.
It's nice behind that. It's very odd.
Nimeona mikupa moja hivi.
I can't believe this is true.
Bora kwa nimenyamaza
Thank you. But the main body of that story was excellent. Thank you. Greg's in this. Greg.
Barabara inakataa.
Mine was about when I was 18, I used to work in KFC, one of the best jobs ever. But I was working overnight during this period, so I was doing all the cleaning in a service station on the M5. So I had to lock myself in the evening, so I'd start at 10, get the keys off the shopkeeper, and then open the shop and I'd lock myself in. Weird things that I couldn't really understand, so I'd go to the food and Christmas and then it's just, oh, you know, someone's just shocked as people down on like 4 bridges in the sort of food courts. But it was just shot up. You know, one evening. I was like, and this sort of continued over a period of time. Getting food over the floor and we come back. And then later on that evening, they'll be over the floor again. And then one of the creepiest ones was I sat in the staff room having
There's a weird but now creepy.
No, yeah, they won't get to explain it. Yeah.
Really creepy. Come on. You're in KFC on the other.
Yeah. So in the staff room having and one of the wheelie trolleys starts squeaking past the door. Now I got my phone out, I thought, right, what's that? Something's not right. And I go to the door to sort of lean through it. And it's got that frosted glass. And I can see this trolley moving down the corridor. Didn't film it, didn't have the minerals, sat back down and waited 10 minutes, then went back out. And the trolley had moved to the other end of the building. And I spoke to a manager and said, yeah, apparently there's some child that does these things and he's doing
Welcome to South Sudan.
Yeah, so no, it's the KFC, you know, the food courts, yeah, like KFC, Burger King, yeah, so it's that whole
so South Sudan.
Well, so this was apparently the poltergeist, this was the kid that used to do it. He used to cook the chefs every morning when they're making bread. So I found out after the fact. And so I used to go in with headphones on. And, you know, you'd get that hair standing on the back of your neck sometimes. And I really thought it was better to see something and not hear it, or hear it and not see it.
It's still one of the best jobs you've ever had. Very appreciated. Didn't have haunted KFC down on the list, but there you go. 03456060973. Someone's got to come in with an absolute banger shortly. You've got to come in like a proper. Everyone turns white. People start crying. Children turn off the radio constantly, okay? Because this is going to be belting good. After the news.
It's quite unique because now I can say I've been to the Orange Stonehenge. That won't work
Just the Warriors guests who sprayed Stonehenge with orange paint in a protest against some big static rocks or something.
You know those? You can
6:31 headlines.
The family of the former Prince Andrew's accusers say the removal of the prince's royal titles is a win for survivors who've spoken out about abuse. He has always denied Virginia Giuffre's allegations. The YouGov poll suggests most people think the king has acted too slowly. Army chiefs have promised lasting change after a former officer was jailed for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who later took her own life. An inquest previously concluded military inaction contributed to J.D. Beck's death. A man who threatened to kill the Prime Minister in messages sent to a Labour MP has been jailed for nearly 2 years. Lee White sent 109 emails in 4 days to Rosina Khan, which police describe as menacing. LBC weather, rain in the north tonight. Could be thundery, clear spells elsewhere, but still windy, and a low 8 degrees.
This is LBC.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Patina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbly, like our Cave de Turckheim Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable flavour for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Exclude Scotland, boxed wines and bottles priced £6 or under and £100 or over.
Do you know your state pension age? No. Maybe you're not sure, or you don't know how to check. It's so quick and easy to check online. All you need is your date of birth. Knowing your state pension age helps you think about your future. So check yours today. Search state pension age on gov.uk and simply enter your date of birth. State pension age. It's good to know.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With cyber security from BT. Solutions to help any size business stay protected.
Here's Matt on WhatsApp. Tom, this is the best radio, but I ain't scared of a ghost Colonel Sanders. Also, which services? Don't know.
Go to the petrol station on
We've got an absolute belter like a real serious. You won't believe your ears. First. Just Stop Oil activists who took part in a protest in which Stonehenge was sprayed with orange paint have been found not guilty of criminal damage after citing human rights laws in their defence. This is Rajan Nadu, an Oxford University student, Neve Lynch, had been accused of using 2 colour blasters filled with corn flour, talc and an orange dye to spray the ancient monument. Salisbury Crown Court was told that the pair, together with a third activist, Luke Watson, targeted Stonehenge as part of an ongoing fossil fuel protest by the Just Stop Oil group the day before last year's summer solstice, where around 15,000 people were due to gather and celebrate. They were found not guilty. Fiona Atkinson is a spokesperson from Just Stop Oil. Thank you very much indeed for coming on. Remind us what they were using Stonehenge as a canvas to protest. Why Stonehenge?
Because we all love Stonehenge, don't we? And those of us in Just Stop Oil love Stonehenge, and we love beautiful things, and we care about them because they're part of our past. But we also care about our future, and we ain't going to have one if we carry on emitting fossil fuels like we are now. So thanks very much for having me on the show, Tom. I think it's a day where we should all be celebrating, because this was a win for Just Stop Oil tactics, it was a win for freedom of speech, and it was a great win for using ordinary people, letting ordinary people listen to the facts in that courtroom. They were allowed to discuss what was happening to the climate destruction that's going on, and when they heard the reasons that people had taken those actions, the jury did a brilliant job and said not guilty, because what we did was proportionate to what we are up against.
Let's talk about what you're up against. Would you agree that Bill Gates has been one of the very, very big and important voices in bringing people's attention to the climate crisis?
I think that there's an awful lot more to be done than Bill Gates has done, I think.
But this is a man who has made the arguments for, who has put in millions of pounds of his own money into investment in various forms of green technology. He is one of the architects of the movement around climate change, no?
What I've come on here to discuss... You can do that, but you're taking I'd like to say to you, shouldn't we all be celebrating?
I'm asking you about the future of humanity. Bill Gates.
Let's not talk about Bill Gates.
He's a big proponent of the green agenda and of climate change being a problem. He posted a video online this week saying that while climate change is still a major problem that needs to be solved, quote, people will be able to live and thrive on Earth for the foreseeable future. He's invested billions to
Last time I looked, Tom, excuse me, sorry for interrupting. Last time I looked, though, Bill Gates was not a climate scientist. Last time I looked, he was one of the world's
one of the people who was most helpful in getting this agenda going and indeed investing in the technologies that are going to help save humanity. And now here he is saying
I'm not sure who you've been listening to. It does sound like you've been listening to the wrong people, but the fact is we've gone past 1.5. The fact is when we watch storms like we've just watched in Jamaica, which are caused by the rise in temperatures caused by fossil fuel emissions, and we're going to get more of that. We've just had the year anniversary after Valencia when 200 people were killed in Spain. That's not very far away from us, Tom. That's the reality of what we're up against. And right now, every single country in the world is experiencing either droughts or floods. They're getting disruption to their climate, to their weather systems. That's affecting food production all over the world. Well, let's leave Bill Gates out of the picture. Let's go for another fact. Let's go for the scientific fact. So London University have just done a report, just produced a report which says that every minute somebody is dying. Every minute somebody is dying in this world from heat, from the heat which is causing the destruction of all the systems that keep me and you, Tom, and your 2 kids alive, and my granddaughter. We've got to stop it. And I'm not listening to Bill Gates. I'm going to listen to the scientists, and I'm going to use my eyes and my ears, and I'm going to look at what's happening in Jamaica.
Stonehenge. The reason for the spraying of Stonehenge was to draw people's attention via this protest to that claim. One of the
sorry, Tom, it's not a claim.
It's a claim made by scientists, yes, and there are scientists who disagree.
No, you've seen it. You watched it.
Well, I watched things. I'll tell you what I watched. So I watched, for example, the Palisades fire in Los Angeles. Yeah, the wildfire that ripped through when I think we may have spoken about it, Fiona, and this was put down to climate change, the effect of heat, the effect of stronger winds, and this is going to be
Yeah.
But that is still the case, right? That this is a climate change thing. So why has a 29-year-old man been arrested on suspicion of starting those fires through arson?
Tom, there's always been crazy people arsonists. The arson that they have committed has never been the havoc we've got now. So
if there are some responsible for these fires in LA, which you say is a result of climate change.
Which I say, all right, Ian Atkinson says it. Let's leave out the universities. Let's leave out the scientists.
No, I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying that people have to be careful when they attribute to climate change things that weather events that are happening when it might be something else.
Most of the communities like the game
because you have a platform, and what you are doing is you are getting outraged about the wrong things. What you should be getting outraged about, and you should be speaking to an audience that's out there, 89% of whom want more action on climate. So keep speaking to that audience, and what we need to be outraged about is that the top fossil fuel companies are making £400 billion a year in profit. It's their actions that are causing those storms, those droughts, those fires. They're causing the food in our supermarkets getting more expensive. You need to be aware that if we carry on, surely your common sense tells you that we are a closed system on this planet. This world of ours is closed off. Everything we emit and have been emitting for the last 150 years is with us. It doesn't go away. There's nowhere for it to go. And we are causing this incredible rise in temperature in the sea. So that goes into the atmosphere and comes down as absolutely out of control rain. And that is happening everywhere. And then you add to that the droughts. I live in the Lake District. You used to be able to have a barbecue in the Lake District without risking a wildfire. We now have signs everywhere saying, don't have a portable barbecue because of the risk of wildfire. This country has had more wildfires in the last couple of years than we've had for decades. This is a serious problem. Temperatures are rising, Tom. And I'm sorry, I know we want to hide from it. Most of us do, don't we? But we have to face the fact this is what we've done. We have to end the fossil fuel era before the fossil fuel era ends us.
Fiona Atkinson is a spokesperson from Just Stop Oil. 6:41. Back to the ghost stories. John is in Hitchin. John.
My story, I've never ever believed in all this spooky stuff. But they say if you don't understand it, doesn't mean it's not there. So in 2007, my dad died of cancer at 63. And I was feeling very low one day, so I figured I'd go for a walk. So I go to this area, which is not far away from the cemetery where he's buried. But I was on my own, there's nobody around me, and I can see clearly for at least a mile around me, absolutely nothing. So I'm walking through the woods, and this dog, a little like collie, black and white dog, came up to me. I'm looking around thinking there's got to be an owner somewhere, and this dog is following me, and I'm looking at it, and I turned around, and I just told it to shoot, and it wouldn't go. So for about an hour I'm playing with this dog, and it's looking at me like it knows me, and it's getting dark. I literally turned around. There was no human near me for a leap, but there was no human full stop. And I walked home and I'm looking and I'm thinking like there's something not right. So about a month later it kept bothering me. I went home, I told my wife, and I said this is happening to me and this is really strange. I don't understand it. I went to see a spiritualist. Should have probably gone, but I did. And
ukifikiria sababu kwa 20 kitabu speed alafu
I can't explain it. It's never happened to me before, it never happened to me since. But it freaked the living daylights out of me because I was really close to my dad. And this dog just like appear and vanish. And it did. So I was always brought up with the understanding. Just because you don't understand it, maybe there's more to it than you do understand.
What about the dog's behaviour?
It was friendly. It looked at me like it was ever so friendly. It was like it knew me. It was looking at me. That's what I couldn't understand. There's no owner. Where's the owner? There was nobody there. It was a black and white collie, very friendly. It kept jumping on me, it kept licking me. I mean, I didn't even know where it was coming from. There was no owner. Where's my witness? I turned around and it was gone. Just like that.
There's no way it just ran into literally just vanished.
I turned around because I was worried about what do I do? I take this dog home with me. It wouldn't leave me alone. I kept telling it to it kept looking at me, it kept playing with me, and I'm like, okay, what do I do? Anyway, I turned around, just like that, and I looked around, and then I went looking for the dog, and looking, and I couldn't find no noise, nothing, it just gone, just like that. Everything was, I went to the cemetery.
Well, here's a question I think we're going to be asking during the course of the programme.
Wewe ni nini na barabara ni kubwa, unarudi kwangu sikuwa nimeiona, mimi nilikuwa naona nini, nimeangalia mbele nikaona lami, nikaona tumeshika lami.
Listen, John, thank you for that. I know it's a stray dog and the dog's very complex, but if it brings people a bit of comfort, and there are so many examples of this. Prince Harry talked about it after his mum died, and he was on safari and he saw a leopard, and it was his mother. He felt like his mother's spirit was there. Or I remember there's a young woman who rang me. Her father died just before she got married, and a robin landed in the garden before she got. And it was him, and he loved the robins. Do you know what? If it brings you comfort, who cares? Maybe there is something. 03456060973. Is Bianca's one good? Are we sure? Is it a belter? Is it going to make me scared? I'm looking at you. Is it? It is.
Coming up at 7 on LBC, Rachel Johnson.
The king has cut off the gangrenous leg of his own brother. But will this amputation stop the what in the royal body politic?
Rachel Johnson on LBC.
At Lidl, there's always more to value. Like saving £28 on this week's Big Shop when you switch to Lidl Plus from Tesco Club Card. See the shop at lidl.co.uk/save. Lidl, more to value. 18 plus GB only. Offer ends 5th of the 11th, 25. Price check 20th of the 10th, 25 and pro-rated based on size. Tesco also sell other products. Excludes multi-buy stations and supply.
Do you know your state pension age? Maybe you're not sure, or you don't know how to check. It's so quick and easy to check online. All you need is your date of birth. Knowing your state pension age helps you think about your future. So check yours today. Search state pension age on gov.uk and simply enter your date of birth. State pension age. It's good to know.
One of the best things about a holiday with Saga is your chauffeur, who will pick you up and drive you to your departure point. Whether you're cruising through Europe's iconic cities along the Danube, or enjoying a rainforest tour through Costa Rica. Even better, they'll pick you up and drive you home again afterwards. 2026 season now on sale. Search Saga Holidays. Experience is everything. Nationwide chauffeur service available on UK mainland. Full terms apply. Over 50s only.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
With cybersecurity from BT. Protect your small business and understand cybersecurity.
6:48. It's Tom. Can you tell us about the telephones downstairs? run out of time for that. I might run out of... I could have talked about panpsychism. I really like talking about it. It's one of my weirder views, if I'm honest. It cannot be true that the only thing that unites us is matter. That in the wet matter of our brains is the only thing that produces a form of consciousness that we can understand. That seems a bit human-centric to me. I like the idea that consciousness is part of the universe. Everything is displayed everywhere, like matter, just displayed in everything and everywhere. We'll get to that later. Bianca's in Brixton. Bianca.
Right, Tom, I've got two. I'll be really quick.
Well, stick
one
to
here
one.
and one in Jamaica.
Stick to one, and honestly, just make it really good. Make it really good.
Alright, it's not a lie though, Tom. So I've got a cleaning company. I was called by a mystery client who asked I found out who it was in the end, but I got a phone call and it was like, I need my house to be empty because we're going to convert it to an Airbnb. And I'm like, okay, where can I meet you to obviously get keys and access, etc. And it's like, no, the keys will be left in a place for you. And I found it just because so I asked for a deposit to be transferred to me, how I ended up getting the name. Anyway, we've gone to this farmland now, and Tom, I'm not kidding you. The whole house, it's like, it was completely full. It was like the family lived there, but like they'd gone in the dead of the night. Thinking there was food still in the fridge from like 2 years previous. Everything, nothing had been touched. But the house was stone cold, but there was like big heaters everywhere, big massive industrial heaters. So when we turned the heaters on, the house was cold. So long story short, we're packing all these bottles to Levels, and I'm thinking, hang on, there's all these designer clover, all their things are here, wallets, everything, and they don't care, they just want it all out. So there was Range Rovers parked up, everything. We got rid of all the stuff, moved it into the areas where they told us to move it to, like these bars. And Tom, in the night, at about 10:30 at night now, we just started hearing wailing in the house. And there was a cold spot in the house that we noticed was really cold by the fireplace. And it was moaning and groaning. It sounded like a woman was moaning and groaning. And I was like, we all need to leave. Everyone was like, no, we're going. That's time for us to leave, yeah? We've left, tried to leave, and Tom, none of our cars would turn on. Our cars had clapped out, the phones clapped out. We had to walk for a quarter of a mile to the Starbucks to try and get some help, and they were locking up. We couldn't, and I was begging, I was like, please, we're stranded on this medieval stop. And all I can say is that it's off the A23, but it's very, yeah.
So, when you say your cars didn't start, so you're legging it out the house because you're hearing this wailing noise coming from the really cold bit?
Yeah, and there's 6 of us.
And none of your cars worked?
None of our cars worked.
Previously worked to get you there?
Yes. I swear to God, the car wouldn't turn over. You know, the battery died on my phone, and then we had to go down the road. And the thing is, it was just, it's like we wasn't meant to leave.
How? Describe the wailing sound.
It sounded, I don't want to sound thing, it's just like, you know, like when someone's in childbirth, like they're in agony. That's the only way I could describe it. It was like a woman. It was just very faint. It was like, oh, like moaning.
No, Bianca, it's okay, great. And that forced you to flee?
No, we had to go. Yeah, we all got terrified. We were terrified because the house was freezing, and it was just strange that the owner didn't want to meet us at any point, and then it suddenly dawned on us, this is why they don't live in the house.
What do you think it was?
I think it was definitely an entity. 100% from. And like I said, I had a similar experience in Jamaica with my car again.
Bianca, thank you very much indeed.
Dramatic when Wathi leaving the castle. Spoiler alert. But the Traitors was very much topped, I think, this week. I mean, not even Rachel Reeves failing to apply for a selective licence to rent out her Greenwich home while she moved into number 11. And Dawny Wood really matched what happened in the royal household. over the last 48 hours. Nothing could top the siege of Royal Lodge. Nothing could match it. The trebuchets were wheeled out. The slings were loaded with rocks. And last night's statement from Buckingham Palace hit 2 targets in the bullseye. First, Prince Andrew's home, Royal Lodge, and then his very title and status as a Prince of the Blood. Yep, yesterday in those unprecedented scenes. The King sensationally, literally executed his brother. Well, not literally, but verbally executed his brother in this short statement that we've all read. I won't repeat it. It reminded me a bit, and this whole situation reminds me a bit, of that mountaineer and I had to look it up, who was doing a solo descent of the Blue John Canyon in southeastern Utah, who managed to dislodge a large boulder as he was going up, or I think it was going up, or I can't remember up or down, and anyway, it pinned his right wrist to the side of the canyon wall, and he was stuck there for 5 days, and then he managed with his left arm to cut off the right arm with a blunt penknife. And this is what this reminds me of. The King has somehow amputated in order to break free of the Andrew situation. He's had to amputate this gangrenous leg that represents Prince Andrew. I'm not sure whether that's the end of it, whether that will stop the rot, the gangrene in the royal body politic, and that's what I want to talk to you about tonight. Whether this whole saga, and let's date it back to 2019, to Emily Maitlis's infamous sit-down with Andrew on Newsnight. Whether this whole saga actually does end here in 2025, or whether this is one of those existential moments. So is this the French Revolution? Is this a sort of 18th century crisis? Or is this a crisis a bit more like the death of Princess Diana in 1987, I think it was? Or is it just the nation in a periodic fit of morality and sort of bloodletting? They have now got their victim, and that will be the end of it. So that's where I want to go with the story tonight. As I see that the Giuffre family are asking for Prince Andrew to be removed from the bloodline of succession completely. I mean, when will the Giuffre family be satisfied? When he can no longer call himself Andrew? I mean, it's very hard to see where this ends. And of course, this is a transatlantic story because Epstein is involved, and the Epstein files have still not yet been published by Trump, and they could threaten him too. There may be more emails to come. It's not clear in my mind what happened between this stripping Andrew of his titles of the Duke of York and the Order of the Garter 2 weeks ago to why he had to be so sensationally deleted from the royal mainframe yesterday. This is what I want to get to. This is the number to call, 0345 6060 973. You can tell Alexa to send a comment to LBC, and you can WhatsApp 84850. We're very lucky to be joined by Tina Brown. She's the former Vanity Fair editor and the Sunday Times best-selling author of The Palace Papers. She also authors a weekly Substack called Fresh Air, which I commend to you. Tina, thanks for joining us on LBC this evening. Tell me your perspective on this first film. Well, I mean, I think people here are slightly baffled at this kind of rolling demotion of Andrew. They're not quite sure what to be excited about this time. I mean, they keep thinking he's already been demoted, and then they keep hearing that he's been demoted again. So it's a kind of, for here, it's a slightly more nuanced thing. I think the fact that he's now Mr. Mountbatten Windsor, that's beginning to penetrate. And I would think that, maybe Prince Andrew is sitting there slightly nervously in Montecito, wondering if he too will wind up with that sobriquet eventually. But, Harry. So yes. So I don't know. I mean, I think people, as I say, here are they're a bit more baffled about what's actually been happening to him. Well, it is very confusing, because you have to ask, what was it about not being called the Duke of York and having the Order of the Garter taken away? There wasn't sufficient punishment for Prince Andrew, that they then had to take away his very birthright title of Prince and actually eject him from Royal Lodge. So, in a sense, do you feel, as I do, that the King has sat as judge and jury in the case of Prince Andrew, even though he hasn't been convicted in a court of law?
Well, I think the fear that they've got is it's getting lapping closer and closer to kind of awkward questions, isn't it? I mean, once the government starts to sort of get involved, once it starts to become a sort of an issue for sort of MPs talking about it and people shouting things at rope lines and things, I think there's a great deal of queasiness in the family that they just don't want that kind of poking at the sort of whole carapace of how they act. And so there's a desire to kind of throw one more bone towards the haters, as it were.
Sure.
I have to say that, Andrew does seem to have been pretty profoundly by the loss of the title, etc. But at the same time, I do think he should have left Royal Lodge, and part of this is his absolute stubbornness that he wouldn't. I mean, he's a stone's throw from Windsor Castle, he's a stone's throw from William and Kate. I mean, he should have just got out of that property before, and I think if he'd done so, he would have cut short some of this new kind of disgrace, actually.
Interesting. Just before we move on to the siege of Royal Lodge, as it's being called here in the papers, in terms of the dead jeopardy which is flapping around Prince Andrew still, do you think the fact of his latest demotion makes it more or less likely that he could be extradited and have to stand up in court in some way around an Epstein trial if those papers or more emails are ever released?
I actually don't think that will happen. I don't think that will happen. I mean, listen, this case has gone on for such a long time, implicating people. I don't know whether sort of America cares enough about the Prince Andrew piece of it, unless he's a good diversion from others who are, because in some ways getting him in the dock means that others perhaps may not stand in the dock. But I don't think it will happen. I don't think that it will. But I could easily be proved wrong. I mean, he certainly, obviously, in England doesn't face any jeopardy because Virginia Giuffre was the British age of consent, wasn't she? And in America, she was not. Yes, well, she was the age of consent in England, but not in the US.
Yeah, so I think you're right to suggest, as I think, that he's taken the fall for a number of other prominent men who may now get away with it, in the same way that Ghislaine Maxwell has taken the rap and the hit for Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think that that statement from Buckingham Palace, that short, very brutal statement, it's as if the King has tried to amputate this gangrenous leg from the royal body politic. Do you think that will really stop the rot now?
I don't think it's quite sure that it'll stop the rot, no, because the problem is that once you start pulling at the strings, what's enough, Will the next howl be for the princesses losing their titles, Will the next howl be for, why should it be on any kind of royal property? I mean, there's, once you start these, these comments and
punishment beatings, yes.
That's right. There is a kind of rhythm to them. People want more and more and more.
Well, you know what it is now. He should not be in the line of succession at all. And on the Buckingham Palace website, he's still listed as Prince Andrew. I think people literally want to see him, I don't know, expunged in some way.
They want to see him expunged. And one of the awful truths is, I mean, he's not old, Prince Andrew. I mean, he's 60. Yeah, he's 64, 200 pound, perfectly healthy. Who can't be just disappeared. I tend to think it might have been better to kind of ship him off to a golf course in Abu Dhabi. But there might have been a little bit too much access to wealth and corruption and power around him for him to kind of be kept quite reeled in. Sitting in a nice cottage on the Sunderland estate, it's not such a terrible fate. I must say, I'm very happy for it myself.
Very flat Norfolk.
Very flat Norfolk, but I think, listen, if you said to me you were going to be banished to some cottage on the, in Norfolk and sit there with your books and not be bothered by anybody at all, never have to go to another dinner party, I'd probably say, what a fantastic option. But unfortunately, I don't think Andrew reads books, so for him it probably is pretty grim.
Lastly, in that statement, you saw another unprecedented element, which was the King saying that their Majesties, as ever, stand with the victims in all this. Of course, repeating the fact that Andrew has said he is innocent of all the charges.
Yeah.
Do you think this is a sort of turning point, a recognition that you've seen a lot in this Epstein story, in the allegations final recognition of that?
Yes, I mean, I think that there is, people are thoroughly over, privileged to get away with it. I mean, inevitably, in all of these kind of cases, there's an element of being sort of, if you like, the scapegoat for the feeling, as it were, of that. Andrew, in this case, is the biggest fish in anybody's sights, to be able to vent that wrath. But, the fact is that the difficult thing for Andrew was that this book by Virginia Giuffre actually has nothing new about the Andrew case. I mean, there's nothing new that she says at all that hasn't been said already. But what it does do is give a picture of such depravity amongst the Epstein, what's her name, Ghislaine said, that they're just so awful that, the idea that he would be consorting with these people after he knew that he was a sex offender and saying, let's play together soon, that's the thing that has made people, I think, sick to their stomachs. And I think that actually it wasn't the picture of Andrew with Giuffre himself that's really done him in. It was actually the other picture that was used in the book of the waif-like Virginia Giuffre at this party that Ghislaine and Epstein took her to, that was the 31st birthday party of
Naomi Campbell.
Naomi Campbell, yeah. And you can see it's only a few months before or after she was with Andrew, and she's sitting there and she's standing there with this sort of pale little waif-like face, and she looks about 12. She's so clearly a child that it's really nauseating to think that she's being passed around between all these, important men, including Andrew. So that's his bad luck for him, that all of this came out at the same time, the email and the book that kind of painted the world so graphically.
I agree with you. I think that was a very, very damaging and haunting photo. Just lastly, in terms of the threats to the monarchy, the crown, and so on, are we looking, I mean, is this the French Revolution, or is this the death of Diana, or is this the British public in one of its periodic fits of morality, do you think?
I think it's the latter. But, it's interesting about Epstein. He has posthumously, caused a great deal of surprising mayhem. I mean, of all the scandals that Donald Trump has managed to rise above, it's the Epstein scandal that he's found the hardest to deal with. You would have thought, given everybody knowing his particular sort of, louche lifestyle and all the kind of, all the things he's owned up to and not owned up to and lies, etc. You would think that nobody would care that much about his association with Epstein. But that's been the one that has really divided his base and caused him the most trouble. So it's a troublesome scandal that keeps on going. That is the problem. So I don't know where this ends up, actually. It depends what comes out. And, another interesting question is, why does it keep coming out in these dribs and drabs? Why did those emails come out about Epstein and Andrew? Why did they come out, actually, at this particular moment? And, in the same time, it also ruined Peter Mandelson. So, it's proved a powerful, toxic strain, this one. So I wouldn't want to make any predictions about where it might end up, actually.
Well, this is where you come in, everyone. After the break, that was Tina Brown, former Vanity Fair editor, Sunday Times bestselling author of The Palace Papers. To your calls.
This is LBC.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Katina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is more bubbling, like our Cave de Turquoise Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Exclude Scotland boxed wines and bottles priced £6 or under and £100 or over.
Switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is now as easy as pie. Oh, fresh and baked. It's a walk in the park. Hello, little fella. It's like taking candy from a baby. Come on, as if I'd do that. With One Touch Switch, it's easy. We sort everything out for you. We even contact your current provider. Plus, we'll help towards leaving fees. Switch today to full fibre broadband with Vodafone.
Up to £200 credit to cover leaving fees. More information and terms at vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Next summer sorted. Book a Jet2 holiday now and take your pick of our best rooms, flights and hotels.
Prince Andrew saved the monarchy. Has it changed how you feel? Has it made you feel more monarchist or more Republican? Do you think that, no punishment is harsh enough for Prince Andrew? He should be removed from the line of succession as well. I think he's also still one of those people who can stand in for the king. Every single honorific should be removed from him. Every single grace and favour tag should be taken from him, because no punishment is harsh enough for what he's done. 03456060973. And I should remind you, he has denied all the allegations and he has been convicted of nothing in a court of law. We can rehearse the fact that he has, or his mother did, pay £12 million to one of his alleged victims, and there are lots of allegations repeated in both Virginia Giuffre's and Andrew Loney's recent books. But over to you. Has this changed your view of the monarchy? Has it made you think, really, we should be a republic? Steve in Nottingham. Steve.
Hi, Rachel. Hi. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a Republican and I always have been, so it's not changed my view at all. I don't think he puts them all down with him. You asked earlier on what the family which is victim blaming. I think they should have whatever they want in relation to the Windsors. I think there's a lot more to come, and I think that the news know that there's a lot more to come, and it must be really bad for them to do this pre-COVID.
It's hard to know whether they're responding to the public outcry or to the so far unpublished emails or evidence around Epstein and Andrew, isn't it? You don't know, I don't.
Yeah, but I do suspect that it's probably that what is still to come out.
Nobody knows where these emails have emanated from. The one from Fergie saying, "You're my supreme friend." The one from Andrew saying, "We shall play some more." I've talked to lots of people. I think I even asked Andrew Loney. Nobody knows who's releasing this stuff. And yes, as you say, it is very damaging. And yes, as you say, I think this is existential for the monarchy.
Well, I mean, I can give you an idea as to, who's behind it all and who's releasing it, but, you think of the conspiracy. Well, I think that...
Sorry?
Mossad.
Mossad?
Yeah.
What's the Why would it serve Mossad's interest to destabilise the United Kingdom? Kingdom. Why?
Oh, it's very long and complicated. It goes...
In that case, maybe.
It goes back to the Balfour Declaration, and the British establishment effectively were material in establishing the State of Israel.
Robert Maxwell was buried on the Mount of Olives, and Robert Maxwell was one of our foremost.
Precisely.
So why would they try and destroy the monarchy? Why would the Maxwells want to destroy the monarchy? Sorry, I think
because they had to Israel than they did to the British state. That's fairly obvious.
I don't think that would stand up in a court of law at all, Steve. But anyway, great to get the ball rolling with you. Another Steve is in Oxted. That was a bit off left of centre, but what would you like to say? Do you think, has this changed your view of the monarchy?
No, not at all. Thanks for your time, and it's a good show. I just wanted to make a couple of points, really. First of all that Charlie Farley has done is dig a firewall so that whatever explodes now, he thinks that the monarchy will be safe from it. But
you know what? There's two principal things. Whatever photos we may have seen, whatever emails we may have seen, Andrew has not been found guilty of anything. It's all, maybe it's good speculation, maybe it's not, but it's speculation. But the other thing is, and this is the key thing, let's assume he's innocent. Is what's going on going to affect your life or my life or anybody else's life? I'm still going to struggle to heat the house. What Andrew doesn't do, whether he's a prince, whether he's a pauper, whether he's living here or there, we know the man's a plonker. Yeah, there's plenty of plonkers around. He's just one of them. It's not going to affect my life. They don't do anything for me, the royalty, but there again, they don't cause me any harm. It's not a storm in a teacup, but it's a diversion, and I'm wondering what we're being diverted from.
I'm not a conspiracist. I really don't I genuinely don't think that it's in either the government's interest, although of course it did shove Rachel Reeves' little local difficulty with her selective rent license off some front pages, although I was going to say that today's Daily Mail has got a split front page with Andrew the top half and humiliation for Reeves as she changes her story the bottom half. So I'm not quite sure whether this is a drama that has been confected to, serve anyone any fell purpose of anybody, because it's just unalloyed bad news for the royal family.
Yeah, but is it going to affect anybody's lives apart from Andrew's? Not really. Who gives a monkeys?
Well, actually, weirdly, there was a piece in Prospect written by Alan Rusbridger, no friend and no monarchist, who basically said that this is serving a good purpose for the royal family because it's making the others look so squeaky clean and above board and normal. Because Andrew looks so bad out of everything from 2019, and also his obstinacy about leaving Royal Lodge and then demanding 2 houses for the price of 1, wanting to cling on to his titles, signing his email to Epstein, HRHA, Knight of the Garter. That's so pompous, so entitled. Anyway, so Alan's theory is that he's making the rest of the royal family look good and therefore more popular. Do you buy into that?
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty good point. But, why didn't they do something before? Okay, so the Queen was, pretty old. Who knows how her marbles were? She wouldn't have done anything because, allegedly he was the favourite son. But Charles has been kicking around for a couple of years now. He's had plenty of time to do this. So this is the reaction, and they're digging a firewall so that they feel that they're protected from whatever may come along next.
Look, I don't think anyone would argue with that. He is trying to cut off the gangrenous leg, as I keep saying, in order to save the body politic, right? The royal body politic. The question is, though, has the rot entered the royal body politic too far for that amputation to be completely effective?
Yeah, it's a good question. The only one I've got any time for, frankly, is William. The rest of them,
what about
I think she's a good egg.
She's a good egg. Wait, guess what we're going to turn to after you've heard the news at 7:30? All the places called things like York and Prince Andrew, who want to change their names, which I think is ridiculous. It's like toppling statues. It's part of the fabric of the country, the tapestry of the land, and it's good and it's bad. But anyway, so what would you say about that? Because we're going to hear from somebody who wants to change the name of their pub or something in a minute.
Well, it's bonkers, isn't it? It's just like that pub, near where MGs used to be made, which was called the Midget. And
I did an hour on it.
Really?
And they had to change the name to something else, and they had to change the sign from the beautiful little car. Or maybe
it's the same sort of thing, isn't it?
It's
I don't know if it's woke, but it's stupid.
It is woke, and it's rewriting history, Steve. Okay, Michelle in Nottingham, I think we've got time for you. Evening.
Good evening. I think that the monarchy is safe. Our king has done the right thing, but I am tired now of people going after Andrew. He has been held to account as far as I'm concerned. What I want now is for the other 8 people referred to by the co-author of Virginia Giuffre's book. And I think they should be held to account. They need to be named and held to account.
So you don't think it's good enough that Prince Andrew takes the hit, or Andrew Mountbatten Windsor takes the hit for them all in a symbolic defenestration? No. Actually, I think it's unfair.
It is unfair. This is enough for him. Enough.
By the way, Michelle, at 8 o'clock we're going to continue this. We're going to probably hear from a journalist, and there have been a few brave souls who have spoken up to say enough is enough, and this is bullying and this is disproportionate. So you may want to hang on in there, and because we're going to continue the conversation from 8, unless of course there's an act of God or something. Coming up, we'll hear from a councillor in Northern Ireland who wants to change the name of Prince Andrew Way, as I was saying, in Carrickfergus, Northern Ireland. But the time's 7:30. Let's get to the latest LBC News headlines with Tim Dale.
The now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor of sexual assault is calling for an investigation into the former prince. Sky Roberts has applauded the King's decision to strip his brother of his royal titles. Army chiefs have promised lasting change after a former sergeant major was jailed for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier who later took her own life. An inquest previously concluded military inaction contributed to Jaisley Beck's death. Doctors are urging children and young adults to get vaccinated against meningitis after health officials revealed a rise in cases in England. LBC weather, rain in the north tonight, which could be thundery, clear spells elsewhere, but still windy, and a low of 8 degrees.
This is LBC.
If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, what you thought you were getting may not be what you ended up with. From unexpected site fee increases, running costs, a huge depreciation in value, many owners feel they've been missold. If you think this might be you, holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive the compensation you're entitled to. Text ASSIST to 78900 to find out more. That's ASSIST to 78900.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings. When you join Chase, you could earn 4.5% AER variable. That includes a 2% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents. Available to new current account customers for your first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.41% gross. Terms apply.
There's some naughty folks out there in cyberspace, and it can be tough to tell a legit deal from a dodgy one. That's why you need Bitdefender, your very own digital heavyweight, working silently behind the scenes to keep you and your devices safe. Whatever threats the web throws at you. Trusted by the experts, used by the pros.
Bitdefender, a global leader in cybersecurity. Trusted.
Verify now at bitdefender.com.
Rachel Johnson on LBC. Call 0345 6060973.
7:33 is the time. This text is coming. Hi Rachel, I know it's your Tory instinct to defend Andrew, but please do that in your own time. Don't broadcast it. I'm a listener with daughters, says Ralph. Ralph, I resent that. Nothing I have said has defended Andrew from what he did, which was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, if it is true that he had sex thrice with a 17-year-old, even though she was above the age of consent in this country. It wasn't above the age of consent in the country of her birth, which was the United States. This was clearly part of an extremely damaging childhood and a series of abusive relationships, non-relationship with Andrew. What do you call it? Dalliances with men that have left her so damaged that in the end, earlier this year, she took her own life. So please, do not tell me I sit here defending Prince Andrew, because I have never done that, and I will never will. Darren in Scarborough. Hi there. Darren,
good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, nervous, obviously. First of all, thank you for this call. I think I'll probably get lambasted because of my talks. I've explored Navy many years ago. I served with Prince Andrew, and many people will now not think he is, but when I served with him, he was honest, he was decent, he was the turtle officer, right? And I got nothing at that time to have a go. What happened since? I think there is a bit of witch hunt in the fact that, and this is why I said I will get lambasted, because he's been convicted of nothing. At this present moment, he's been convicted of nothing. And I feel for the man. And the reason why I say this is because I left school with nothing. I had no qualifications. I went to the Navy. When I was 54, I managed to get a master's in therapy. And being much older now and looking at what's happening now, I feel that this, I call him, he's a prince, a man, a gentleman. A lot of people disagree. I think and I fear that he is...
Darren, can I ask you something? Do you think something happened to corrupt the man, the serving officer you knew, who was a bang-up guy then when you served with him on HMS Cottesmore?
Did something happen to him?
Or did something corrupt him so that he felt entitled to do the things he is alleged to have done with the 7th?
He was an officer. He was an officer.
Yes.
Not then, he's a Royal Navy officer. Absolutely perfect. Did the Falklands, came back, all the rest of it, right? Decent guy. Absolutely decent guy. And I'll tell you what, I bet you I'm one in 100 people that phone me and actually defend him and go, for what he did for the service, for what he did for the Royal Navy, for what he did for the country.
Bit of the sign.
The issues are changing and the obstacles and the barriers and the expense and everything like that comes with it aren't. So if we're going to look for better options out there, if we're going to change the name anyway, I think it really would be better options than Andrew Way. I think, again, my preference would be Queen Elizabeth, but we also have a number of distinguished people from Carrick locally if we went outside the royal connection, but I think that's really important to keep. It's something that people in Carrick are very proud of, and something about Carrick that we want to retain that link.
I see. And I suppose because you want to maintain that link with William and Kate, it makes it all the more important to try and put some distance between them and Prince Andrew.
Yeah. And we're also
just a quick question. Do you think it's I mean, presumably there are councillors all around the country who could be receiving representations from ratepayers back pubs called the Duke of York or other roads called, you know, the Duke of York Way or York Way or York City or Prince Andrew Way, like you're changing in Carrickfergus. Is it a really good use of time and ratepayers' money to change it all now, or just let it be?
Well, I think when it comes to those sorts of things, it's not really about what I think. That's largely irrelevant. My job is to represent people in Carrick, and they come to me with things going, can we do this? My job is to figure out how we can possibly do it. And then, you know, so what will happen is we'll go through this process, and council officers then will come back with options. So if we wanted to go down this line, how we could do it. And at that point, we make a decision based on balancing resources. But my job is to bring forward what people are wanting to see done. That's, any politician who thinks they know better than the people who live in their area, I will have a very short career, and for a good reason, because that's our job.
The royal family is popular in the province. I was always told, but Prince Andrew very unpopular. How is the fall of Prince Andrew played in Northern Ireland generally, leaving aside the Prince Andrew way?
Well, I think, depending which part of Northern Ireland you're in, even within East Antrim Borough, it would be very different across the different areas, how people view the royal family, and how they view individual what I've got and what I've heard is continually is just people are absolutely disgusted by what happened.
Has it changed? Has it made the area more Republican, Aaron Skinner, or not? Or are you still a solidly royalist bit of the island?
No, different Northern Ireland.
I know, of course, yeah.
The term Republican means something very different here as well, of course. So,
anti-monarchist then.
Republican is a republic rather than monarchy,
yeah.
Again, I can only speak for my own particular area. We're very staunchly pro-monarchy, and that's not what this is about. This is nothing at all to do with removing royal trappings, and again, it's something we're very proud of. It is purely about who we name our rules after and the individual. And again, it's following the example of the king. If the king feels this is important enough to strip the title off, then I think that's something
you want to strip this road of its title, however much it costs, because this is what the people at least Antrim demanding, or some of them.
Don't make any decisions.
I know you said that.
No. We do this regardless.
They will go for it.
What I would ask is what is the cost? What are the resources? Not even financial cost. What are the resources of doing this? And then for the decision. I always believe that the information company changes your opinion. For that context, that's why the situation is in. So what I'm saying is this is something that's been asked of us repeatedly, and something I also believe personally should be changed if that's irrelevant. What I'm asking, doing my job as a councillor, is to explore the option to change this, and then I'll be up to it. So I'm only one of we've 6 other colleagues.
Can I just yes or no, are there residential, is it a residential street or is it just a thoroughfare? Are there addresses that say Prince Andrew Way? And I can see why someone may not want that as their address.
So it's a very long road, it's a main thoroughfare road, so despite being probably a mile or too long, there's only 20 addresses on the Royal Mail. I checked the Royal Mail postcode checker. There are only 20 addresses on that road, and most of them are just block of apartments.
And do all those people in those addresses are those who've made these representations to change the road? Are they the residents of the address?
Some of them, but I've had numerous correspondence from people who live. Again, when I say there's a lot of streets that are just off Prince Andrew Way, if that makes sense.
Okay. I feel we've got very local, but thank you very much indeed, Aaron Skinner, councillor for Mid and East Antrim, who's campaigning to his borough wants some of the people in it, as he's explained, to change the name of Prince Andrew Way in Carrickfergus to something else, Queen Elizabeth, I think he said. Anyway, we will get to all your calls on the saga, the Prince Andrew saga, in just a second. Has it changed your view of the monarchy? It's 7:47.
On the latest episode of The Newsagents,
we're discussing Prince Andrew, or now as he's known, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Will the removal of his princedom be enough to save the royal family?
Get the latest episode of The Newsagents with Emily Maitlis, John Circle and Lewis Goodall. Listen or watch on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
We had our smart meter installed a year ago, and it's made things so much easier. Not having to submit meter readings or having to deal with estimated bills is great.
A smart meter sends meter readings direct to your energy supplier. It means you get accurate bills, not estimated bills, and you don't even need an internet connection. Call your energy supplier to request a smart meter today.
Real testimonials voiced by actors. Eligibility may vary.
At TfL, we're helping to make bus journeys greener.
Our entire bus fleet is 100% low or zero emission at the tailpipe, including those for our Superloop routes, helping improve air quality for all. And we'll have a fully zero emission fleet by 2034. That is how we're making the greener way to travel brighter for everyone. Search TfL Improvement. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Greener than total estimated petrol and diesel car emissions.
When you think of a hero, you don't necessarily picture a crumpet. But when Warburton's needed a hero to run marathons and raise money for Cancer Research UK, there was only one person to call. Crumpet, a 6'4" anthropomorphic crumpet, aka Lee from Sales in a crumpet suit. Did Crumpet help raise £3 million for Cancer Research UK? Oh, yes. Is Crumpet machine washable? We can only pray. Good stuff. It's baked in at Warburton's. Follow Crumpet's journey. Search Warburton's Good Stuff.
It's easy to forget just how crazy things have been over the past couple of years. Every day we wake up to something new. Tariffs and taxes on anything and everything. It's tempting to put your hands in your ears and go, la 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 la, I can't hear you, till it's all over. But you know what's the best response to crazy times? A plan for your money. And Quilter can help. Because let's face it, there's probably going to be some crazy times ahead too. Money needs a plan. Quilter. Pensions, investments, advice. Find out more at quilter.com.
This is LBC with Rachel Johnson. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
7:50. Let's get back to your calls on whether the saga, the Anne saga, has made you revise your opinion of the constitutional monarchy we live under. Bill in Exeter, to you.
Hello there, I hope you find it well.
You do, very well, thanks.
Right, the essential fact seems to be, to me, is that if you pay £12 million, what are you trying to buy? Because it seems to me that this man...
Silence and security.
Yes, and that's what does he have to fear? Because ultimately, if this is the upward-standing former Royal Navy officer, he would presumably would have the conviction to stand trial and to face his accusers down, wouldn't he? But he chose to run away and hide behind the Queen's dress, didn't he? And that is essential.
Because he has invisible means of support.
Or possibly the taxpayers' bank balance too, because there seem to be growing accusations that the £12 million was subsidised by the British taxpayer.
I'm sure that's not true. I could dig into it. I think that would be very, very hazardous course of action for the Queen to take, and unnecessary as well. She doesn't need to borrow from us to pay $12 million to provide to buy out or buy off the accuser of her favourite son.
But I would also say all the emails appear not to do him any favours.
His friendship. Fergie reached out to him after things were getting quite fruity between them, and I think that Epstein was going to sue Fergie for calling him the P word, as I remember, and then called him the supreme friend. And then of course there was the story that the Fergie and the daughters both say they have no recollection of, which is going to see him after he left prison. I mean, you would remember that, I think, but you know.
Yeah, there is additional work. It's called the Metropolitan Police, because the Metropolitan Police had every opportunity to have a quiet word in his dialogue, and they've actually found to be duplicitous in this matter. And it was rather like with the Metropolitan Police Force, with all the sex crimes and all the sex scandals, whether it be at Harrods or within London, the British police force, and particularly the Metropolitan Police Force, always seem to be mired in this, don't they? And this is where I think this comes to the substance of this narrative, really. Are the royal family above the royal law? And I rather suspect they are, really.
That's a good question.
The Metropolitan Police, the Church of England, the Tory party are all part of the trident that runs this country, and
the
no
Tory
one.
party, they wish.
Well, they used to be the party of government, and they were at least one of the relatively like the Church of England. They're both fading forces, but however, it appears to be that the Metropolitan Police, the royal family, the Tory party, and the Church of England all seem to be murdering this, don't they, really?
Murd, sorry, what's the word you're using?
Mired, in the same...
Okay, in some way implicated in this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed.
I thought you were saying that the Church of England and the Tory party and the Met were running the country, and that really didn't stack up.
Just like the say...
I don't know why the Church of England is implicated, but maybe you know.
Well, the Church of England have their own sexual deviancy problems, haven't they?
Okay. All right, still, very good to get you on. I'm going to read a few texts, I think. I've read the one from Ralph saying I'm a Tory. Jimmy from Lincolnshire says, I can foresee a revival of the Netflix series of The Crown in a few years' time. It feels like there's been a lot of scandal that needs to be dramatised. Yes, I would be there for that. Sick to death hearing about Prince Andrew. Hearing about Andrew, formerly Prince. It's time he was left alone and people concentrated on Mandelson, says Neil in Uxbridge. Why would anyone, asks Rachel, not me, want to name anything after Queen Elizabeth now? After all, she enabled and covered up Andrew's alleged crimes. She is tainted too in my eyes. Well, you see, this is what I was saying right at the top. You know, it's very hard to see where the rot stops. You know, Queen Elizabeth cosseted and feather-bedded Andrew, and then probably stumped for that £12 million. Now, of course, the king, I think, has put himself in quite a tricky position again, because he'll have Andrew living in Sandringham on the king's dime, which means that the king has got to be his brother's keeper forever. And also, we don't know whether the fact that Andrew is living in Sandringham off his older brother of 11 years, who is the king, whether that means he's NDA'd to the eyeballs, or whether he's still free to go off and do a Prince Harry, do a Netflix series, write a tell-all book. I rather suggest there's been an NDA as well. I think the Newsagents podcast has gone into that over the last day or so. But let's get to you, Joshua, in Shoreham in West Sussex. Has all this changed your view of the monarchy?
No, really. I mean, being ex-military, I suppose I've always been supportive of the monarchy. Because I listened last week, I just think it's really gone too far. I'd like to hope I'm on the same page as yourself to some degree. I'm not here ringing up to defend Andrew as such, Prince Andrew, but I do feel it's gone too far, as like you said earlier at the beginning of the show, that he hasn't actually been convicted of the crime. As far as I know, he hasn't committed a crime, certainly conduct unbecoming, so send him off exile into Sandringham. But I do feel that he shouldn't have lost his prince status, because it seems rather foolish. It's almost like we're trying to rewrite history, or erase history. His former prince, like the previous caller mentioned about his Falkland service, and I remember the time he was like, he was like almost a boy wonder. I think I'm sure you remember the sort of stint with, in the papers with Kustar, sort of glamorous lady at the time. I'm angry that he was that they paid the government, the Queen or whoever paid the £12 million to Virginia Good Friday.
Do you think because it looks like an admission of guilt, doesn't it?
Yes, it was so stupid. Because I don't know if you watched the documentaries. I mean, I've looked into this and I've seen it twice. Research on about the 4 women who were at this place called Epstein's Island. And there were women Virginia Giuffre who were recruited by Virginia Giuffre. One was 21, another 22, and one said she was a baby at 24. Now, my personal point of view at 24, I was, heading for sergeant in the forces at that age. And people have to make choices. I mean, for example, it's all like a Caribbean island, or were they trafficked? You know, it's just, you can talk, I mean, for example, if I could sort of relate to my sort of childhood, I mean, one could say that if I was to be sort of negative against my parents, I could say, oh, I worked at my father's plantation. I was at night for a few weekends at my father's allotment.
Joshua, not quite sure the comparison would last, but thank you very much, Joshua. So we've got to do this, but coming up in the... No, we're sort of carrying on. Is anyone out there who can defend Prince Andrew? We've had a couple also today, this evening already. He fought that rearguard action to protect and retain his status and privileges, and he lost it. But there are some who think that the punishment beating has gone too far. He's been convicted of nothing, as several have pointed out. He also denies committing fornication with his accuser. And besides, as Marlowe once said, the poet, the wench is dead. Yes, he's a pompous prat. So is there anyone out there who argues this punishment doesn't fit the alleged crime? He's been unhoused, he's been unprinced. Is this his just desserts, or do we just carry on picking a former prince when he's down?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation.
A new poll is suggesting almost 4/5 of people in Britain back the decision to strip the former Prince Andrew of his titles and remove him from Royal Lodge in Windsor. The brother of his sexual assault accuser, Virginia Giuffre, has also welcomed the move. Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing. Tina Brown, who's a royal author, has been telling Rachel Johnson on LBC, it's right Andrew moves to Sandringham.
He's a stone's throw from Windsor Castle. He's a stone's throw from William and Kate. I mean, he should have just got over that property before, and I think if he'd done so, he would have cut short some of this new kind of disgrace, actually.
Court documents are now showing Andrew told the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein it would be good to catch up in person months after he was released from prison for prostituting minors in 2009. It's believed the comments were made by email the following year. It features a consignment of legal papers connected to the US Virgin Islands. Calls to eradicate the former Duke of York's name from elements of everyday life in the UK are now beginning. Councillor Aaron Skinner is a councillor in Antrim and has been telling LBC Prince Andrew Way in Carrickfergus is now facing a name change.
We've been inundated with people getting in touch over the last couple of years, but particularly so the last few weeks. So what we've asked for is to change the name in such a way that it keeps that royal heritage, but obviously we can't decide that as a council. That is up to the palace.
3 men have been found guilty of the murder of a grandfather shot by mistake through his living room in County Budapest. Barry Dawson was killed at the house in Stanley during April. The group will be sentenced at a later date. The army is promising lasting and effective change after a former sergeant major was given a 6-month prison sentence for sexually assaulting a teenage soldier. Jaisley Beck took her own life 5 months after the attack by Michael Webber. And a 6-foot-tall cake depicting Michael Jackson has been made for Halloween. Emma Jane Morris from South Wales has recreated his look from the Thriller video. It's been on display at a cake show in Birmingham. In the city, the FTSE 100 closed down 43 points at 97.17. The pound will buy $1.31 and the euro 13. LBC weather, clear spells and showers for many areas overnight. More organised band of east and across the UK. Windy for many parts of the country with a low around 8 degrees.
From Britain's conversation with Rachel Johnson.
2 minutes past 8, and it has been a historic week, and for that reason we are going to carry on this conversation about Prince Andrew for at least another half an hour. We may turn to something else, but for the moment I've got the calls, and also we're about to talk to somebody, and there are some out there who think that the witch hunt and the punishment beatings have gone too far. And look, you will not hear me defending the disgusting alleged actions of Prince Andrew and his forced sexual interactions with young women, sometimes under 18, who say they were trafficked to him and were forced to have sex with him. End of. It's disgusting. I have nothing further to say about it. And any man who does that should be ashamed of themselves. Having said that, we have heard throughout the course of the last hour people who have spoken of Prince Andrew, the former Prince Andrew, as a naval officer, as a Falklands hero, who will now sit in the flatlands of Norfolk, spending his days playing golf and watching television. And you may say, that is his just desserts. However, I've been reading the papers and I have found several very high-profile journalists who are actually quite horrified by the treatment that's been meted out to Prince Andrew by his own family and by the press and the public. You may have heard the announcement of the fact that he was being stripped of his princehood. That's the right word. Fiona responded to that on Question Time, and the audience erupted into applause and cheers. It went down very well. 91% of the public think that he should be stripped of every status, title and honour and dignity, and only about 9% think that what has happened to him has been remotely unfair. But Matthew Parris, a journalist I've read my whole life, and Charles Moore, A.M. Wilson have all spoken up and said it's gone too far. It's gone too far. A.M. Wilson said it was utter degradation what had happened to Prince Andrew. Matthew Parris said he's a rat that's spare the pylon. This is we're becoming a national obsession. Keeping up an assault on a bad man. I do find something disgusting in this spectacle, he said. Charles Moore said, there's nothing brave about attacking Prince Andrew. Nothing is less brave than this because they can't fight back the royal families. He compared it to the modern version of attainder, which was when Parliament was asked by the monarchy to abolish people's titles and seize their property. So Charles Moore went on, he's been convicted of nothing and the evidence has never been tested at trial. He's a brave soul speaking out because the evidence of sexual malpractice, malfeasance is there. It's been verified. And Amy Wallace, the co-author of the book, Virginia Buckley's memoir, says that she really checked it all out. Andrew Loney has given chapter and verse of the awfulness, not just of Prince Andrew, but also of his wife, former wife, Fergie. We now no longer can call her the Duchess of York. So this is where I want to go. Do you think there's any possible defence of Prince Andrew to be made? Annabelle Denham does. She's the Telegraph commentator editor who wrote last week. Feeling sorry for Prince Andrew? Well, Annabelle, since you wrote that piece 10 days ago, headline, am I the only one feeling sorry for Prince Andrew? More people have come out, the ones I've just mentioned, to join you. He's been unprinced. Are you feeling even sorrier for him now?
Yes, I am, although I gather just 7% of the British public agree with me, and whilst I think the readers who responded in the comment section of my article seem to be quite balanced, it's nevertheless quite an unpopular opinion. But look, I can understand why the palace didn't make the decision sooner, but nevertheless, the outcome has been that Prince Andrew's humiliation has been dragged out for even longer, and it's not even a fresh humiliation. It has really just been death by 1,000 cuts. And look, I can see why few people can muster up much sympathy for him. He's quite an unpopular figure. He's shown next to no contrition. Many consider him to be pompous and entitled and odious, and of course we're all on the side of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein who are still waiting for justice. But nevertheless, I'm never a fan of a pile-on when the pitchfork crowd get out and start shoving their tools, and that's what I've seen here with Prince Andrew, who we really mustn't forget has not been charged, as long convicted of crime in UK law.
And also one has to ask what happened between taking away his Garter and various other titles and his dukedom and yesterday that meant he had to be further deleted from the royal mainframe. What was it? Was it, as you say, the Pitchfork mob, or was it, do you think, further evidence coming out that there was more to come from the Epstein files? I mean, what do you think the palace, their majesties, were really responding to?
Sure, well, of course it's messy and it's unprecedented, and the palace has shown itself to be quite adept at self-preservation. Look, my understanding, my belief is that the palace has concluded that Andrew is simply too much of a liability, that he failed to disclose his ongoing relationship with Epstein, the timings, the chronology of that, and that there were fears that his testimony might be flawed in other ways, and that now was the time to be taking drastic action, and so this is the decision that's been made. But the question I think needs to be, is this actually going to go away, this crisis for the monarchy, now that they have taken this drastic step? I'm not sure that it is. I suspect that these stories are going to continue to trickle out. Let's not forget that the US House Oversight Committee is calling on Andrew to testify. People want to know more about his relationship with Epstein, and I think there are probably quite a lot of covert Republicans out there who see this as a real opportunity, to achieve what they've always wanted to for a long time. So
they want to get to Trump using these Epstein files. But I think can we just stick to the existential threat possibly to the monarchy that you said the palace is adept at self-preservation. Well, I'm not sure how adept it's been. I think that the communications chief was perhaps on holiday during the last 2 weeks, which hasn't helped. This is probably the biggest crisis we've had since the abdication. And of course, then we had the toings and froings last Thursday when the press was summoned to Royal Lodge and then sent down again. The Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men, he marched them up and all the rest of it. So that wasn't a happy exercise in media management either. Do you think, though, that it's a bit like feeding the crocodile, whatever that parable is? The palace are now feeding the crocodile, and they've fed the body into the crocodile's jaws of Prince Andrew. Will the crocodile ever be satisfied?
I'm not sure that it will. As I say, I think that these sorts of things are going to continue to trickle out, but certain members of the Bain mob are just simply not going to be satisfied. They will not feel as though justice, as they see it, has been served. And you're right, that this has been the biggest crisis facing the palace in years, decades, possibly even. But perhaps a better word than adept would be ruthless in its self-preservation. But I do wonder if there's a group of society that won't be satisfied until Andrew is cast out onto the streets, to which I would then say, well, what do we think might happen next? Because it could well be a book deal and Andrew getting onto TV sofas and airing dirty laundry in a way that might make Harry and Meghan blush. So, once again, if you were looking at the palace comm strategy, perhaps you wouldn't want to take it any further than you have already. But, I wrote this piece 10 days ago, and one thing I would just say is that I dislike is some of the sharpness that people seem to feel towards Prince Andrew. And as I've said, having sympathy for him is not in any way the same as having affection or admiration for him. But I don't think that one is allowed to have sympathy. The tricoteurs, those who used to sit knitting around the guillotine, that was what they enjoyed, the spectacle of people having their heads chopped off. The tricoteurs do not allow for any sympathy in this matter. Well, I do think he's quite a pathetic figure, and somehow we've turned him into a national hate figure. I think that it's very easy, particularly in the social media age, to form condemnatory judgments based on third-hand opinions. I think it's very tempting to view pushing others down as a way of lifting yourself up, showing your own moral virtuousness. But I just feel as though we probably shouldn't be quite so quick to judge, and particularly of the royal family who aren't able to defend themselves. I think they're right to have have a mantra, never complain and never explain, but this does make them quite an easy target, and I don't think it's particularly brave to come after them in the way some people have.
And lastly, Annabel Denham, you and a couple of other big-name journalists, Charles Moore and Matthew Parris, have come out in print to defend in various guises or at various levels the plight of the Prince on a human level, which I think is understandable. And there is, of course, a duty of care from the king towards his brother in the way he has carried out. There should be a duty of care in all this. It's not particularly evident that there has been one, although he's apparently paying for his residence on the Sandringham estate. Do you sense or do you predict any kind of backlash towards either the king or Prince William? That, in a sense, what they've done to Prince Andrew is to say, you are no longer a prince, you are no longer my brother. That's something that, on a very basic level, every family will find quite hard to understand, I think.
I suspect that there will be a backlash, although probably be quite muted, certainly in contrast to the response. There has been Prince Andrew behaviour. Yes, does he deserve to be shunned by his family? You know, this is a human story. We call the royal family the firm, but you know, ultimately they are a family. Presumably, the king's, Andrew's other siblings would have supported the king's move, and you know, ultimately this has been the slow, steady demise of somebody who was a former Falklands hero, who was the Queen's favourite, who clearly had a dysfunctional childhood, whose entire raison d'etre in life disappeared when his nephew was born, and Andrew was in his early 20s. So it's all very well looking at his privilege and his former titles and thinking that he's had an easy time of it, but I'm just not so sure that's true, and I wonder whether that'll start to be felt, or there'll be a growing awareness of that in the British public as time goes on.
I don't know. I mean, the fact that he was always the spare, we can't shed too many tears for the fact that, that William had a son. That was a matter for rejoicing, pushing him to number 8 in the line of succession. I think that this is a tragedy for Prince Andrew, yes, and Fergie and their daughters, but it is a far, far bigger tragedy, we have to say, for the victims. Annabelle, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. And for the victims, justice delayed is justice denied, and you can totally understand why victims and their families and their friends want to see a harsher punishment for Andrew. But, I feel as though this is in part because, there's a wider frustration. He and Ghislaine Maxwell, are the only people who have faced any consequences. Of course, Jeffrey Epstein is now deceased, but so many others were involved in this and have faced no personal consequences, not even any obloquy from the public. And I wonder how much of this actually is a result of the intense frustration and anger that people feel about that.
Annabelle, thank you very much for that. That's Annabelle Denham, the Telegraph comment editor. Well, just following on from what Annabelle Denham just said, I mean, look, I'm not going to cry any crocodile tears over the future of Prince Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, age 64. But I mean, really spare me the pile-on. I wonder where you stand on that. 03456060973. I'm not defending him, but do you think it's gone too far? As Annabelle Denham, Ian Wilson, Charles Moore and Matthew Parris have written they do too. The time, 8:17.
This is LBC.
Why crawl when you can glide? Why stall when you can be dynamic, agile, like a dolphin? The BYD Dolphin is the compact car for the city. Register by 31st of December and this super smart hatchback can be yours for just $199 a month with £199 deposit and 0% APR. Visit BYD.com. T&Cs apply. Finance provided by Santander Consumer Finance. 49-month agreement. Optional final payment £6,739.38.
A message from TfL.
I saw him in the local news a few days after. His name's Rakesh. They had to put him into a coma just because I didn't look again at that time. He had 2 kids. How did I not see his bike ahead of me? Well, I didn't look again. He didn't make it.
Drivers, take another look, not a life. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Buying a home on a holiday park was the retreat you always wanted. But then came unexpected site fee increases. And that was before the dramatic loss in value. If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, you may have been missold. Holidaypark.co.uk could help you receive thousands in compensation. Text ASSIST to 78900. That's ASSIST to 78900.
Rachel Johnson on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:18 is the time for just tuning in. We are going there. We are asking, is there any possible defence to be made for Prince Andrew? I'm going to carry on saying Prince Andrew, not because I think he is princely, but because it's just like we used to call... It was very hard not to call Prince Charles when he became king, for that reason, remember? Is there any defence? Has it gone too far? He has been flung into outer darkness. He has been unhoused. He has been unprinced. He's going to spend the rest of his days on some golf links, Royal West Norfolk. You may envy him that. I just seen on Sky News his daughter fled the country. Goodness knows where Fergie is going to live. And you know what? I don't much care. I mean, she has made and lost several fortunes in her lifetime. But in the case of the man formerly known as Prince Andrew, as so many people have pointed out, yes, his mother had to pay off his accuser. He's not yet convicted. No innocent till proven guilty when it comes to that former prince of the blood. So let's get into this. Is there any defence at all to be made for Prince Andrew? I'm not making it. I'm just asking you. 0345 6060 973. David in Basingstoke.
Yes, hi Rachel. I'm glad to talk to you again. I spoke to you last week, I think. So it's funny, Rachel. I was thinking this reminds me of the case of that guy from Ethiopia who the press completely demonized, and what he did was wrong.
Which
but he
guy
was
are we
also
talking about? Hadish Kabati?
Yes, exactly. It's funny that they happen at similar times. That this event, and he had
nothing he did was wrong apart from being convicted of sexual assault.
Yes, but I'm saying it brings into relief two men who have been demonized by the press, but who you cannot reduce someone to a crime. They are also human beings. They have other
Well, that was kind of him to say, and a reminder to everyone out there who just wants more and more and more blood and guts.
Yes.
I think this is a family. He is a human being. Yes, he's an entitled, pompous prat who has done wrong, and he has shown no contrition or apologised to any of his alleged victims or the alleged victim, but he is still a human being.
Yeah. I think it's of the media today. They're looking for the huge stories, the really emotive stories. And yes, exactly, yeah. And I think what we need to focus on is compassion, because the guy is down and out. It's two wrongs that make right. What he did was wrong, but then us hounding him and making him suffer doesn't change the situation.
David, what about let's pause that a bit. Us.
What do you mean? Sorry.
The king has decided, in consultation with family members and Andrew, to strip Andrew of everything he holds dear.
That's only under public pressure. If there'd been more positive sounds coming up, people were saying, okay, he's done wrong, but he would only have done that, feeling the pressure from the media and all around it. I'm not saying that pressure wasn't right, but we as people and the press start being kinder to him. Well, at least some compassion towards the guy. I mean, I know what he did was terrible, but I'm not condemning him completely. He's still a human being. We have to realise that. That's what makes us human beings, having that compassion for other people.
I would agree with you more wholeheartedly if I felt Andrew was a man who was capable of helping bring accountability to the abusers and justice to their victims. I think until that point, I'm going to reserve my sympathy. I'm not. My point about doing this hours, I find the whole pile to be sickening and not particularly helpful. And it sets a pretty nasty precedent as well, and leaves a horrible taste in the mouth, has destroyed it's a family tragedy for the Yorks.
It is really.
And we're not allowed to say that because we have to pretend what we care about here is the victims. And let's be honest about this. What most people really care about is seeing the mighty fall, and the mighty in the shape of Prince Andrew especially, because they don't like him. He's arrogant, he's entitled, he's probably been a grifter for years, he's lazy, he's probably rude. I mean, just read a million tiny bit of the Andrew Laney book and you think, my goodness,
is he really that bad?
He is really that bad.
Oh God, yeah. But I thought if you look at it from a Christian point of view, I'm not Christian, but I feel like this is where we're tested, aren't we, as human beings? And we all know the bad things, right? And it's been repeated all over the press. So isn't it time we want to be a better country? It's not by attacking and acting like baying wolves. That's not going to make a better country. We need to try to show compassion, and through showing it to him, it might spread throughout the country. People caring, even with people who've done bad things. That's what makes the country better, when we can be kind even to people who've done wrong things. People go to prison, pay their time. So yeah, anyway.
Well, he is definitely paying a great and heavy price now for whatever he was accused of behind Virginia Giuffre. David and Baby, thank you very much. I'm waiting for Grace Ealing to come on. She usually rings up when it's to do with Christian compassion and the teachings of Jesus Christ. But James in Maidstone, what would you like to say?
I'm not here to defend Prince Andrew. I'm here to defend justice. He hasn't been charged with anything. The Americans have not, as far as I know, asked for extradition. Have they? Is that true?
No, they haven't.
No, and in this country, Magna Carta rules supreme, yes? Sections 45 and 46, about fair trial and stuff. Yes? It's not illegal to be a friend of a paedophile. It might be immoral, but it's not illegal. Still Anderson was a friend. Nobody's hanging him up at the moment. Right, now, the young lady, God rest her soul, has only ever mentioned Prince Andrew 3 times. Now, I don't believe Einstein engaged her just as Prince Andrew. There's a whole load of other girls out there that never mentioned Prince Andrew, and they never even mentioned Donald Trump. I'm a bit suspicious why only his name is getting mentioned.
Well, there are 8 others, but Virginia didn't dare to name them.
No, and they've not named anybody else. They've not named anybody else. And there must be loads of them. Hang on a minute, let me finish. Please don't interrupt.
No,
Only Prince Andrew that she identified.
I'm letting you talk.
No, I'm making my point. You're not interrupting me.
That's my prerogative. When you've got a show on LBC, you can interrupt me, but at the moment, yes.
I'm defending the British judicial system.
Okay, so just...
The movement is hugely two-tier. We have clan rapists in the north of England have created millions of rapes and nothing has been done about that whatsoever.
Millions of rapes.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, he's not being accused of anything. Everybody wants justice for the victims, but that doesn't mean he has to drive anybody just because they can be. Now, he might be obnoxious, but that doesn't mean he needs to be hung out to dry. In this country, you get charged with a crime, you stand in front of 12 people in a jury, and they produce a verdict. Now, none of that has happened. This is turning this country into a third world judicial system, a bit like the show trials of Joseph Stalin and co. Right? He should be facing justice if he is guilty, but he has maintained his innocence and never met her. Now, we've got 2 stories here. You can believe both of them if you want.
Well,
but
to back the pictures of Andrew in the news
and it's very easy.
And what about that the King's statement in itself suggests the King believes his brother is guilty. I don't want to say guilty because I don't want to get sued, but there is a case to answer if something is so bad he has to be moved to Norfolk.
think that is really has nothing to do with his guilt. Well, you think the Queen might have paid it, but
brother was innocent. Why would he have taken his titles in his house?
Well, we can't answer that. I'm not going to speculate other than it's the PR.
Okay, James, thank you. Have a good show. Vicky and Laura Grove.
Because it's relentless. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. And it's impacted his entire family, some of whom are totally innocent. And it just seems cruel. Just it really upsets me, actually. I just think, what will they be satisfied with? Is that what we want to drive back to? Is that the country we are? He's been punished enough.
Do you think the caravan will move on? I mean, I thought the caravan was going to move on with this Rachel Reeves story about her license for the house rental in Greenwich. But then, I think, come back. To my mind, the King's statement at 7 p.m. yesterday, it was such an exocet. It was such a trebuchet, a move onto Royal Lodge. And I was wondering what is going on. What has happened in the last 2 weeks to make the King further demote his younger brother to just a plain commoner? And I think it almost raised more questions than it answered.
But I'm particularly sad about that, because if that was my brother in my hour of need treating me like that, I would be devastated. I mean, the fact is, he is and will always be the son of the Queen, and therefore he should never be able to even get rid of his prince title, because that's what it means. He is a prince. He's taken away his title, but I mean, he's the son of the Queen in the same way Charles is. And I just think it's very cruel now. It's getting very unpleasant. It's just not the way we should be as a country.
Vicky, I was thinking about this, whether the appendage prince and the title prince was completely integral to Andrew from birth. So I went to the bother of looking up his birth certificate, and guess what it says? It says Andrew. It just says Andrew.
I wonder why. Do you know why that is?
Well, because maybe the title prince it's something that he is allowed to call himself. But when he came into the world, went on his birth certificate, it said Andrew Christian Robert. Can't remember.
Interesting. I'd love to know what it said with William. I presume it must be the same.
Let's double check. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm not sure your stance is going to be overly popular.
It's going to be very unpopular.
But a few people, you're not alone. You are not alone. Vicky and Ladbroke Grove, thank you very much. Just on that note about the photograph that we've all seen of Andrew with his arm around Virginia Giuffre's bare midriff, with Ghislaine standing in a white sort of sleeveless woolly top. That picture was taken on Virginia Giuffre's own camera, her Kodak Instamatic, and she says it was packed into a box and shipped from Colorado to Sydney sometime between 2011 and 2016 when she went to Australia. So it can't have been AI. It was one of those, code, one of those ones that you got. What do you call them at the chemist? I can't even remember what you called the photographs when they were. No, when you had when you take your camera or your film to the chemist, and I can't remember what it's called. So digital, developed. That's it. They were developed and they couldn't have been AI. In other words, anyway. Coming up, I'm glad we got that. Coming up, the cost of sending children with special needs in taxis has absolutely ballooned, and we're going to talk about that. Councils are saying it is now unaffordable. But first, let's get to the LBC News headlines at 8:32 with Tim Daly.
A new poll is suggesting almost 4/5 of people in Britain back the decision to strip the former Prince Andrew of his titles and remove him from Royal Lodge in Windsor. The brother of his sexual assault accuser, Virginia Giuffre, has also welcomed the move. Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing. Calls to eradicate the former Duke of York's name from elements of everyday life in the UK are now beginning. Councillors at Carrickfergus in Northern Ireland have been telling LBC the road Prince Andrew Way may be facing a name change. And 3 men have been found guilty of the murder of a grandfather shot by mistake through his living room window in County Durham. Barry Dawson was killed at his home in Stanley during April. LBC weather, clear spells and showers for many areas overnight, while a more organised band of rain will move east across the UK. Windy for many places with a low of around 8 degrees.
This is LBC.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family, get there safely. Do your trip checks. Drop up on island fuel. Rest every 2 hours. Do I inspect tire pressure and tread? Prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins with
Do the 4 trip checks before every long journey. National highways.
The familiar sounds of autumn. Time for woolly jumpers, spiced lattes, and the crunch of leaves underfoot. But at Southeastern, we know those same leaves can make train journeys tricky. When compressed under train wheels, they can create a slippery surface just like black ice. That's why we're clearing the way with special leaf-busting trains, so you can travel safely, whatever the weather. Find out more at southeasternrailway.co.uk/autumn.
Hey, it's me, your dishwasher. I'm sorry about the chaos last night. I think a fork got jammed in my racks. Whoops. Don't even check the bills. I've overdone it. Don't get mad, okay? But I used up lots of power yesterday. Sometimes you just have to blow off some steam.
It can feel like all your energy does is take. But the longer you're with OVO, the more rewards you get. OVO, do energy differently. Beyond customers' own eligibility required, redemption limits apply.
Rachel Johnson on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:35 is the time and the number to call 0345 6060 973. I'm going to get back to all your calls that are coming in on Prince Andrew. Formerly Prince Andrew. Is there any defence to be made for him? But I want to turn to another subject for a few minutes. It's the fact that councils are having to spend £2.3 billion annually on taxis for children with special educational needs, SENS children. They're often driven for hundreds of miles to get to the appropriate school, and this eye-watering cost. I mean, the question is to our guest, who's Rachel Filmer, who is a SEND campaigner from this group Special Needs Jungle, the mother of disabled twin boys who are both autistic and non-verbal. Is this really sustainable, given the way that the number of children who have become statemented as SEND has ballooned, as have the costs? Part of the problem is transport costs. Councils are complaining that home-to-school transport is one of the fastest growing areas of spending. When I first looked at this story, Rachel Filmer, I said to myself, I had 3 children, I got them to school and back. Why should these children have a sort of private taxi service chauffeured to school and back every day? And then I looked into it, and I'm glad you've come on, because I'm sure you're going to explain why it is that billions of pounds has to be spent every year so that these sorts of children can get to school. Welcome to LBC.
Thank you. I think it's very difficult for people to understand having been in this situation. But essentially, for many of our children with SEND, they need a specialist school placement, and specialist schools are very much overwhelmed, oversubscribed. There are very few places available, and often the nearest school that can meet a child's needs can be a vast distance away. So while most parents, when you're looking for a school, you're looking in your local area, you're making a decision about which school to send them to, and usually you can either walk there or drive there very quickly. If your child's school is an hour's drive away or more, and you have other children that you also need to get to different schools, and you have a job that you have to do, it simply becomes untenable to be able to transport them yourself. I've spoken to some parents who do transport themselves, who are driving 4 hours a day 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, just to get their child to school. So we would love to be able to walk our children to a school down the road like most parents can do, but that's simply just not an option for us. And essentially it comes down to the fact that for the last 10 years there hasn't been enough investment in the infrastructure that's needed. There aren't enough specialist schools, there aren't enough specialist school places. So the cost is either building more schools and creating more places closer to people's homes, or it's transporting those children to schools that are very far away. It would cost a lot of money to build the schools, it costs a lot of money to transport them. That's the kind of catch-22 situation that we're in at the moment.
I know in my borough that KNC is Royal Borough of Kensington, and Chelsea is attaching special needs units to mainstream schools so that children can access education without having to travel out of borough, or in the case of other people not in a in a conurbation where there are lots of schools, hundreds of miles, so just so that children can participate in education. But the truth is that there are, councils get about 423 applications for SEND and for those ECHP plans, the care plans, every day. I mean, do you think there has to come a point where you have to cap off the number of applications? I know it's a very long and unwieldy process getting your child into a care plan, but should this taxi service be limited to children, and these SEND statements be limited to children with severe needs or severe disability? Because councils are saying it is unsustainable.
Financially, I appreciate it's unsustainable. I would say a few things. Firstly, it is already the case that only a child whose needs are significant enough that they can't be met without additional specialist provision and funding are the ones who get an education, health and care plan. So if your child's needs can easily be met in a mainstream school with some low-cost provision, that's what will happen, and you won't receive any EHCP. So the EHCP process identifies children who they are assessed by a professional, by an educational psychologist, and potentially other professionals as well, depending on their needs. That professional will decide how much support they need and what those needs are. So it's not up to parents whether or not their child gets an EHCP, it's up to professionals. And believe me, there are many children who should have an EHCP who don't have one. Many parents have to take local authorities to tribunal to get that plan in the first place, and they are successful in almost 99% of cases because the law is often misapplied. So it is already capped by the need.
Half a million children, or under 16-year-olds, or 16-year-olds or under, are so severely in need that they have to have a taxi service to and from either mainstream school or special needs. No, that's the number. It's 500,000.
Yes, it is,
and 180,000 are home to school transported because of their mobility needs. So the rest, so let's say 300,000, it's because they are neurodivergent, or they're autistic, or another form of neurodivergence. It's not for mobility needs.
So there are over 500,000 children with EHCPs. There are, I believe from this report, 180,000 who receive transport to school as a result of those needs, which may be mobility, or it may be distance, it may be that they need very specialist transport that's medical.
Okay, so it's not 500,000 who are getting home to school transport, it's about just under 200,000, and that's at a cost of 2.3 billion to the taxpayer.
I would also say taxis is often what's discussed, but it's not necessarily a taxi. My own twins travel on a minibus along with other children who go to the same school. They always have done, and wherever possible, that's what councils will do, is they will group children together. The reason taxis end up being used so much is because sometimes you'll have a child who's going to a school 50 miles in one direction, and there are no other children from that area going to that school, so you can't have a minibus, or because their needs are so significant that they need their own transport, they need perhaps nursing assistance on the journey. You know, the needs.
See the ECHD plans tripling in number, the numbers of children with these plans tripling since 2017. So you think it's a fault of maybe diagnosis or overdiagnosis?
I don't believe diagnosis is a factor, because the help that you get has no bearing on whether you have a diagnosis or not. It's about the needs that you present. So whether you're diagnosed with autism or you have autism and you're undiagnosed, the help you get is based on the needs that you're demonstrating. So when people say overdiagnosis is causing this rise, it's simply untrue, because a diagnosis doesn't actually get you anything. What gets you support is that professional assessment of your needs. And it doesn't matter if you have a diagnosis or not, the needs exist. So those two things are often conflated, but they're not really genuinely connected. But early intervention is absolutely a way that we can reduce the number of children whose needs escalate to the point where they need this statutory plan, they need a specialist placement. And part of the problem is that without a statutory plan, you have no legal right to any support at all. So it used to be the case that children in mainstream schools could access speech and language therapy or educational psychology, or they were teaching assistants to teach in small groups and various lower cost things like that. But that's gradually been eroded as school resources have reduced. And so now, if you need help in school, you're not getting it. And so the only way to then get it is to apply for the HCP, get that plan, and have the legal right to that help. So if we can introduce that help early, before we actually get to that point, we can reduce the number of plans naturally.
And then the number of costs. Just very quickly, lastly, I don't know how old your boys are now, and how are they doing?
They're 9 now. They're still non-verbal, but they have learned to type and to read. So they use iPads to type, to communicate. The school that they're in is an incredible school. They're doing fantastically. And the most important thing is that each disabled child will have a different level of potential that they can reach. And so what my children will be able to achieve will be very different from someone else's. But if we can help them to achieve that potential, that will reduce costs to the state for the rest of their lives. It will improve their lives, our lives, and society in general. Absolutely.
I sort of get it. I mean, I came to the subject thinking, I'm going to get hot under the collar about billions of pounds spent on sending children in taxis. But it is so much more complicated and nuanced than that. And you've really set that out, Rachel Fulmer. Thank you very much for your time this evening. She's the Centre campaigner from the Great Special Needs Jungle. The time, 8:48.
This is LBC.
If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, what you thought you were getting may not be what you ended up with. From unexpected site fee increases, running costs, a huge depreciation in value, many owners feel they've been missold. If you think this might be you, holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive the compensation you're entitled to. Text ASSIST to 78900 to find out more. That's ASSIST to 78900.
A southern train is a place where you can wind down and catch up. A chance to let conversations flow and plans unfold. And stop doomscrolling for telling stories. Too good for the group chat. Make the journey part of a joy and save 1/3 with off-peak group tickets at southernrailway.com. Terms apply.
We had our smart meter installed a year ago, and it's made things so much easier. Not having to submit meter readings or having to deal with estimated bills is great.
A smart meter sends meter readings direct to your energy supplier. It means you get accurate bills, not estimated bills, and you don't even need an internet connection. Call your energy supplier to request a smart meter today.
Real testimonials voiced by actors. Eligibility
may vary.
This Waitrose Wine Lover Week, find your perfect match with 4 for 3 on wine and fizz. Meet our smooth Argentinian Catina Malbec that can handle the rich flavours of roast beef, or the elegant #1 Chablis, effortlessly charming with a cheese board. Perhaps your type is warm bubbly, like our Cab de Turquoise Cremant d'Alsace, an unforgettable fling for any canapé. Find your perfect wine pairing at Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores and lines, subject to availability, exclude Scotland box wines and bottles price £6 or under and £100 or over.
This is LBC with Rachel Johnson. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
8:50. I'm getting calls on Send as well as Andrew, the artist formerly known as Prince, the Spare formerly known as Prince. So let's take both. Max, let's start with you in Birmingham. You're a SES, you're a Send coordinator. So brilliant. What would you have to say?
Good evening. So I work in a mainstream school. I'm a Send coordinator, which basically with the mainstream. First of all, your guest Rachel explained it so well, but I think even beyond that, it's even more complex than that, which I won't go into, but she explained it really well. I personally think the problem is the taxi companies. I worked in a special needs school, and we had one boy that lived 20 miles away, and the taxi company charged £150 each way.
Why are they being allowed to gouge the schools like this?
Well, the school don't pay for it. It's paid directly by the local authority.
But then it's stopped and regulated, surely.
I think it does, but I think it's down to the taxi companies themselves. And actually, I think it's the local authorities not shopping around, because we wouldn't pay £150 for an Uber for 20 minutes. Sorry, I should have said it before. We, for 20 minutes, we wouldn't pay that.
It's like robbery, and it's the taxpayer footing the bill. So this is
100%.
Criminal behaviour.
It is, and as I said, I think it does come down to the taxi companies and long-standing contracts that the local authorities have, and I think almost not having the capacity to shop around. Because when I worked out this one particular boy, £150 per journey, it was costing around £50,000 just to get one child to school. That was more than his education.
There and back.
No, so it was £150 there, and £150 back, so it was £300 a day.
It's got to stop.
But I think what the local authority did, they just didn't send him to school. He didn't come to school for over 18 months. Because they didn't want to foot the bill.
But why didn't they? I mean, that would be 150.
I think it's because there's certain guidelines, certain insurances that they have to have in place. And I think there's only so many companies or taxi companies that have these documentation, so they just go with that one. And I think for that reason there's not transparency or negotiation with other taxi companies. They just go for the same ones. And I think because of that, it's almost like some taxi companies have monopolised the market, and the local authority don't have the capacity to then go and search out for other taxi companies. That's the way that I could be completely wrong, but that's the way I've seen it.
Have a duty to get value for money from their ratepayers. This cannot possibly, with any stretch of the imagination, fall into the category of value for money. It's not. I mean, they're being totally fleeced by the taxi companies. Why aren't the taxi companies being interrogated about their charges? Why aren't they, maybe they say, for example, oh, it was on a meter and that's what the meter says. But 20 miles doesn't seem credible.
And I think it's partly that thing about the legal, like, because the local authority have the legal responsibility to school a child or educate a child, I think they just think, well, this gets them there, therefore we'll go along with it and then let's sign these contracts. That's just my personal opinion.
Max, it's a scandal. It's a total scandal. Yes, Max, I want to get to you, John, in Bootle, because your daughter, I think, has a statement.
Rachel, listening to your previous caller as well, I was actually a taxi driver for 11 years, so the insight I've got into this is a lot. I was a school governor as well. So what I won't get sidelined off the point I wanted to make, but a lot of what your previous caller was saying is correct, in that some of the firms have a monopoly. But the issue for me is the chronic underfunding of mainstream education, and I'm not going to politicise it because this has been happening under both main parties for decades. And there's a common myth that schools want these HCPs for to make money, but what people don't understand, and what I understand is that the first X amount of thousands, I think it was 6,000 when I was governor, in my daughter's mainstream school, the schools have to find out of their own budget first. So these educational healthcare plans actually cost schools money. So schools then have a financial incentive to move these children on because they can't cater for their special needs. Now, my daughter, when we were told, the teacher in tears, by the way, told us that she couldn't educate our daughter anymore, and we wanted to give her as normal a life as possible in mainstream education, and we had to move her on their advice. And the specialist provision, we were so lucky. We went to see a building site from a head teacher and the centre, who were a married couple, who were sold us a building site for this brand new inclusion.
Tuko mahali panaitwaje? Sumbawanga. Tutoke TZ. It's a bit late, but tutoke TZ. But tutoke TZ anytime from now. Songi umaneni hapo. Unakuja nikuzongee. Sikuzongei kama solo hapo atubana. Songi mimi ngono baada kuenda. Kuja nizonge. Songi mimi. Zama jamaa leo tutapata 15 mwezi nje. Tutapata ule zako 7 mwezi zote. Ona bokura na zamani ni story hapo jini. Moja mbili za rubo la tupiganga. Ni ndio tupiga mwaka mzima. Elija. Jana ulikuwa njaa mbaya, ulikuwa unajua. Huko nyuma nimeingia kuingia bila noti. Haya ina hizo mama pejo. Hiyo bado gari kwa 156. Ronaldo inakubali vipi? Sasa Pia na Scania pia. Ibambi. Jamaa anaweza enda kugawisha. Hata unajua baadhi wewe. Anaweza enda kugawisha. Speed lakini nimeamua acha nitoke tu. Kwa barabara. Ukandisha boda bana. Ndio ready yongi. Nani ready iko on. Ndio nafaa kuenda Banja. Kwa BLBC. Ndio hii hapa.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that a Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour, same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. Cafe bars in coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code you see. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the
from McDonald's. Get a cheeseburger or mayo chicken, medium fries, 4 McNuggets, and a medium soft drink for guess what? That's right, £5. It's not called a £5 meal deal for nothing. From 11 a.m. It's available on delivery. Cover soft drink upgrade fees apply. Participating restaurants subject to availability.
Matthew Wright on LBC.
With cyber security from BT. Security solutions built for businesses.
I don't mind telling you, I really enjoyed that conversation with Michael from Rains Park we heard before the news. I thought his line that America doesn't need a royal family to get a trade deal. I mean, okay, it's America's the biggest economy in the world, but I love what he was inferring is, you know, there are lots of countries around the world that don't have a very expensive royal family. He came on air, Michael, by announcing himself as a right-wing Republican. And now, by stark contrast, we're going to Paul in Colchester, Essex, who's told Elliot he's a socialist monarchist. Good morning to you, Paul.
I'm proud of it too. I'm a left-wing monarchist.
Talk me through it, Paul.
Because I come from what you would call as the Protestant tradition in Liverpool. There's two traditions that we know about, But that doesn't inform how I see the monarchy, because I make a rational judgment. Now, what I'm going to say, I perfectly respect the last guy's views, but I want to say this. When you abolish something, you need to have something in place to replace it, and you need to have a fallback position. If we replace the monarchy, you're going to have either President Farage, President Cameron, President May.
Hang on, I've heard this argument before. There's no reason why you can have President Stephen Fry or President Claudia Winkleman or President anybody else. It's who we want.
Can you tell me, where is Claudia Winkleman qualified to become president of this country?
What qualities do our royal family have? What qualities do our royal family have? None, as far as I can see. They just are the royal family.
To be honest with you, if you look at what the king does, service, duty, compassion.
What, you don't think Claudia Winkleman can do any of that? It doesn't sound hard, service and duty.
I watch on the television. I really don't think that's a good example to use Claudia Winkleman.
All I'm trying to point out, Paul, is you're the one that's narrowing the idea of a president to being a Farage or a political person. It doesn't have to be. It could be a public person that we love. It could be an appointment for a couple of years. We could change it. It doesn't have to be Farage or the Royals, or Cameron or the Royals. It could be done a different way if we wanted to, if we had a vote, if we had a discussion, none of which, of course, are on the table.
Well, I'm going to concede that point to you.
I appreciate it. Can I ask, now this is really from the heart. You're a socialist. You believe in equality. How can you believe in equality and have one family that is born above all others? How does that work in Paul's mind?
Go on, just explain that to me again, sorry.
So, I would love to be able to tell my daughter that she has as much possibility as anybody else in this country to ascend to whatever role she wants to do in this country. But we don't. She can't be a member of the royal family unless she marries into it, and even then she'll just be marrying into the royal family. So it is something that is fundamentally not equanimous, it's not just, it is elitist. So how does a socialist reconcile having an elitist royal family?
Well, very easily. I mean, if you look at the United States, they still have old money and they have new money. Okay, so that's supposedly that's not supposedly, that is a country that doesn't have a monarchy.
Yeah, Zambia.
Obviously they had our monarchy and then they chose to remove it. Yeah? I mean, look, on the meritocracy bit, you can strive for the meritocracy, but whether it is ever fully achievable, I don't know. Yeah? So, my thinking has sort of come down to this, that you can only do the best you can only raise standards for everything.
But let's speak to Caroline in Nottingham. Caroline, what do you think?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say that it's time to interview perpetrators. For the ring, Andrew was not the only one working along Epstein and Maxwell. There were other perpetrators. They need to be revealed and held to account.
Yeah, you're right. And I think some of them have been revealed. And are being held to account of sorts, but many others, as I said in the beginning of the show, the only two people apart from Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell who paid a price so far are a former British prince and a former British ambassador.
That's not good enough. Andrew was not the only one. But there were others. They need to be prosecuted. They need to be held to account. They must be named and held to account. Andrew was not the only one.
I hear you loud and clear. Caroline in Nottingham, thank you very much. Okay, so this is a massive, PR nightmare for the royal family, and I guess you could ask why it's taken them so long to really try and deal with it, because the thing that's really made a difference here is the statement that was issued on Thursday, because it was an example of censure. It wasn't just the former prince being allowed to fall on his own sword, graciously, generously giving up titles. It was the royal family, the firm, cracking down on him, and quite remarkable. Let's speak to Mark Bukowski, public relations and brand expert and founder of the PR agency named after him. Bukowski, good morning to you, Mark.
Good morning, Matt.
We speak again about this issue. So, I mean, we don't, as I said earlier, the royal family probably hates the idea. That on one hand it embodies the same institution, and on the other side it has to deal with public relations nightmares and branding exercises. But it's all about that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's called the firm for a reason, and let's not forget it wields enormous soft power for this country, and it's been on a course for hundreds of years of survival of these sort of crises. I think you had Andrew Lowney on before me. His book entitled is amazing. It's an incredible book, and when I read it I thought, my God, I've forgotten half of these things about Fergie and Andrew. And I think that's part of the reason that we seem to roll over these things and move on to the next. And of course, if we had the sort of situation back in the 90s of the scandal surrounding Andrew and Fergie and social media, perhaps this would have accelerated, perhaps, sending Andrew and his naval crew to the deepest, darkest submarine in the Antarctic. But the issue is that he was protected by the Queen, and of course this must have been incredibly difficult for his brothers, his family. It was eroding the value of the royal family for a younger generation. A younger generation that hasn't been brought up, haven't been conditioned in the way perhaps the boomers have, and that's the point. This is about its survival. And in many ways, Andrew was a distraction for the good work that many of the royals do, because they take their position with great responsibility, and like him, if that was going to be devalued, I think it will be in the loss of this country in terms of what it can achieve.
But it's not just Andrew, is it? I mean, there was a time when the current king was going at it in the press with his then still wife, the late Diana, and terrible things were leaked, and very unseemly, unbecoming things were said, both in terms of their fantasies and about each other. It was ugly, ugly stuff. So they, forgive me, Your Royal Highness, but everyone's done their bit to denigrate the kind of pristine image of the royal family. Not everyone, but a lot.
Agreed. I mean, but I think that after that period of the infamous briefings and counter briefings, and then ultimately the death of the Princess Rhoda at the time, I think the royal family modernised their communication. I think it's a very different machine to what it was back in the day, which was never complain, never explain, don't feed the story, don't comment. That was very much the presence of the Queen. It was a very 1950s, 1960s attitude towards the media, but I think the crisis that surrounded Diana and the infamous interviews with Bashir and Dimbleby brought them into the modern age. And look, look at the Montesino too, as they call them, in terms of Harry and Meghan. They've caused huge amounts of damage. But I think there was something very significant in terms of the royal. There were some very significant royal events the King attended. Obviously his visit to the Pope and the declaration of new memorial for LGBT, and there were heckles from the crowd. And I think what happens is when royal output, should we say, is overcome by a scandal, then something had to be done. And as you said, I think it was far too late.
Just briefly, you said that, after the television interviews in the 90s, the royal family, the firm moved into the modern age of public relations. But frankly, I mean, I find it astonishing that Andrew can release a statement 2 weeks ago where he recuses himself from his various titles, which clearly wasn't enough for the king and the future king. I mean, did they run that statement past Buckingham Palace before they issued it, before Royal Lodge issued it? And if they did, then surely that's a mistake from the king not to realise that this was a time bomb that was about to go off. So, I mean, what I'm asking is there any coordination between these different, royal palaces and islands within the royal family, royal landscape?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question. It could have been a rogue statement. It probably should have been past the various minders. But we know that there's briefings and counter briefings in the household. We see that in terms of what the PR war that existed between Harry and his brother. And we've seen, in fact, newspapers, media, social media. It's a clickbait of the age. There's more noise now, I think, that doesn't go away. But you know what? The crowd, the people who feast on these stories have a short-term memory loss and long-term amnesia. And there'll be another crisis coming down the way, and I think that this will actually be overcome at some point if they can manage to steer the ship through these stormy waters and start actually projecting their value. But the king, and I wish I admit, is clearly at the end of his life, rather than the winter of his life. Perhaps a better way of talking about it. It's not looking at the Queen and how long she reigned over this stability. But William will be in the throne, in the near future, should we say? And he's going to have a very different monarchy. He's going to have a very, very different monarchy, and that will demand a lot of help. And there is some great professional help within that institution at the moment, where before it was very much, scarred by a profession not keeping up to go to the tabloid media and feeding on the stories of the age. Right. So I think that there's a lot of work still to be done, and there has to be greater coordination, that's for sure.
So finally, I mean, because this is very much about the future of the monarchy, as you said, what advice would you give the current king and the future king? What PR advice would you give them, considering the number of unanswered questions raised by Andrew Lowry?
Well, the questions Andrew and Lowry are really, particularly focused on two individuals and the system that allowed them to continue to abuse their power and generate great wealth. And I think that look, you can have a clean start. You demonstrate it not by words, but in terms of actions. And there are some, there is very difficult calls to pick through, as I said earlier. But there has to be now a very, very slim down royal family, and more has to be done, to sort of distance, Andrew. And Andrew, has to face up, and he could do a lot more in terms of helping inquirers around Epstein. I doubt that he will, but that might be a persuasion they might give him and move him on.
And as the palace statement sort of indicated, over to you, Andrew. You now deal with your own stuff. We're not dealing with it anymore. You can deal with it by yourself as Mr. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Mark Bukowski, thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. After the break, we're going to speak about the legal implications of all this and whether it's possible that he might actually have to face justice in court, or at least in an investigation, or appear as a witness to crimes committed by Epstein. There are endless possibilities out there that have not gone away with the statement from Thursday night. But for now, I'm Matt Fright, this is LBC, and at 10:31 it's time for the news headlines with Mike Hughes.
It's reported the King's brother Andrew is to receive a six-figure sum after being forced out of Royal Lodge in Windsor. Meanwhile, court documents released in the United States overnight show the former prince telling paedophile Jeffrey Epstein it would be good to catch up months after his release from prison. It's reported the Chancellor is exploring options to change council tax bands as part of the budget. The FT claims Rachel Reeves will target high-end properties in a bid to raise billions of pounds in revenue for the Exchequer. England's cricketers have lost again and been whitewashed 3-0 in their ODI series with New Zealand. Black Caps won by 8 wickets with 32 balls to spare. LBC weather, any rain in the north of England and western Scotland will push east through the morning, mostly dry with sunny spells elsewhere, a high of 15 degrees.
This is LBC. Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m.
If you're in a position where another £1,000 to find is the difference between you going on holiday and you not going on holiday, I do actually think for a week, the one family holiday you can take that year is actually a good reason for you to miss school with your child.
Tom Swarbrick.
With cybersecurity from BT. Security solutions built for businesses.
LBC.
Amazon has increased funding for employees to £3,000 a year, every year for career development. Like Juliet, she's now a trained technician. And to her, the sound of machinery in need of repair reminds her of how far she's come. In 2 years, she's landed her dream job, providing her with valuable skills. That's up to £3,000 every year for career development at Amazon. Eligibility conditions apply.
Staysure. What is Staysure? Staysure is not just the UK's favourite travel insurance. Staysure is the confidence that comes with knowing that you're covered by the company with more 5-star reviews on Trustpilot than any other provider. A company that welcomes people of all ages with pre-existing medical conditions for single or multiple trips. So stay sure with Staysure Travel Insurance. UK's favourite released a number of 5-star Trustpilot reviews. T's and C's and verifications at staysure.co.uk/reviews.
Hi, I'm Piers Morgan. It's official. Woke is dead and I've written the obituary. Cancel celebs are emerging from social media jail and virtue signalling is punishable by ridicule. So what caused this shift? How did the silenced majority win? And what's next? In my new book, Woke is Dead, I explore the fall of woke culture and the return to a world of common sense over cancellation, seeking unity over division. You'll be shocked by how much you agree with me. Woke is Dead is out now.
This is LBC with Matt Fry. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
So there are several aspects to the Andrew Mountbatten Windsor story, the ongoing rolling scandal, and one of them was to some extent put to bed, in the sense that the monarchy for the first time since that picture emerged 15 years ago, that infamous picture of Andrew with his arm around Virginia, the late Virginia Giuffre Roberts, who of course took her life earlier this year. Really, it's taken 15 years for the palace to issue a statement of extreme censure for Andrew, stripping him of his style, his home and his status. And the effectiveness of that can be measured by the response from the Roberts family. This is what Sky Roberts, Virginia's brother, had to say when he was speaking to Newsnight last week. Listen.
She'd be so proud. He's just Andrew. He's no longer a prince. And she is celebrating from the heavens right now, saying, I did it. This normal girl from a normal family has taken down a prince.
Indeed she has. But of course too late for her to get any justice, and the question is, will he get justice? Will she get justice? Will his other victims, if there are any at all, or the victims of Epstein get justice in all this? And I think it's worth remembering that, worth stating that he's not been accused of any crime, he's not been charged with a crime. And in a sense, what the big mistake he made in that Emily Maitlis Newsnight interview of 2019 was to incriminate himself in terms of his character by saying some really, really very strange things indeed that became notorious after the interview, but in themselves don't really constitute any kind of crime. But it's worth just reminding ourselves of the strangeness of the things he had to say. So one of the ones that really stood out was when he said he couldn't have possibly danced with her at a nightclub in London where she described him as sweating profusely because he doesn't sweat. Listen.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar which is that I don't sweat.
Okay, he doesn't sweat. And then the other one was another peculiar condition, which is he went to the night he was supposed to have met her. He couldn't have possibly met her because he went to a place that he normally doesn't go to have a pizza.
On that particular day that we now understand that is the date, which is the 10th of March, I was at home. I was with the children. I'd taken Beatrice to a Pizza Express in Woking for a party at I suppose sort of 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And then because the Duchess was away, we have a simple rule in the family that when one's away, the other one's there. I was on terminal leave at the time from the Royal Navy, so therefore I was at home.
Why would you remember that so specifically? Why would you remember a Pizza Express birthday and being at home?
Because going to Pizza Express in Woking is an unusual thing for me to do.
Indeed. And of course the width of that interview was one of entitlement, and then there was this particular clip where he talked about the definition of a weekend, which speaks to that sentiment.
He was a guest at Windsor Castle and at Sandringham. He was brought right into the heart of the royal family at your invitation.
But certainly at my invitation, not at the royal family's invitation. But remember that it was his girlfriend that was the key element in this. He was the, as it were, plus one to some extent in that aspect.
Am I right in thinking you threw a birthday party for Epstein's girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, at Sandringham?
No, it was a shooting weekend.
A shooting weekend?
Just a straightforward shooting weekend.
Just a straightforward shooting weekend. I think that in itself, it's important, isn't it, about the sense of, he's almost on the spectrum of not realising what he is saying and what the interviewer is looking for and how the public will respond to this. He hails from a different world, a world that he's now had to vacate when he moves into a much more humble house on the Sandringham estate. But I guess in his mind, he's still in that world. But beyond all that, and of course, as I said before, he's not been charged with any crime. He's not been investigated by the police for any crime. Will that all change? Could that all change, given the unfinished business out there and the many unanswered questions? Let's speak to Joseph Cottrey-Munson, Director of the Mary Munson Solicitors on Fleet Street. They deal with serious criminal cases and are specialists in the defence of sexual offences. Joseph, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning to the listeners.
It's good for you to come on the programme. Just explain to us, what are the kind of, what's the legal process that might be coming down the pipe for Prince? Sorry, it's very difficult to say. Just say Andrew. To the man formerly known as Prince.
He was formerly known as Randy Andy, as I remember it, Matt. And that was mostly.
And Airmark Andy as well. So lots of relatively fond nicknames, some of which now
some rather nicknames for him these days that we can't use on the radio. But however much we're enjoying it, of course, and we like in this country to see the mighty fall, but there's a real probably sense of relish, particularly in this case for many people. Of course, you're right, he has been convicted of an offence. It's tempting to say, I think respectfully, I think I heard a slip of the tongue from you when you talked about his other victims, and of course you don't really mean that, because
I corrected myself immediately.
You did, and you know, but it's so easy because the whole thing's so odious, and you're right, it's tied up with this sense of absolute entitlement, and I have to say, on occasion of that interview, naivety, bordering on stupidity. I suppose we can say that about him now, he's not a prince anymore. But as far as what's going on, especially in America, is concerned, and we understand there's actually a Met Police investigation at the moment, but I don't know enough about that. I don't think any of us do to know whether he is the focus of it, or whether it's something that touches on something he may have been aware of. I don't think in the US at the moment what is proposed is for him to be forced to attend under a subpoena, which is essentially what we call in the UK a witness summons, which wouldn't be enforceable anyway in the UK. And if he went to the US, then, I mean, basically, if he didn't answer it, then if he went to the US, then they could lay hands on him, so to speak. But even in respect of those, there's a congressional committee, and also I understand both civil and criminal investigation and civil claims going on. Those are not with regard to whether he is culpable. These are people who are saying we want him to attend as a witness. And the general rule is, you know, attendance as a witness is voluntary. You don't have a duty to help other parties, least of all the state. The state. And that's what I tell my clients. And my friend Stephen Ferguson, who I'm working with on the Grenfell case, who was actually Prince Andrew's lawyer, certainly at the time of the settlement that he did in the Gifford case, and even in the during that atrocious opted for Newsnight interview with Emily Maitland, there is no way that those lawyers would be advising him to engage. And everyone at the moment is saying, aren't they? He said that he would cooperate. But listen to the clip again. Watch it on YouTube. He didn't say that. He said, yeah, I would cooperate. He panics slightly and he says, is that with a legal advice? Because he knows his lawyers will be terrible. Don't put yourself in that position where you'll endanger yourself. And even if he did attend, he would have a right to silence based on his American constitutional right to not incriminate himself.
But just to sit there and take the Fifth Amendment and say nothing would be even worse.
So it's all about optics, isn't it? He's hoping to have his cake and eat it to preserve what's left of the ranks of his reputation.
But can he ever clear his name completely? Can he clear his name without testifying before Congress, or without subjecting himself to some kind of investigation?
Well, the general principle, isn't it? Certainly in the common law jurisdictions, which is certainly the United Kingdom, and also that offshoot legally, the United States of America, is innocent until proven guilty. He hasn't been convicted in a court. The reality is, once you settle for 20 million or whatever it was that the late Queen had to stamp up in respect of the case,
I think it was 12 million. Only 12 million.
I think 20 including legal fees. Of course, you'll know that I'm more likely to know that figure. No, I've never heard anything like that on a case. Probably get more doing these little slots on LBC. But as far as those kind of as far as those settlements are concerned, you're done with the public at that point. You've finished. That's why it took so late to settle. And of course, Virginia Giuffre didn't just want the possibility of money. She didn't want to be gagged. They agreed, I think, to a certain period where she wouldn't speak further about it. But that's timed out. That's why we're finding out about this now. She stuck to her guns. Whatever million it was. If the former prince had wanted to bind her, stop her from speaking, stop her from telling her story. But I think the reality is clearing your reputation. Reputation is not a legal right. His reputation is already trashed.
Just a couple of other ones. I mean, should there be an investigation into the allegation that he used his protection officers, to dig up any dirt on Virginia Giuffre?
Well, if something like that is true, then of course unauthorised use of the police national computer is something that nosy police officers who are interested, who might look up members of the public to get background on them outside the course of their job. It's serious offence. It's not just losing your job. These are serious criminal offences, and you can imagine that there would be worse offences that somebody who had that level of classified clearance, as one would expect of a more specialist officer. Well, you could imagine that there would be other offences that they could commit to, and that he could be involved in as a co-conspirator and an organiser. But I don't know if there's any real foundation to that. The people who do know are the people who have access to that evidence. Could he be investigated? Could he be charged, and could he be convicted? It all depends on myriad factors, none of which we have access to the evidence for. So, theoretically, yes, he is not above the law. He wasn't above the law, even as somebody who at one point would have been second in line to the throne. But as a commoner, if we can now say he's a commoner.
But he's still 89 to the throne, so he's not quite that common.
Well, let's see if we can sort that out. The tabloids will be working on that for the next few days.
And just very quickly, I mean, Virginia Giuffre claimed to have had sex with him 3 times. Once in New York in Epstein's townhouse, once on Epstein Island in the Caribbean, and then, of course, in London, in that property that belonged to Ghislaine Maxwell, where the infamous picture was taken that was surfaced in 15 years ago, 2011. Because that alleged crime took place in London, there is a potential for an investigation into that incident, into that alleged crime, here from the police, from the Met, is it not?
Yeah, well, I mean, the general principle is that there's a nexus between different things anyway. You could be arrested and charged with all of them. And you think of the sex tourists who end up getting imprisoned in the UK on the basis of something that they've done in the Far East with children. Well, hang on a minute. Under 18, UK, trafficking, Caribbean, New York, whatever. I mean, if it were all true, it would tick the boxes for a very, very serious case, but I don't know what the evidence is, of course.
Okay. Joseph Kochi-Munson, thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. And then after the break, we will speak about the psychological impact of all this on him and his family, and also his daughters. I mean, they are, innocent of all this. They, have their life to lead. They are married. I think one of them's got kids. I mean, it must be terrible for them. But not as bad as for the victims of Epstein. I think it can be safe to say that. But call me with any response. 0345 6060 973. I'm Matt Fly. This is LBC. The time's up 10:48.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. The Good.
Today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
The Mad.
Tylenol during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. Taking Tylenol is not good.
And the downright ugly.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
1 year on from his victory, is Donald Trump a self-declared American king or a bit of a cowboy? Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
With cybersecurity from BT. Security solutions built for businesses.
Back Monday morning from 7 LBC.
This is what award-winning customer service sounds like from real Octopus Energy calls.
You just get it right. Customer service is communication. You stepped it up, I think, for an energy company, so well done.
Octopus Energy. Great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by which? 8 years running.
A message from TfL. I saw him in the local news a few days after. His name was Rakesh. They had to put him into a coma just because I didn't look again at that time. He had 2 kids. How did I not see his bike ahead of me? Well, I didn't look again. He didn't make it.
Drivers, take another look, not a life. For the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Staysure. What is Staysure? Staysure is not just the UK's favourite travel insurance. Staysure is the confidence that comes with knowing that you're covered by the company with more 5-star
Gari kan imagine hapo ningebana ningeyuma. Tutaangalia kwa map kama kuna mahali pengine tunaweza pata mafuta pokuwa hapa. Kuna tauni kwa pale mbele tafue luko. Wah, apa nih apa? Kami nyampe kadang nimefika tu saa hii. Ndio uangalia map tu saa hii. Una kadang kingine mbele. Lusaka, nikafueli na huko Lusaka. Hiyo gari bado iko na mafuta. barabara kubwa slippery. Wanna watch the Witcher? Umeona mahali season 4 imetoka? Nafanya next na hiyo gari ni full. Kidogo inahitaji mafuta. Unaanga moto kati ya barabara. Anaingia Lusaka. Ndio anafanya fuel sasa. Unajua sasa mvua la gari. Ndio kusanga. So? Nalegea 1000 ya. Ngo cha petrol country. kilomita 3000 bado kanasonga.
usiponitafuta. Sikutafuti tena sina shughuli na wewe. Yeah? So, hivyo nitakuwa. Nitafuta, nakutafuta. Usiponitafuta, utafuti. Ai, sitaki watu kwenye wamekuweka. Tuache kubembelezana, sawa? Ukiniweka kwa mia na kuweka kwa mia, sawa? Au kuna kwenye zaniweka kwa mia ni it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Hello.
Wanasema nafanya ifike siku gani? Fanya ifike Thursday. Leo tuko Wednesday. Ini tinggi ni Wednesday ya next week, Thursday ya next week. Hapa ananiambia nimebakisha 368 hours. Mi pale naona niko na 54 hours. Kwa hiyo ni kama next week ya 5. Imefika 160 for the first time nimeiona 163 kwanza ndio imejaribu huyu ana overtake sasa mimi niko natemea kwa riba hapa ningoja malize kwa overtake ikifika 35 iwe nimempiga wana Choma discover. Sasa hii inafungulia engine kwa asubuhi na sijavuka hii country, sijavuka ni bwana. Travel moonlight.
Like amefanya nini hapa? What's happening here? Amesimamisha gari kando ya banjo. Around the Banana Stretch. Non conosco la nuova gioca. Non conosco. Imenipita pale. Yan, super. 50 50% off ama ni more? Hata wakiungana matusi kutoka watu. Ya Amerika kwa nubuni bado bado umejenga na mabati ya pesa mingi. Gari hili lisimamishwa na nani? Ndio, okay. Where's my radio not speaking? Shangai bodo minatoka wapi? ready ആയില്ലെങ്കിൽ
Pension age? No. Maybe you're not sure, or you don't know how to check. It's so quick and easy to check online. All you need is your date of birth. Knowing your state pension age helps you think about your future. So check yours today. Search state pension age on gov.uk and simply enter your date of birth. State pension age. It's good to know. Experience. It's knowing the difference between a good deal and, well, a great deal. Right now, get 3 months free when you take out Saga Health Insurance. You get 24/7 GP access wherever you want it, and the freedom to choose your preferred private hospital with your own room should you need it. Search Saga Health Insurance for a quote today. New customers starting a policy before the 27th of November pay by monthly direct debit for the first year. Terms and conditions apply. Over 50s only. ITV presents.
Oh my God. Yes! There is a chemical weapon in the cab.
We are dealing with a serial killer.
The devices are designed to kill, but first you want to suffocate them. I'm Spam. I can't watch you with everything until you've got nothing left. I take risks. That's my job.
Hold your breath. Trigger Point. Available now at ITVX.
It's that time of year again, which can only mean one thing. Save a third off roasting joints at Waitrose. Choose from tender beef silverside, succulent whole brined and seasoned chicken, or juicy beach smoked gammon. So, fire up your ovens and give winter a warm welcome with a third off roasting joints. Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected lines of stores subject to availability. Prices may vary in channel items for Waitrose and partners of concessions. Offer ends 11th of November.
This is LBC with Matt Fry. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
As I said at the beginning of the show, the shadow, the ghost of Epstein hangs over politics, not just in this country, but also in the United States. It is astonishing to think that it was Epstein, or an association with Epstein, that brought down our ambassador, Lord Mandelson, 7 weeks ago, and of course, the man formerly known as Prince Andrew on Thursday. It is astonishing to think that the one thing that really gets MAGA supporters upset about their hero, Donald Trump, is his inability, his unwillingness to do what he promised he would do, which is to open the Epstein files for everyone to see, because it feeds into the whole conspiracy landscape. So Epstein is still out there. He still haunts politics on both sides of the pond like a ghost from the past. And there's no one better to really put that into context than Simon Marks, who's his US correspondent, up early, but not quite as early in Washington, DC, because it's only 4-hour time difference until tomorrow. I used to love that, the 4-hour time difference week. It's vaguely normal. So
I know, it's fantastic. Sometimes it's 3 weeks, but this year it's just the one. So
just the one. And we're making the most of it, and we appreciate you being there in front of the White House, as you always are. Okay, so how is the Andrew story playing in the US? How much interest is there in it? Are people making the connection that I just made?
Well, I think there is considerable interest because, of course, the Americans are always interested in the ups and downs of our royal family because they haven't got one of their own. They decided to get rid of our royal family 249 years ago. And I think that Donald Trump, who, of course, will have learnt about all of this, much of it, while he was travelling in Asia, there are huge threats contained in another reignition of interest in Epstein. Now, on Capitol Hill, interest in those Epstein files has never really dissipated, even though every single time we seem to get close to a moment of revelation, either there's a government shutdown, which is currently underway, about to go into its second month, and which has delayed everything, and or Donald Trump is very adept at changing the subject and diverting everyone's attention elsewhere. But listeners will have heard Gloria Allred, the attorney for many of the victims and their families, on LBC last night, arguing that what Andrew ought to do now is make himself available to American authorities, to the FBI and prosecutors for interview. Now, the difficulty with that... Well, yeah, as a witness, yeah, but the difficulty with that argument that she was advancing, Matt, is that there is not currently any open investigation or probe. The FBI announced several weeks ago, I mean, a memo was leaked, showing that the FBI had concluded, and prosecutors had concluded, there was nothing else to look into. Now, of course, that memo sparked fury among those MAGA supporters you were talking about, because it fed the notion that there is a cover-up underway in order to prevent them from ever seeing what Donald Trump promised them, which was all the documents pertaining to Epstein. But in terms of that specific thought that Gloria Allred was articulating yesterday on LBC, it's not clear to me that if Andrew showed up and knocked on the front door of the FBI or the New York prosecutor's office, they'd say, oh, thank heavens you're here, come on in, because there is no current open investigation for him to answer. His real problem is on Capitol Hill with the House of Representatives Oversight Committee. Why? Because they are absolutely digging into all of this. And as soon as the government is reopened here, and as soon as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, finally agrees to swear in a new member of the House, a Democrat, she is going to be placed on the Oversight Committee, and that is then going to tip the balance in terms of the number of votes on the Oversight Committee that will pass a resolution forcing the government, requiring them to release every document that they've got on Epstein, and they absolutely could call Andrew as a witness and have indicated that they intend to. Now,
does he have to comply with that?
Citizen.
Can he say no?
Well, no, because he's a UK citizen, so the power of subpoena would not apply to him. They can't apply for his extradition because it's not a criminal probe, but the look of Andrew rejecting the opportunity to testify, even if it was virtually. And remember, he would have the ability, as Ghislaine Maxwell has been doing, to negotiate the terms of his testimony. He could secure a pledge that whatever he said would not be used at a later stage in evidence against him. I mean, there is a decision-making point coming for him with regard specifically to the House Oversight Committee.
Because I guess the problem for Andrew is that although he's been censored by the palace and he's lost his titles and he's moving to a 2 up, 2 down on the Sandringham estate, whatever, he's never really been questioned in public about any of this apart from the disastrous Newsnight interview.
Yeah, not since Emily Maple spoke to him. He's never been questioned in public about it at all. And the Oversight Committee would, I think, give him a pretty rough ride, obviously, given that we now know, for example, that he appears to have lied in that interview with Emily about when his last contact was with Jeffrey Epstein. So there's not a lot of upside for Andrew in agreeing to that testimony unless he decided that at some point he's just got to make an absolute clean breast of it and do something to put the Newsnight interview behind him and feed the public trough with more information about what he knew. But it's far from clear that was a conclusion that he would reach was in his own interests.
And just finally on the Andrew thing and the Epstein thing, I mean, it was my impression, and I said this in the run-up to this interview, that the thing that has really caused him most headaches so far is not the Democrats breathing down his neck. I'm talking about Trump here. It is about MAGA faithful wanting to burn their MAGA hats because he's refused to do what he said he would do, which is to release all the files.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you go back to that moment when he said he would release all the files, it was in the middle of an interview on Fox News during the election campaign last year. And if you watch it back, he immediately realised that he'd been caught in a trap, and he immediately tried to walk it back, even in that interview. He absolutely, for whatever reason, does not want those files to be released to the public. We've been through a fatuous series of events here where the Attorney General, his loyal Attorney General, she's not independent of him at all, the traditional independence of the Department of Justice, completely trashed by this president, said in February the files were on her desk, she was reviewing them ahead of their public release. And then you fast forward to July, and the Department of Justice said there are no files to release. So this is a huge problem for him because his base wants to see what's in those files. They are natural believers in conspiracy theories, and you don't even have to be a conspiracy theorist to look at what's taking place here and think there is some kind of reason why Donald Trump doesn't want those files, and the Democrats, frankly, in some cases, don't want those files out there.
And of course, these same people would say he's terribly good at distracting us from the lack of release of those files, with all sorts of other stuff, including his announcement yesterday, quite astonishing, I thought it was a hoax first of all, that he would only accept 7,500 refugees to the United States, down from the 100,000 or so that are admitted every year, and they would have to be white South Africans. Tell us about that.
Yes, most of them would have to be white South Africans, but actually if you read the text of this decision that was published in the Federal Register, it's actually even worse than that. It says reducing the numbers to 7,500 people. That's way down. In the last year of Joe Biden's administration, 125,000 people were granted refugee status in the United States. That was the cap. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, during lockdowns, Donald Trump allowed 11,000 refugees to travel and enter the United States. He's not only reducing the number, he's changing the entire patina of refugee policy in a country with the Statue of Liberty that has emblazoned on it that poem, "Bring me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses." No more of that. And indeed, he says the admissions numbers shall primarily be allocated among Afrikaners from South Africa and other victims of illegal or unjust discrimination in their respective homelands. That is a complete narrowing of the definition of a refugee that will be welcome to the United States. It doesn't mean that you can be fleeing conflict or pestilence or famine. You've got to be fleeing illegal or unjust discrimination. And on the issue of these Afrikaners, he has been fed a completely false narrative that white Afrikaners are having their land expropriated by the South African government without compensation. That has never, in fact, happened. There is a new law in South Africa. It allows for that eventual one-day maybe possibility. It has not happened once, but both the President and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, have claimed that it is happening, that there is what they say a genocide, they call it genocide in South Africa, that is being unreported by the world's media. This is complete falsehood, driving now and completely shifting refugee policy. And in terms of the UK, and you think about the concerns that the Trump administration has expressed about free speech in the UK, you know, if you're going to allow refugees in who claim illegal or unjust discrimination, that there may be some applicants from Britain for refugee status in the United States going forward, and that could become a real tension in the relationship between the White House and Number 10.
Interesting. And also, it's worth pointing out that in that meeting that he had with Cyril Ramaphosa, the South African president, in the Oval Office, where Ramaphosa was expecting a shellacking on the lines of Zelensky, he set the president straight, as did South Africa's richest man, who was a white millionaire called Rupert. This guy, who's a friend of Trump, said, no, Mr. President, this is wrong. It has never happened. It's amazing that Trump has still held on to that belief, all these months later. And the final issue to discuss with you, Venezuela. It looks as if the Trump administration that says it doesn't like doing regime change really, really wants regime change in Venezuela. What are they doing to make us have that impression, and how serious is this going to get?
Well, as you know, their maritime campaign against alleged drug traffickers has continued. They keep blowing fast-moving boats out of the waters of the Caribbean and the Pacific, which they then claim, without furnishing any evidence whatsoever, of ferrying drugs to the United States. You have to take Secretary of War Pete Hegseth at face value, because they don't provide any backup evidence, nor indeed do they even provide a legal justification. They don't even pretend that they are acting within international law by killing people using drones as they travel in fast-moving boats in the waters of the Pacific. Now Donald Trump says that campaign is going to expand to land targets in Venezuela. Their strikes will soon begin on Venezuelan soil. The government of President Nicolas Maduro, accused by the Trump administration of being a drug trafficker, he denies it, will see that as an act of war by the newly renamed Department of War. But there is every sign that Donald Trump is intent on intensifying his action against those alleged drug traffickers and seeking to unseat Maduro. He was asked the other day whether the CIA had now been given authority as part of their covert actions taking place in Venezuela to unseat Maduro, and he wouldn't answer the question, obviously. But, you know, it is important to note that under US law, you're not actually allowed, any president is not allowed to authorize the assassination of a political opponent or another foreign leader. So we're heading down deeply uncertain and potentially complicated pathways in Venezuela in the days ahead.
And you'll be holding our hand throughout the process. Simon Marks in Washington, thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. After the break, and finally, slot, nuclear war. How likely is it? There we go, something to really cheer you up. And that's all. This is LBC. The time is 11:47.
Coming up at 12 on LBC, Ali Mirage.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor will be turfed out of Royal Lodge and put out to pasture with questions on whether it can be existential for the institution. Has Andrew left the monarchy at a tipping point?
Ali Mirage on LBC.
When BP asked me to read the voiceover for their new Wild Bean Cafe ad, I thought I knew what to expect. But when they told me I'd be reading the script next to a mountain waterfall, on horseback, strumming a harp, in a hailstorm, naked, ow, 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 well, that was wildly unexpected. Just like Wild Bean Cafe having a freshly ground signature espresso blend for everything from Americanos to flat whites in a fuel station. Wowzers. Wild Bean Cafe, only at BP, subject to availability and selected people's season.
At TfL, we're hoping make roads safer. We're continuing to roll out lower speed limits because 20 miles per hour roads have already seen 24% fewer collisions causing death or serious injury. We're also improving junctions to help keep you safe and improving visibility for our bus drivers with new wing-mount cameras. Search TfL to the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Comparison of collisions data before and after implementation of 20 miles per hour speed limit.
I like my private details on a need-to-know basis. In other words, I need to know them and you don't. That's why I use Bitdefender whenever I'm connected, working tirelessly in the background to protect me across all my devices, keeping my digital identity confident on the down low, on the hush-hush, trusted by the experts, used by the pros.
Bitdefender, a global leader in cybersecurity. Trusted, always.
Verify now at bitdefender.com.
Private healthcare sounds pricey. At Bennington Health, it's less than £16 per person per month, just for GP calls. For a 24/7 GP helpline, physio, diagnostics, and more. Now, tell me all about my medical history. No medical questionnaires or hidden charges. We like to call it healthcare done different. Spot on. Bennington Health, healthcare done different. Fee review period, 6-month wait for some services, T&Cs apply, selected surgical procedures after 6 months, 24 in Northern Ireland, UK only, visit bennington.co.uk.
Matt Fry on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker now. Just say, play LBC.
I wish we could end the show today by doing a sort of soft item on, I don't know, cats or cat food or, I don't know, the future of weddings and birthday parties, but I'm afraid we're going to talk about the possibility of nuclear war. Now, there are two things that happened this week that raised the issue in my own mind. One is that I watched an extraordinary film called The House of Dynamite, directed by Catherine Bigelow, the Oscar-winning director of a film that was called The Hurt Locker. This is her new film, and it's essentially outlining the kind of events from three different perspectives of one day, which starts with a missile being fired from somewhere in the Pacific, and then they realize that the nuclear missile is heading towards Chicago. They're unable to shoot it out of the sky over Alaska, and this then triggers a chain reaction where essentially the generals kind of overrule the politicians or the political advisors, and what you end up with at the end of those whole very clearly stated is nuclear Armageddon. That was number one. Number two was the Donald Trump, at the end of his meeting with Xi Jinping in South Korea, suddenly announced, out of the blue, that
62. So it is very serious. It has to be responded in the way that the counter threat should be equally threatening and should be threatening first of all to the aggressor. At this point, I think this is bluff. Like most of what Khrushchev was doing was bluff. He was saying they're producing ballistic missiles like sausages, when in reality the Soviet Union had just a couple of them and they were leaking. So it is a lot of bluff there, but again, it is a dangerous bluff.
When there was talk, as there has been on occasion, about over the war in Ukraine of using tactical nuclear weapons, so on the battlefield, how dangerous is that? Because it opens the possibility of nuclear weapons being used at all.
Yes, in terms of the military impact, I think it's not significant, but the nuclear weapons are mostly about psychological impact. At least that's how they have been through this entire history. The bombing of Hiroshima was nothing particularly special in comparison to the firebombing of Tokyo a few months earlier. But psychological impact was on Japanese morale, on the decision what to do next was enormous. And nuclear weapons were used through the Cold War mostly as the way to threaten, to blackmail, to bluff, and that's what keeps going now is the idea of the use of the tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. That's not about achieving particular military goals on the front line. It's about really destroying the will to resist on part of Ukraine and the rest.
And finally, the really depressing thing, I think, of recent weeks is that, remember there was that summit that was mooted between Putin and Trump in Budapest, and then it was called off because the Russians overplayed their hand, as they often do, waterboarding Trump with, their historical version of what really happened in Ukraine. But also, Budapest, of course, was the place where the memorandum was signed, where the Ukrainians gave up their nuclear weapons in terms of security guarantees that have never materialized. The lessons of Budapest are that if you can get hold of a nuclear weapon, do it.
That's the first idea that comes to mind when you look at what is happening in Ukraine, thanks to Ukraine. We have the largest war in Europe since 1945. A lot of country has been destroyed, a lot of people killed, and few people believe that if Ukraine held nuclear weapons back in 1994, that there would be a war, of their proportions.
And just very briefly, and one line, do you think that we're now closer to a nuclear exchange than we have been since the Cuban Missile Crisis, or actually have we just restored that balance of fear that is so necessary to keep us safe? In one line.
I think that we are in a comparable situation to what was back before 1962. It's in our hands to fix the situation. The good thing is that we really can learn from the lessons of 50s and 60s, and hopefully avoid another Cuban Missile Crisis. But for that, the aggressor should know that his not just threats but actions will be met with not just threats but also with actions.
Okay, that's sobering stuff. Professor Seipori, thank you very much to you, and that's all from me and all from you. Thank you so much for calling in, for texting, for ringing in. Coming up at 3 on LBC, Vanessa Fells, but up now in front of me as ever, Ali Viraj.
Thanks, Matt. The man formerly known as Prince Andrew will become Mr. Mountbatten at Windsor, be turfed out of Royal Lodge and put out to pasture in Sandringham in a torrid period for the royal family, with some questioning whether it could be existential for the institution. Has Andrew left the monarchy at a tipping point? At one, a key government review of the curriculum is set to announce that all schools should teach separate sciences at GCSE to boost social mobility, with fewer than a quarter of pupils currently sitting physics, chemistry and biology separately. How should science be taught in schools? And at two, the CEO of a leading recruitment group is alarmingly downbeat about the employment market, saying it's a job desert. How challenging is it to get a job right now?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midday, it's claimed the King's brother could receive a one-off six-figure sum to help cover his moving costs from Royal Lodge in Windsor. The Guardian also says that Andrew would receive an annual payment from the monarch to meet living costs. The former prince, who was stripped of his title on Thursday, has faced mounting scrutiny over his links to the dead paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein, who's always denied any wrongdoing. Lawyer Gloria Allred represented 27 of Epstein's victims and has told RBC that Andrew should now speak to authorities in the United States.
He was going to give an interview that was catastrophic to the BBC television, but that's not under oath, and there's no legal duty to tell the truth. So now, perhaps he could not only think about the victims, but do something to help them. He should be volunteer to testify.
The UK is to send £5 million worth of aid to Sudan amid fears of a spiralling humanitarian crisis in the country. El Fasher, the last major city in western Darfur, has been seized by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. It's feared 250,000 people are trapped there, with reports of ethnically targeted killings, sexual violence and starvation. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, says the situation is horrifying.
Women and children bearing the brunt of the largest humanitarian crisis in the 21st century. For too long, this terrible conflict has been neglected, while suffering has simply increased.
The Red Cross says it's handed over the unidentified remains of 3 people recovered from Gaza to Israel, but the IDF says the bodies may not be that of missing hostages taken during the October 7th attacks. Israel has returned the bodies of 30 Palestinians to authorities in Israel. The first flight carrying aid from the UK has landed in Jamaica following Hurricane Melissa. Catastrophic flooding has devastated homes and businesses where at least 19 people have been killed. More than 3/4 of structures in the Black River area of the island have been destroyed. And flights at one of Germany's biggest airports are running as normal again following disruption caused by a suspected drone sighting. Berlin's Brandenburg Airport had suspended services for 2 hours last night. LBC weather, a mix of sunshine and blustery showers for many across the UK through the afternoon. Rain heaviest in the southwest of England, with the best of the sun further east, a high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Mike Hughes.
Some companies try to reel people in by promising quick cash if you pay them to claim work expenses. But think twice before taking the bait, because they might just want to land a commission, and it turns out you aren't eligible to claim anything. You'll have to pay HMRC back, and it's unlikely the company will refund any fees. So don't get caught out. Check if you're eligible, and make a claim with HMRC for free online. Just search, don't get caught out.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ali Mirage.
Ali Mirage on LBC. It's 4 minutes past 12. I shall be with you until 3 p.m. for the regular weekend shows every Saturday and Sunday from midday until 3. Hope I find you very well this Saturday. I hope you had a very happy Halloween. It was actually my birthday yesterday. And I got presented with a rather lovely book about the history of the guilds of the City of London. And livery, I'm partial to a bit of pomp and circumstance and pageantry. And that brings me to the opening thing that I wanted to discuss with you, which is this sorry song of Prince Andrew that I hope is coming to a conclusion now. All over the front pages of the papers, as you would expect. The Times, inside the siege of Royal Lodge, how Andrew was finally defeated after 2 weeks of legal wrangling. It says Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's fate was decided in a phone call from the King. According to one news source, in the past 3 years of the King's reign, we have seen his humanity warmth and compassion. The source said, now we have seen his steel. That steel again will be seen when Charles signs the royal warrant, stripping his brother, 11 years his junior, of the birthright bestowed by their great-grandfather, George V, to be known as Prince. Well, he's going to be the artist formerly known as Prince, not to
not to sort of bring Prince into it, because he was obviously a very acclaimed artist, but you get the point. And I want to ask you this, because there's a lot of speculation about what this means for the monarchy and why this drastic action had to be taken at this point. And just to put it in context, this is the moment from the other night's Question Time on the BBC as host Fiona Bruce announced that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor would be losing his Prince title.
So, Prince Andrew. The King has initiated a process, so we're going to discuss this. Prince Andrew will no longer be Prince Andrew. He will be Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He will surrender the lease to his home and he will find alternative private accommodation.
Well, he'll find alternative private accommodation and he'll be no longer known as a prince. That was one thing that happened this week. The other was a man who heckled the king about Andrew and has told LBC News the royal family are showing a lack of respect for Jeffrey Epstein's victims. This happened when Charles was visiting Lichfield Cathedral yesterday.
How long have you heard about Andrew and Epstein?
That was on Thursday at Lichfield Cathedral. Not a good look at all for the royal family. Let me ask you this on the back of that. Pretty straightforward, but absolutely critical. Has Andrew left the monarchy at a tipping point? Has Andrew left the monarchy at a tipping point? 0345 606 973. Text 84850. I want your thoughts on this because there's a piece out in the Telegraph today by Ed Cumming and Christopher Wilson. Andrew has left the royal family at a tipping point. He will be Andrew, formerly known as Prince. That was the blindingly clear message on Friday. A day the royal family will be keen to forget. Yeah, absolutely. It says this: the firm is used to weathering storms. In the past, they have lived by the rule of not apologising or explaining. Where they have made adjustments, they have tended to be gradual murmurs rather than earthquakes. But after a fortnight of deepening scandal around Andrew's alleged sexual relations with Virginia Giuffre and his friend.
Sasa unaenda sasa unaniwekea time ningekuwa tushafunga huko. Hizi gani? Haji? Unashindwa kulipa pesa huko sababu unadeta. Unaona unadeta. Unatumia link gani hapa ndani? Haji? Anyway, kwa la kulipa. Line yangu ni sawa. Safaricom na ni 4G coverage. Na wanashika 7.8% Kenya. Unaona? Sasa unapokwenda kuchukua kama hiyo mzuri. Kwa sababu kwenda kwa mambo. Watoto wa wote. Hiyo inataka kikosi sana kama kwenda itashika. Nikulipe bili. Nikulipe bili mimi pesa yangu kama kwa nikulipe bili. Na ndio kutoka kalipe bili yako.
Tunaingia South Africa. Tunaingia South Africa. Welcome to Botswana. Wewe nimetoka Botswana. Ya South Africa sasa. Hadi? Hadi kupita na benji. Wende ibaki, wende uichukue. Uliniambia ndapata kiti. Ulishaenda ndapata kiti. Na. Oh, saa 1 asubuhi. Hari ni? Ini agak naik punya mafuta aja. Tidak bisa jual pabrik. Udah dilipat mafuta kan masih dia punya sana. Saya punya jual ini. Coba dari punya mian aja. 100 euros. Zoe zaidi anaamua baadaye. mwalimu najua maizo ndio. Yaani mwalimu afunzi. Open ya afunzi ndio kwenye mtihani anakupea na max. Mwalimu ndo wana lessons mbili ya saa 5 yake na hii ya saa 9. Sasa kifunza ya saa 5 ya saa 9. Na kwa kadiri hivyo. Anaweza kufunza kama wana dada. Hii ya saa 5 alifunza wana. Kupata kwa muda hivi. Baada ya kufunga exam. Jana mlijirusha. Fala. Nakuaje? Hebu niambie ila kuli ya jaba na chaje wewe. Oh, jana ndio imejini. Matafuta chaje yake. Aí Dia dia bukan ada. Jadi mungkin betul juga. Adik kakak mau bisnis. Adik, jalan. Bukan masih lagi dipilih. Ada. Aku lagi rusak gua anak lagi. Dia masak. Ya bang. Sini aja juga kan orang. Semua kawan ada juga barang-barang juga. Cara dibuang buat mezanya juga dia meza moja na machanga au baki bana juga dikipicha ikagana kale kipina kama ndo wana kachomwa hapo ina ina na Adi? Yang ada gini, jadi cuma unit. Nah, itu pernah aku balik ya. Jangan lagi ada pelanggan. Nona kamu sewananya kasai. Sih. Sewananya kasai. ukiona wajikuja kaka kama wanauza vitu kutoka pale kidogo japati na watu haraka naona wanasimamia hiyo wanakuja ndiko kwanza wanakuja kijani kwako Abana, dia dah jadi. Masuk. kesho hiyo ndio nadabizwa kuna basi fulani kwa makombora kulijeki hiyo basi lakini leo unapata nao ukianza kuenda unalipa dabu hiyo basi unapaka na kama hiyo na jadi hiyo kuweka chini na gari kama una plan kwenda kwa jamani uliona magari ni mbovu, uliona magari mbovu wewe. Wala ndio wanakatoa tuzo bwana. Hiyo ndio ndio alipo. Nimeona jana ana kijana kuna exhibit bwana. Ayo jamaa bwana. Iko sawa. Malizanazo sifo hiyo. Hizo na lakini moja siku unaweza parana hapa hivi. Unakuanzia hapa kama kwa nini? Ini napa nih? Separate one. Dan aku udah muncul jatuh dari play kayak one on one. Lagi masih pada dia lagi dengan dia gue lagi dalam segini cari nabang apa lu bila dengan dia lah lu bikin itu buat penampilan juga di acara nabang stage ada orang grup band jual apa nabang ya main character. Sasa ikanganya jambo na big head huko useme big 10,000 kwa main group. Watu naenda main group na naandika nasema 10,000. Big amepledge 10,000. Na kaka amepledge 20,000. Kenya jadi nimefika watu wanaongea MC anaamka zaidi masaa kisha kangai kufanya renovation. Unajua backstage watu walishaongea tukasema ila lakini sasa hapo time MC hapo anakuja anachana mixing gapi anasema 10,000 namwambia no I'll do 20. Wewe hiyo watu wanachukua lakini hizo dunia zikoje kwa unajua kama hiyo ni nimevaa zamani mwezi ikiisha ya na mbele yangu bora kabisa. Unaona nilikumbuka kwa basi nayo boy nipatie mahali hapa kasahau nibana kumungani kwa mudaiga na kama mwendwa ndio akipotea ndio kupitia kwao na haya gari Mwana wangalia ndio kwa ndio ndio wala kwa ndio agenda lazima nao ile agenda sawa
2 jam lagi. Lumayan kita dah. Lanjut. Dia mana? Ini dengan yang mau dikira itu di mana?
I watched a little bit of
Yeah, right, okay, good. Yeah, so you'll never get that time back in your life. But anyway, I watched the whole thing. The guy said he'd not had any further contact with Epstein after meeting him in New York, and he kicks himself every day about letting the side down, and yet we find out that he emailed him subsequent to that. That is why the king has had to act, isn't it?
Yeah, well, hang on.
Yes or no?
He could have forgotten that could have been out of the mind.
Oh, come on. Okay, fine, all right. So you think that he would have forgotten in a major national television interview that he'd emailed his former confidant and compatriot on this matter after meeting him in New York and regretting it publicly in an interview, which some say he should have never done because he was utterly silly to do.
Are we looking here that his brother, Virginia Giuffre's brother now is asking for more money or something like that? He's coming back and going after him.
Well, I don't know about that.
That's sort of thing to do. I mean, once she's accepted the money, and also let me also give you another point here. When she was also paid £15,000 for having sex with Andrew by Jeffrey Epstein, and also Jeffrey Epstein signed a contract with her, giving her $500,000.
Okay, I don't know all the ins and outs of that.
She will not go any further.
Right.
So why is this carrying on going further?
Right. Well, I've just given you the reason, but you don't.
Done and dusted.
No, well, done and dusted on the case, maybe, because she accepted the money. Fine, I can accept that point. Not done and dusted on the fact that it transpired that he lied. Sorry, Raj. Sorry, Raj. No, you've had your say. You can put it said that he literally made a noose for his own neck, which his brother had to metaphorically put him in and banish him to Sandringham. I'm sorry, but that's the case. Raj, thank you. Linda in Berkhamsted, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Ali. Ali, they do have to change. If you look around the country now, people are in dire straits. The money that we give them, they don't even live in London. They don't use Buckhouse. So all this nonsense about the tourists come to see where they live. They don't live there. If you also look at...
Well, they don't have to be in situ when the tourists
they
come
come back there?
Well, you expect them to wave them, you expect them to walk them on the ticket counter when they're going to Buckingham Palace.
No, I expect them to be around more. I expect them to understand how people are feeling.
The guy just met the Pope, for heaven's sake. He's got cancer, and he just met the Pope. He's trying to do his job.
Got cancer. So what does that mean?
He's getting on with his job. He's an old man.
What job does he do? What job?
Are you telling me? Linda,
look,
are you telling me he doesn't have any value to this country? Are you seriously telling me he doesn't?
He does, but I also think they take a lot. They take a lot money-wise, and they don't give back. We're talking people on, especially some of the LBC presenters, take away the pensioners' money. Why don't we start with them and say, would you like to give back some of that money? Would you like to help?
What, the 86 million that actually keeps the thing going in the first place, which actually comes back to the public purse in so many other ways, where you just see...
Listen all, Ali, you can't possibly say that 86 million comes back to the public.
Now, hang on a second. How much did we get out of deals that were announced when Donald Trump came here for the state visit just the other week?
Well, let's wait and see how long they last, shall we?
Okay, that's a good point.
We all know about...
Touche, Linda. Linda, can I ask you a question? Why do you want to prevent me the opportunity to go and see the King at Buckingham Palace for a garden party, which hopefully I will do next year when I become master of a city livery company? Why do you want to deprive me of that lifelong thing of mine, Linda?
The person who runs the charity.
What, why not me? Why not me, Linda?
Well, I'm not saying you can't go, but you shouldn't just be people like you. You should be the people who keep the youth things going.
Linda, look.
I'm sorry, Ali, you're not going to persuade me and many others
Well, I think that's something... Do you think it's changed, Linda? To your point, just on this, do you think that the sentiment has changed and shifted on the back of this?
Yeah, I do, and I look at things. I do watch some of these things. I saw all those old boys in the summer turn up to some meeting with Camilla and King Charles. They were sitting on hard wooden benches. The royal family and the entourage were all sitting on pillows, and they had a canopy over them so the sun didn't get. Do you think that's right?
Look, I think that we should be able to walk with kings and retain the common touch. And the royal family is not meant to be like any other family, right? I do not want the royal family living in a pebble-dash semi-detached house, right? Not that there's anything wrong with them. Not that there's anything wrong with them, right? I'm just saying that they're meant to be different. There's meant to be mystique. They represent this country. I would rather have them than an elected head of state, for heaven's sake. Rather them than President Tony Blair, I can tell you.
Well, you're entitled to your views, and we all know you're a rank Tory, which is fine.
Well, no, hang on a second. I haven't stood for the Tory party since 2005. Let's take that back.
No, I won't, because you put them on a pedestal.
Oh, I haven't. No, I don't. Linda, sorry, you're not going to get away with that nonsense, right?
Yeah,
Hold on. If you're going to take me down for being a monarchist, fine. Let's have that debate.
I'm not taking you down. I'm giving my opinion.
But Linda, your opinion's wrong, because I haven't ordered the... No, it is
right. Is that correct?
No, I'm just saying I haven't ordered the Tory party for years, Linda, so I don't know what show you're listening to. Very good to speak to you. A pleasure. Peter in Aylesbury, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali. I'm afraid I'm really, really sick of this nonsense. I mean, Charles lives in a very big glass house. He cheated on his wife tapered on her husband. He wanted his great dream was to be a tampon, for God's sake. And now he's looking at his brother, who's an absolute disgust. I remember reading in Leslie Cunliffe's book in 1982 what a nasty pervert Andrew was even then when he was a young man. And now all these people who are coming on to your show, these servile people who would excuse them for doing anything.
But you're not saying someone's private.
If somebody happened to the rest of the family, remember that this man Andrew is still eighth in line. And we would be bound and scraping to the friend of a paedophile.
Well, look, eighth in line has got a long way to go. I wouldn't say that...
the point still stands.
I understand the point, Peter. The point is, if the king wanted to be a tampon, that's one thing. At least he wasn't cavorting with a convicted sex trafficker. But there we go. Thank you for your calls on that. Now, a key government review of the curriculum is set to announce schools should teach separate sciences at GCSE to boost social mobility, with fewer than a quarter of pupils currently sitting physics, chemistry and biology separately. How should science be taught in schools?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and...
Hey, LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, there are reports that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor will receive a six-figure sum from his brother, the King. The former prince, who was stripped of his title on Thursday, has faced mounting scrutiny over his links to the dead paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein. He's always denied any wrongdoing. LBC's Simon Mark says his next real problem is on Capitol Hill with the US House of Representatives Oversight Committee.
They absolutely could call Andrew as a witness and have indicated that they intend to. Now, the power of subpoena would not apply to him, but the look of Andrew rejecting the opportunity to testify, even if it was virtually, and I mean, there is a decision-making point coming for him with regards specifically to the House Oversight Committee.
The UK is to send £5 million worth of aid to Sudan amid fears of a spiralling humanitarian crisis in the country. El Fasher, the last major city in western Darfur, has been seized by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. It's feared 250,000 people are trapped, with reports of ethnically targeted killings, sexual violence and starvation. The first flight carrying aid from the UK has landed in Jamaica following Hurricane Melissa. Rescue workers are trying to clear roads to reach parts of the island left devastated by the high winds and flooding. Much of the country is still without power. The Black River area was among the worst hit. Richard Solomon is the mayor there.
The team is out there trying to get the major corridors so that we can get relief. But if we can get additional supply in the form of helicopters bringing water, food, sanitary napkins, all of those are necessary at this point in time.
Ukraine has said it's hit an important fuel pipeline that supplies the Russian army in an overnight operation. Russia has claimed its forces defeated a Ukrainian special forces team sent to defend the Ukrainian stronghold of Pokrovsk on the front line of western Donetsk. Flights at one of Germany's biggest airports are running as normal following disruption caused by a suspected drone sighting. Berlin's Brandenburg Airport had suspended services for 2 hours last night. LBC weather, a mix of sunshine and blustery showers for many across the UK through the afternoon. Rain heaviest in the southwest of England with the best of the sun further east. A high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Rachel Wright.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ali Mirage.
It's Ali Mirage on LBC, 3 minutes past 1. In this second hour, I want to talk about science, in particular science GCSEs, because there's a piece in the Times today, science GCSEs to get biggest overhaul in more than a decade. What is this about? All schools will have to teach separate sciences at GCSE to boost social mobility, according to a key government review of the curriculum, which is due to make its announcement next week. Now, fewer than a quarter of pupils sit physics, chemistry and biology separately, with most taking combined science equivalent to GCSEs. Now, almost 1 in 10 schools do not offer the triple science, and there is a national shortage of physics teachers. Now, the final report from the year-long curriculum and assessment review, which is expected to be published on Wednesday, is likely to call for reform because more children from affluent areas take separate sciences, which lead to science A-levels and lucrative careers. Now, Bridget Phillips of the Education Sector, who commissioned the review, led by Becky Francis, said that its findings in and help develop an inclusive curriculum for England. Now, it is understood that the shake-up of science GCSEs is a crucial part of the conclusions, arguably the biggest change for the subject since Michael Gove's reforms a decade earlier. And the number of pupils taking physics, chemistry and biology GCSE peaked in 2019 at 27% of the cohort and has since fallen to 23%. Now, this is obviously a particular issue in certain areas more than others. About 1 in 10 schools does not offer separate sciences, and it is much higher in deprived areas, particularly in the north east of England. Those are grammar and private schools who are university educated parents are more likely to take triple science. What a surprise. Let me ask you this question. How should science be taught in schools? How should science be taught in schools? 0345 6060 973, text 84850. I want to hear from you if you are a student. If you are doing your GCSEs, if you've just done them, if you're doing your A-levels, if you have decided to go into university, how did you study science at school? Did you do it in a joint form? Did you do it completely separately, where biology, chemistry and physics were all taught to you separately? Which was better? Did it make any difference? Did you even know it was a thing? If you did it joint, did you know it was a thing that you could do it separately? And if you're a teacher, how do you feel about this? Do you think that it is right to do this separately as distinct sciences? If so, where are you going to find the teachers to do it? Because there's a teacher shortage, particularly in physics. And if you're doing it joint, do you feel you're a little bit out of your depth on certain things? And would you rather that your kids were not being shortchanged, not because you can't do a good job, but because your specialism is something slightly different, and actually the government put
much into this because it's unjust from an equity point of view, from a fairness point of view, that kids from a disadvantaged background in certain parts of the country do not have an opportunity to study individual sciences at GCSE. How should science be taught in school? So 345-6060-973, text 84850. Joining me is Nick Harrison of the CEO of the Sutton Trust. Nick, thank you very much indeed for joining me. It wasn't so long ago that you put out a piece entitled Teacher Recruitment Crisis Causing a School Science Shortfall, Especially in Physics. How serious an issue is the teaching of science central to kids in school?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on, Ali. Look, I think it is a big issue, and I think we would say, it's good intent by the government. Every kid should have, the opportunity to do triple science if indeed that's right for them. And as you said in your intro, we know that if you do triple science, you're more likely to go to A-level science and more likely to follow a career in science, which of course we need in the economy as well, by the way. But only about a quarter of kids do that today, and there is quite a big gap between rich and poor there. So there's only about 13% of kids from a disadvantaged family go on to do triple science, where almost 30% of kids from a wealthier home do the same. And so, at the moment we've got kids maybe making the wrong choice at 14, which is then locking them out of future career paths. So I think we do think it's a big deal for all kids to be able to do triple science if indeed that's right for them. I think the big question, as you said in your intro there, is can the government recruit the teachers in the places where there are the gaps to make it happen? And there's gaps in science everywhere, particularly in physics, and particularly in schools in disadvantaged areas. And I think the stat is only about half of physics today is taught by someone with a physics degree, and that's worse outside London and worse in disadvantaged areas. So you've absolutely put your finger on the right question there, I think.
Why do you think this is such an issue in disadvantaged areas with kids? Have you got evidence to show that they're not taking on A-levels, that they're not leading to more lucrative careers based on that choice of not being able to study these sciences separately?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that if you do double science rather than triple science, just the data shows that you're less likely to go on, as I say, to do A-level and less likely to follow a science career, which on average can be better paid than others. So no, absolutely, it's kind of rolling through into the their further education and into the jobs market. And it's kids may not know that when they make a choice on their GCSEs age 14, as I say. So it's absolutely an issue, and it's having long-term effects. I think the government is, as I say, it's the right intent. They're putting their finger on the right issue, but the big question is how are they going to recruit the teachers to do it?
Well, this is the thing, because in your the report that I was referring to earlier that had been done by the Sutton Trust, you alighted on this thing. The problem is particularly pronounced in physics, the Sutton Trust Road, which has now fallen short of its target in each of the past 5 years. In 2015-16, just 746 physics graduates entered teacher training, less than three-quarters of the government's target. Just 51% of physics teachers have a relevant degree.
Yeah, and that picture hasn't got better in the last few years either. So that absolutely remains the question. And the government does have this so-called levelling up premium, which is I think it's $3,000 a year teachers can get. If you're in a shortage subject in a disadvantaged area, but those incentives may need to be bigger at the end of the day to fill these gaps and make this work. And look, we're not saying there aren't great teachers who are teaching physics without a relevant degree.
Yeah.
But overall we know that having a relevant degree in the subject does make a difference to the quality of the teaching.
Well, you're saying again, the Sutton Trust, you found the fact that solid subject knowledge is one of the keys to effective teaching. Yeah. I mean, do you think it's unfair on the teachers who are having to double up and do things that weren't their primary degree?
No, it absolutely is. I mean, you see that. I see that in my kids' schools. You see that in all schools. Teachers are kind of crossing over from their core subjects to something slightly more peripheral. And of course, those teachers are doing absolutely the best job they can. But it's easier if they have a relevant degree in the subject. Of course it is.
Now, Nick, how do we tackle this? Because I mean, what's the
what kernels can we offer the government here in terms of hope?
Guarda,
Because we
infatti-
know that there's a teacher recruitment shortage. You've got thousands of teachers leaving the profession for multiple reasons, including discipline and pay and workload and stress and loads of things. The Royal Society put out its own briefing paper on teachers in the sciences. This is actually a big thing. And it says, in light of the increasing demand for flexible working, school leadership teams should explore mechanisms such as braided careers, which enable people to work part-time as teachers and part-time in other employment. Is that a solution, or do you have any other ideas of where we're going to get all these teachers, particularly physics teachers?
It's a great question. I mean, overall, you have to make teaching a more attractive option for people with science degrees at the end of the day, right?
Yes.
And the question is, how do you do that? In the world of AI, I mean, I think we don't yet know really how that's going to pan out in terms of which degrees are going to be most valuable. As a scientist, I would say science teaches sort of fundamental logic thinking and reasoning, and therefore will always be valid in terms of a whole host of careers.